What's up, everybody, and welcome back to HBCU Gameday, where we have been for all week long, the home of the Celebration Bowl and your Celebration Bowl coverage. Today, we have an opportunity to do something very special. We have a watch-along party, and I have some special friends, some special guests with me. To my right, I have Dwayne Walker, and to my very right, I have Slaughter Sports Guy. So, we have an opportunity to do something very special here. We're going to watch the game, but I think you have an announcement that you would like to make about how we should do this, because it's a special way to do it. But how should we handle this?
Well, first of all, it feels great being here. This is a watch party. So what does that mean? We're going to watch the Cricket Celebration Bowl together, all right? So as we watch it together, you're going to turn down the sound on your television, right? And on your phone, you're going to watch us. And we'll go back and forth, and we'll talk about the game. We'll highlight plays. We'll give you some statistics where warranted. And we'll just fill you in on what's going on. Right, Sly? That basically sums it up. Right, Sly?
Hey, man, we're going to have a good conversation. We're going to have some good conversation about this game.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about whatever. It's basically like we're sitting down at home watching the game, having the conversations that we would have while we're watching the game, and you get an inside look on what we would say when we're watching the game. Now, me and Dwayne, this is year 20 for me calling games, and Dwayne's been calling them since Jesus, through the first touchdown pass to Moses. So,
No, man. Listen, I will say this, man. I do go back a ways, man. I go back a ways, let's see. I go back to the Ken Free, Mid-Eastern Athletic Director days. Larry Barber was the sports information director with the MEAC. Who else is along that crew? Larry Barber was the sports information director. So this would probably be about the early 90s when I had an opportunity to call the MEAC basketball tournament at the Scope Arena, at Greensboro Coliseum, down in Tallahassee, doing basketball games with A.B. Williamson. So this game has special significance to me because a lot of my homeboys, a lot of my personal friends graduated from each of these prestigious institutions. Yeah. One of my close broadcast partners, Charles Ward, he's a Florida A&M graduate, right?
Yeah,
we know about him. At Howard, who else? One of my best friends, Leon Henderson, is a Howard graduate. And how about Mark Lassiter, who I did games with a minute ago, covering HBCU sports. So, I'm kind of torn in between the two schools because the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, they're the one that brought in this young man from Buffalo, New York, where Nelson Townsend, who was the Florida A&M athletic director, he's the guy that actually gave me my first opportunity to do a college basketball game, a college production. It was UB versus Buffalo State. So I'm indebted to those that were involved with the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, and so it's kind of like a tear for me. Torn.
Yeah, I get it, man. The game, big time game for me, because I vividly remember me being from South Carolina, growing up in the heart of South Carolina State Bulldog territory. I got to see both of these teams in their old MEAC battles, and I remember when FAMU would play South Carolina at Williams-Bright Stadium. So I was there watching those games, and so you get to develop, back in Coach Willie Joe back then, and Coach Jeffries. Yeah. Coach Willie Jeffries, from South Carolina State. So I got to see these teams up close in person my entire childhood. And even Howard, I got to sneak a couple of trips up to D.C., in my college years, we had an off week. I would try to make my way to Chocolate City, have some fun in D.C., man. So, hey, this is a big-time game. I'm ready for it, man. Ready for a chance to talk some football with some good people.
Well, listen, man. Go ahead, Kobe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So let's keep the main thing, y'all. If you're here, we appreciate you for being here. But as my man Dwayne just said, turn your TVs down, listen to us, but watch the game. we want to reiterate that this is a watch-along party, right? So we gonna talk the game, but we gonna also talk some other things. We got a lot of things going on within the HBCU sports metaverse. We got coaching changes.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot of stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk about all of it because we got 3 hours to sit here. We're gonna talk about the game. We're gonna talk coaching changes. We're gonna talk everything. So let's keep the main thing. And we got great people.
And Kobe, I want to let the people know that this is an interactive show.
Right.
This
Yeah.
Not
Tell
only
preach,
are we going
preach.
to talk, we're going to check out your comments. You know, you people commenting on YouTube. Lorenzo Johnson. We gonna call you out.
Calling him out, huh?
We see you, Lorenzo.
We see you.
We see you. So we love to give shout outs. We love to talk
Listen,
to the crowd, man.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you how crazy it is, man. I just got a text right now. Now, normally I would be at my daughter's basketball game. She plays in St. Louis today, but I'm missing the game for this cricket celebration ball. And she just texted me a bunch of smiley faces. So she's actually looking in probably with some of her teammates right now during their pregame warm-ups.
So, hey, let us know where you're watching from. We want to know how far you're coming out to check us out. We want to know where you're coming. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you have any personal interest in the game.
Yeah.
You know, you might be calling from Vegas. You got that money line. We want to know what you got on the game.
Spread? What is the spread, though? Does anybody know what the
I
spread
don't know,
is?
but
If I were a betting
we got
man, I would
Google.
tell you. If I was a betting man,
Yeah,
I would
right.
tell
You know what the spread is.
Kobe,
what's the spread?
Google. We'll fit.
I truly
6.5?
don't-
Is it 6.5?
It might be something. It should be something like that. I truly don't know, but we're gonna find out before the game starts. But before the game starts and before
Yes.
we talk spreads, man.
Okay.
Y'all talk personal interest. I'll get to mine. You know, I'm a young kid from Virginia. I go to Morehouse. I'm a graduating senior. I'll graduate in the spring. So this is just an amazing opportunity for me. But I'm from Virginia, man. So let me tell y'all. My pick of the day is I'm going against the grain. I'm going against Vegas. I'm going against everybody. I'm going against the spread. I have Howard. I'm rolling with my guys from DC because I'm from Virginia. This is an amazing opportunity for me, an amazing opportunity to watch the game and talk talk football with some good folks, man. But I got Howard. So, Dwayne,
Yes.
I really have to know. You know, you talked about your interest in what this means to you, and you talked about the MEAC. But I need to know: are you rolling with the MEAC or are you rolling with the SWAC? Let me know, man.
Listen, man, in a lot of ways, man, some people are going to say, if you follow football, you know the Florida A&M used to be in the MEAC up until 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, I have loyalties to both programs, but at the end of the day, it was the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, man, with Ken Free and them folks that gave me my shot, man. So I'm going to go with the Bison.
Sly, the sports guy, my guy. Man, who you got today? Who you rolling with today?
Well, it's personal for me. It's personal for me on a variety of reasons. I grew up a MEAC fan, so I have to go with Howard because of the MEAC. Also, fam, you left the MEAC. I can't go for the quitter. I can't go.
Wow.
I can't go for the guys who ran away. And then also I like Willie Shotgun Simmons. I do. I think he's a great guy. Ran into him a couple of times. Really nice, really cordial guy to me. But he started his career with my country cousins up there at Clemson. I cannot root for anything that has anything to do with anybody from Clemson. So, hey, it's a little bit personal. So we going with Howard. It's Howard for me.
Okay. Listen, hey, just so you know, before the game got, not before the game got, but upon kickoff, Ian Wheeler just returned the football, ladies and gentlemen, over 60 yards on a return. So Howard already has the football in Florida A&M territory, looking to, dare I say it, strike, and strike again.
They gonna get you in the comments, man.
I know they gonna get me. I know they gonna get me.
My thing is though, man, even though the MEAC just had the 6 teams, man, the MEAC's just tougher. It's just a tougher brand of football. That
run game that Howard has, man, that 3-headed monster. I got a chance to see them up close in person. You know, Morehouse played them. I was up there in D.C., up in the nation's capital for that game, and it got ugly very fast. I will say it got ugly very fast for Morehouse. But nonetheless, man.
But it was Morehouse.
It was Morehouse. man.
It was
I'm
more.
not doing that. Not too much on my team, not too much on my family. Those are still my guys. But it did get ugly. But, man, that three-headed monster that Howard has is disgusting. And look at that offensive line. That is an FBS-sized offensive line. That offensive line is not just an FCS offensive line. I'll say it again. That is an FBS-sized offensive line.
Their right tackle, left tackle, All-American. All MEAC. Meadow Brooks, their right tackle, 57, all-conference performer. So they got the bookends on the offensive line to get the job done. And one of the reasons why I like Howard also, not only because of their quarterback, Quentin Williams, but how about Kenny Gallup? Yes, Kenny Gallup Jr., who's the Box Turtle Defensive Player of the Year, also in the MEAC. So that's why I like. You have the quarterback in Quentin Williams, and you have the quarterback on the defensive side.
Look at that.
And already, ladies and gentlemen, it's 7-0. 6-0.
Already is 6-0 in the first head of that three-headed monster. Mr. Hunter, Jared Hunter, with the 8-yard touchdown. I mean, I'm telling you guys, if FAMU does not find a way to slow down that three-headed monster, it can be a long day for them boys.
Have we learned just from history? Number one, the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference has won 6 out of 7 of these games, right? Last year's champion, NC Central, let's face it, they put that wood on Jackson State and defeated them, right? But fast forward to this year, where as last year Howard was a co-champion, this year Howard put up 50 ball on NC Central, the defending MEAC champions and Black national champions.
See, here's my thing, and I say this, and I'm gonna keep saying it, man. The MEAC is just, to me, a tougher, more physical conference than the SWAC. And you just saw it on this first drive. They ran, they had the big kickoff. They had, true enough, any special teams, a huge part of the game. Go and look at the Florida Beach Bowl earlier this week. Look at what special teams does. But they got the great possession, and then they ran straight. They threw a little pass to the outside, but then that touchdown run, he ran straight over. It doesn't matter if it was just 8 yards, 10 yards, or whatever. He could have ran that from 30 yards in, the way he ran that ball, man.
Oh, it was beautiful to see. And again, I'm not hating on Florida A&M. I'm not hating on the SWAC at all. But like I said, history has just shown you can't count out the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference because of the style of play they have. And again, for me, it's going to be one in the trenches. Yes, on the defensive side, Florida A&M, they've allowed only 14 points per game, right? One of the top defenses in the nation. That's fine. But again, look at the bookends. Right tackle 57, Middlebrooks. They've got this 6'9" number 77 on the left side. Their quarterback is Quentin Williams. They've got a three-headed monster in the running attack, Hunter, who just scored. Hadn't even talked about Eden James. Does that name sound familiar? You ever heard of Edgerrin James? Anybody ever heard of Edgerrin James?
What a guy. What a guy.
And here's the thing. It was surprised that he went to look at this, man. Somebody got to learn how to kick the ball off.
They better learn how to cover a kickoff. Special teams can always make or break a game. But go ahead, back to Eden and Edgerrin.
So what I was saying is, you have like different names that are different bloodlines. Like right here, we just saw Marcus Riley make a return. Florida A&M, they've got a return name. Does this name sound familiar? Griffey.
Ken Griffey.
Ken Griffey Jr.'s son is a return man for Florida A&M. So I mean, this game has so many different storylines, man. It's off the chain, man.
But let's get to it, right? Because we talked a lot about Howard and the MEAC and everything, right? And I think it's great that we've done that. And honestly, we had our Super Show yesterday.
Yes.
Only one person, I think, and I believe in our Super Show, we can run the tape, we can go back and look, but I believe only one person in our Super Show picked Howard to win, and she's actually a Howard alum, I believe. Right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. She was the only person to pick Howard to win. So sitting on a set with three guys that are rooting for Howard, not to say that we aren't rooting for FAMU, we want to see great game, right? But can you speak to some keys for FAMU and what they need to accomplish in this game today to win?
Well, they have to, number one, control the line of scrimmage. I mean, that's fairly obvious. But here's a team that's loaded with talent. They have 13 all SWAC performers, 8 on the offensive side. I believe 5 on the defensive side, including the offensive player of the year, their quarterback, Jeremy Musa, who threw for over 2,600 yards this season, 19 touchdowns. But you also, it's that offensive line as well as the defensive side. You got Isaiah Major, who was the defensive player of the year in the SWAC as well. And then you can't forget about their coach, Coach Willie Simmons, who was the SWAC coach of the year. And let's face it, if you want to talk about pressure, to me, the pressure is not on Howard. The pressure is on Florida A&M, who come in with a 10-game win streak, which is second in the nation, only to North Dakota State, who has a winning streak of 26 games.
They tried to get outside on that little jet sweep. Yeah. That's not going to work against the speed of Howard. Howard is just as fast, probably faster than Florida A&M. You can't get outside with that jet sweep against that Howard defense right there. You got to set that up a little bit better. You run a nice play action off of that jet sweep, but let's see how they come back on that one right there.
Well, they got jet motion right now.
Boom! Look at that.
Ooh, Lord have mercy. There you go. Hey, laying that wood, man. Hey, laying that wood, bro. Laying that wood.
Going back to what you just were speaking on, right? I believe that it's very interesting because the pressure is on FAMU. It's not on Howard. Howard has everything to gain today, right? They come in, nobody they are the underdog, right? FAMU should have been here 2 years in a row, but dropped it to Jackson State. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right?
Yeah.
And now we come out here and Howard on the opening drive has a crazy opening kickoff return, an 8-yard touchdown from Jared Hunter, and now on third down on a rollout pass, we're looking at a fumble. What are we doing?
But that play right there, we just missed the replay. That play was a quick hitter. It was all about timing. Right there, that's your defense stepping up. That's that's a defensive backfield sack because it wasn't a blitz. It wasn't a time blitz. What happened? They tried to roll out a little bit on that play action. They were covered. All the receivers, they wanted to make a quick hitter to pick up that first down, a 5-yard route to pick up that first down. But what happened? The DBs were over that, and then that linebacker who was in no man's land, he came on up and he made the hit. He made the hit when he realized, okay, I got a man blocking, so now I can come up and attack. He's not coming out. See, that's great. That's great play calling by Scott and that defensive staff right there. That's great recognition and great play calling. I like that.
Hey, listen, you got to give credit to Christian White, who made the tackle, wearing jersey number 25 this afternoon. Big hit by him, putting Musa down on his back, and also coming up with the recovery, Carson Hinton. So again, all of the build-up, the momentum, Florida A&M is going to run ragged over the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference. That's kind of disrespectful when you take into consideration the long-standing history. Well, maybe not long-standing since it goes back since 2015. But again, I'll reiterate, the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference has won 6 out of the 7 Celebration Bowls. We can go through it. Who has won the most? Give me a number. Oh, North Carolina A&T, right? They're 4-0. They defeated Alcorn State 3 times. Alcorn State, they've reached the finals 3 times, but they lost 0-3. So can you blame Fred McNair for wanting to get out of there? Perhaps to Texas Southern, and I know we'll talk about that.
Hey, man, that's big money, man. Talk about it right now, man.
So he's getting what, 3? The game is on break, right? This is a perfect time to get into some of these different things. We got to talk about Fred McNair in Texas State. Or Texas Southern. Texas Southern, my fault, y'all. Yeah. Please don't kill me in the comments.
Don't say Texas State.
Whoa, right? No, please don't kill me in the comments, y'all. Texas Southern. We got to talk about Fred McNair and Texas Southern, though. It's estimated that he's looking at about $313,000 to go down there.
You sure it ain't 310, Kobe?
It ain't 310. It ain't 310. That's what Steve said, right?
I didn't say that, Steve. He said that.
Steve, you my guy, Steve. But it is $313,000. Yes. Don't forget the extra 3. That might make a difference somewhere down the road. Who knows? But Fred McNair, Texas Southern.
Listen, the rumor is that he asked for $350,000, and and of course, as it was explained, there's a process that you have to go through that has to be approved by the higher ups, the presidents, the regions. So it's not just a matter of the athletic director coming in and saying, okay, we're going to pay you, we're going to pay you this money. So it is a process, but How about it for Fred McNair, former wide receiver, played with his brother, I believe, 1 year, Steve Aaron McNair. And this is a guy that's been committed to the Alcorn State program. And if we're being honest, we know that Alcorn State, although, like I said, he made it to the Celebration Bowl, but what he's had to do to overcome the circumstances at Alcorn State with, everything from facilities, making sure you've got adequate training staff, and so that he's been vocal about in the past. We're just having a candid conversation. So you want to see a guy like that has been committed to the HBCU football stratosphere. You want to see him rewarded, and so this would be a magnificent opportunity for him at Texas Southern, and I hope he gets it. To be
and
frank
let's be totally honest, he is one of the only constants at Alcorn State at the moment, right? Like from AD to president to staff, everything in between. Fred McNair has been one of the only constants at Alcorn State, right? If it is his time to move, Slide, do you believe that it is his time to move? Has he done everything that he can do at Alcorn?
Here's my thing, man. You go and you make a program, you give all you can to your program, and the program doesn't match you. You know what I'm saying? If I'm giving you everything I got, I want you to match. I want you to match what I'm giving you. And if you can't match me and you can't meet it, hey, man, I got to go somewhere where they can at least try. And, Texas Southern doesn't have a history of winning. Texas Southern, they're not, looking at it, fancy footwork trying to pick something up. But, yeah, they don't have a history of winning. But, hey, they're gonna throw the money. They're gonna throw the money at them. They got that Texas money,
right?
They got that Texas money.
They got that all money.
That all money. That all money is that long money, So they're gonna go and throw that money at them. They're gonna throw that money, and let's see what happened to Texas Southern. I think now Texas Southern, they become a player. They become a player now.
I believe you're right. Fred McNair has a history of recruiting out of Texas.
Yes.
He has some really big players out of Texas for many years, right? But Salah just said it. Texas Southern has a chance to become a player, right? How do they do that? How does Fred McNair become one of the players?
Fumble.
Another one.
Is it
another
a
one? Is it a scoop and score? We got a scoop and score, y'all.
Look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
But face mask. I see
coming
that
back.
flag.
Is that the penalty?
He might have grabbed his face mask when it came down.
That's coming back.
Yeah.
No. That would be the Matembo. No. Yeah, that's going to be a turnover. They're going to bring that one back, I do believe. It was a 40-yard return, but they're going to call a face mask. I do believe the officials are looking at it right now. And the quarterback, Quentin Williams, he definitely had his helmet tugged upon. And not only, he was done rudely by the outside linebacker.
That's
on
the big
15-yard. Threw him down to the ground.
Not only is that 15-yard, I don't know if the fumble stands.
Well, no.
The penalty's going to negate that. Yeah, penalty's going to negate that, and Coach Larry Scott knows that.
Coach Scott, hey.
And we haven't even talked about the coaching.
I'm sorry, but that was on fourth down. That was on about a fourth, and I want to say probably 5 or so. Listen, these penalties will be a killer for FAMU if they can't get it together.
Automatic first down, right?
Yeah, automatic first down on 4th and 5. Minutes, 15 yards ahead.
And now they're inside the 20, I guess, the 20, 25.
And again, now if they put another 7 ball on here, they would equal the points allowed by Florida A&M on average. And again, in a game like this, you got to look at the history. People say, "Oh, last year's game has nothing to do with it." No, but you do have to look at the history, because it does, in my opinion, play a difference. It plays a difference up here because Florida A&M is the team that has all of the pressure on them. Yes, we know how the season started with the, real Boston Richie in the locker room and, a situation right there. But to Florida A&M's credit, they overcame that. What else did they do? How about last year's snub in the playoffs when they should have been invited to the playoffs? I believe they finished, I want to say, what were they, 8-3 last year, 9-3, whatever the record was in 2022, but they didn't get an invite to the playoffs, so that was a definite snub. You had the situation that started at the beginning of the year. You had the administrative issues last year where guys like Isaiah Land couldn't play the first couple games. So this team has overcome a lot, and Willie Simmons, they want to prove something. But again, I'm going to reiterate, the pressure is on Florida A&M. It is not, I repeat, it is not on Howard University.
Now, here's my question. You talking about Willie Simmons wanting to prove something. You know, his name has come up. Oh, look at this.
Listen, in the second of that three-headed monster, man, I'm telling you, having three running backs that can really, truly run the ball, run the rock, as we see Mr. Eden James yep. run the ball, right? It is in the second of that three-headed monster behind Jared Hunter. Having three guys that can truly run the ball that well with an offensive line that can block that well, I mean, Quentin Williams essentially has to be, I hate to call quarterbacks game managers, but he essentially has to be a game manager. All he has to do is go out there and do his thing and not turn over the ball, you know what I'm saying, not make too many mistakes, but hand the ball off, and these guys will go to work for you.
And that's the thing. When you play with great running backs like that, now I want you to watch this play right here. They ran the ball hard 2 times, that same little handoff 2 times to the left. See if he comes back with a little play action waggle, and he waggles back to his strong side to the right. Let's see which way he comes, man, because this is the benefit of having a great running back or having great running backs. You can run that play action.
I think they're coming near side to the left.
Oh, that ran straight. See, I don't
look at this.
That's just smacking you in the face, man.
Hey,
that's
like
just
I said,
smacking you in the face.
It's completely disrespectful when you come to a game and tell a team that you're going to beat them by 3 touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? And you're talking about the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, a conference that has dominated you in this particular game. So, again, you got to throw all that out the window, and you got to go out on the field and perform, and that's precisely what the Howard Bison are doing right now. And if you're a football purist, it's kind of a beauty to see because they're doing it very strategically and methodically.
I will say it's a beauty to see, but I think that I've seen some things from Florida A&M that I don't like already. Right? We saw the penalty. We saw the penalty, and then on that, just on the touchdown, on both of the touchdown runs, we've seen missed tackles. So I'm seeing mistakes that I really don't like, that I really don't expect to see from what you would believe to be a front runner in this game, right?
Listen, Anthony Dunn, an all MEAC performer, right? I'm sorry, an all SWAC performer, excuse me. He committed a penalty, a face mask penalty against Quentin Williams, which would have gotten his squad off the field, right? So he gets a talking to by the coaching staff. Mm-hmm. He goes over to the bench, and he loses it. He loses his composure, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of indicative of what's going on right now. So if you're Florida A&M, you have to wipe the slate clean. You've got to woosah, gain control of your emotions, and get it back together. Now, just because Howard leads this contest now 14-0, thanks to that touchdown by Hawthorne, and by the way, see what they did there, that slide? They switched Williams with Hawthorne. Hawthorne, the wide receiver, came in to take the direct snap and marched right into the end zone for the second score of the game. So even though it's 14-0, they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
You know, I'm not a fan of that, man. You know, that when you're in the goal line, because I'm old. I love, if I'm inside the 5, I want to see a fullback in the game. You know, I want to see a fullback. I want to see 2 tight ends. I want to see you up under center. But once again, Howard is a more physical team than FAM. They're a more physical team. And if you have a more physical team, you're going to smack that man in his mouth. And look, it sounds crude. It sounds rude. It might, but I'm an old school linebacker. And that's how I feel. I love to see people get hit in the mouth when they play football. And that's what's happened on these two touchdown drives or 2 touchdown runs. They just got hit in the mouth. Now, you're going to find out what type of team Florida A&M. You're going to find out what type of, what do you call it, testicular fortitude they have. We're going to find out. We're going to find out and just say, how do we respond to that? How do we respond to someone hitting them in the mouth?
Yeah. And credit once again going to Casey Hawthorne. He's an all MEAC performer at the wide receiver position, but on that particular play, ran the football in, but no stranger to rushing the football. That's his 5th rushing touchdown of the year. So again, I'll stress, Larry Scott is going to go to every play he's got in the playbook to give his squad an advantage, and that's what they're doing right now. So you can call now, Kobe. I know you call Quinn Williams a game manager. I don't mind being called a game manager as long as at the end of the game there's a W next to our side.
And I think there's something to be said there. So I don't think game manager means anything bad. I think it means, and I think that's where a lot of people get it wrong. I think it can mean something bad, but in the way that, and here we go again with another kickoff return for big yardage.
Yeah, Marcus Riley on that return.
Marcus
40 yards,
Riley back on the return for again. As I was saying, I don't think game manager in the sense that I'm saying it means anything bad. I think what it means is that he has a great offensive line and three great running backs, a great three-headed attack at running back. I think game manager in this sense just simply means he doesn't make mistakes. He goes out there and he does what he has to do to get his team to win, allowing his running backs to do what they do, allowing his offensive line to do what they do as well.
Now, here's the thing. Right now, fam is down 14-0. If I'm Howard, I want to send the house at Musa. I want to see what type of quarterback Musa is. I want to put the pressure on him. Look at that. They're waiting on him. That's what I'm talking about. That linebacker in the backfield waiting on him. Come on. Hey, what time did the fam bus show up? Is this the marching 100 out here playing? What's going on?
Listen, man, them white boys is doing. When I say white boys, I mean white number 25 Christian White and number 14 Ian White for Howard University. They play on the defensive side, but White just made a tackle on Jennings on that last particular play. I had to clean that up. People be hitting on the text line for real. 14 is White and 25 is White.
Got to make that tackle.
Got to make that tackle.
I like that. Look at the big boy go down the field. Look at the big boy rumble. I like to see that now, listen, there.
That's a big play that FAMU needed, right? Getting them in the red zone, getting their team back in the red zone. Let's see if they can capitalize, get a touchdown here. And let everybody understand, right? Our viewers understand at home, this is a long game. It is only the first quarter. But what I think, back to your point earlier, 14 points at this point in the game is it matches the season total average that FAMU gives up. So that's why this is a big deal, right? Because FAMU only gives up 14 points per game.
Right.
And it's the first quarter. So we just want to see how FAMU responds to this. Now, they're on a good drive. They're in the red zone. Let's see what they do.
I think they're going to give them a helping of Terrell Jennings, who is, again, we talk about monster running backs in the backfield. Florida A&M, they have a stable of running backs as well that can get the job done. And again, 14-0, they're threatening now. I look for another helping of Terrell Jennings from the running back position. And they must have heard me because right on cue, they gave it to him.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm checking out some of these comments right here.
Yeah.
I saw God saw beginning and knows end. I'll waive the $75 application fee, especially since I received a superior quality experience in education in Third Ward. Now, I'm not quite sure.
He went deep on you on that one, Sly.
I'm not quite sure what application fee. Somebody, you gotta hit me back a little bit. Let me know what you're talking about. Are you gonna pay for somebody to apply for Howard or to FAM?
Is that what he's saying?
I don't know.
That's what it sounds like. There's a $75 application fee to apply to college now. All right. I remember that.
Clear that one up for us. Let us know.
All right, so why don't we just do a little reset here for those of you that are tuning in. Once again, this is a Celebration Bowl watch party, which simply means we want you to
watch along.
Watch along. There
watch
you go.
Along.
Watch along, and you can watch along, and you can kind of watch the game on the television and follow it like we are. So it's as if we were sitting in each other's living room watching the game. But right now it's 14-0 with Howard in control. However, the Florida A&M Rattlers, they are threatening. They are in the red zone.
4th and 1. They're going for it on 4th down. No field goal. We don't need a field goal.
We don't need a field goal here.
You're only here for extra points. Let's see.
Big man in the backfield.
Oh, I don't think he got it.
Well,
I don't think he can. No, look at the mark. He did not get it. No way. He did not get it. He did not. Now, which one are they going to mark on the right, the head linesman, or the other side? Because the lineman had a different marking. They gave it to the lines. He's short. He's short. He's short. He is short.
And so, just so you guys know, we do read the comments, and Simone with the sports in the comment section said, It's brotherly shove time. Now, if they were the Philadelphia Eagles, this would have worked. They went with a regular traditional QB sneak, and he didn't get it.
I don't think he made it.
I don't think he made it either.
They haven't given an official word yet, but if you're going by the lines of the far lineman spot, from that vantage point, he's short. He looks short.
He's definitely short.
He's definitely short.
Even with that last cert, but I think they already marked it. Look at the guy. He has his arm raised right there. He's going to mark it right there.
He was almost inside the numbers of the hash marks by the time that fourth push came in to get him across.
Hey, you said Simone was out? That wasn't Simone Stanley because that's
no.
That was
Simone.
No, that was Simone Stanley.
She's serious about her
Philadelphia. While we're talking about that, she is serious.
She has bad taste. She has really bad taste. Talking about Philadelphia Eagles.
As a Cowboys fan, I've been messing with Simone all week about it.
As a Washington Commanders fan, oh God, I don't even feel comfortable saying that.
I got a question for you. You guys in the music? You in
Yeah,
the music?
of course.
All right. When I say blow the whistle, what artist you think of?
Yin Yang Trees are Too Short.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Too short. They didn't get it. I told you they were short. They didn't get it. It's gonna be Howard University ball. They too short.
University ball. Now listen.
I tell you, hey, that's just tough right there. Hey,
hold on. Brand of football.
Hold on. Lorenzo Johnson just said
Party
BCU.
at my house.
Well, no. Before that,
okay.
He said BCU will be here next year. I'm sure they can buy a ticket too. I'm sure Bethune can buy it. They can buy a ticket.
Wow.
I think that's the only way Bethune coming if they buy a ticket.
Wow. So let's go ahead and set this up, okay? Big return by Howard to begin the game. They go ahead and punch it in to take a 7-0 lead. Second possession. They take advantage of a turnover, of a penalty, right? They take advantage of a penalty, a face masking penalty.
Well, they took advantage of the turnover first to get it back.
Right.
To get the ball back.
They take advantage of a penalty that would have got them off the field. They go down and they score another touchdown. Hawthorne scores 14-0. Then the Rattlers, they have an opportunity to score. They make a nice play to their tight end down the field. They get a good return to get it started, right, by Marcus Riley. 40-yard return. They throw to their tight end. They're into Howard's zone. First down, second down, third down, fourth down and inches. They go with the Florida, what do they call it?
Well, she said
Philly, what's it called?
Brotherly shove.
The Florida
push?
whatever you want to call it.
But that wasn't it.
Short.
Wasn't enough tush to be pushed right
No,
there. It couldn't make
short.
it.
And so now Howard has the football once again. And they just showed the Howard players going to their sideline. And if you could just look at the eyes, they had the Mike Singletary eyes. You know what the Mike Singletary eyes is? Wow. That intensity where you're like a wild dog. Howard right now is mentally locked in the game.
They ready. They are ready, man. And here's the thing, what I love about it. I love the fact, and you're going to hear me say this all game long. Right now, it just looks like they are tougher. They are more physical. Yeah. When you are told for the past 2.5, 3 weeks that you aren't good enough, that you can't beat FAMU, you're 6-5, you don't belong here. Central's supposed to be here. You're told that. I'm pretty sure Scott has that plastered all over that locker room. You aren't supposed to be here. You snuck your way in here. You know, that's why you're here. If you've heard that for the past 6 weeks, for the past 2 to 3 weeks, hey, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for whoever I'm lined up against.
And listen, I again, aside from Kobe, you, myself, and the with the Super Friends yesterday from Howard, was the young lady's name? Lee. That's right, Lee. I don't know anybody else. Did you wait?
I picked out.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So the okay. Full Howard.
Hold on. Before they do this,
Howard, let me get a helmet or something.
You know what I want. I'm a riverboat gambler. I want to see play. I want to see play action, and I want to see them go downfield.
It's still early though.
They're gonna hand it off. You know, I would love to see a play action and just go deep, man.
Listen, it's still early.
I'll take that because
it's still early
with my guys from DC right now. You know, It's gonna be a neck pillow. This is.
But listen,
Hey, the vice president in the house too, I think.
Listen, all types of dignitaries are there. We talked about who'd you say there?
Kamala Harris is there.
Who else is there? DeSantis is in the building.
DeSantis?
The governor of Florida.
I don't know if we want DeSantis.
We're gonna leave him alone.
Oh, he's not in the building?
He might be, but we gonna stay away
Florida
from.
A&M. Yeah.
I seriously doubt DeSantis is in the building. I doubt
He might be. No. Okay, but I will. I don't know what type of props I'm about to be around here giving DeSantis, but I did see something the other day that he gave like 105 or 110 million next year to Florida A&M University. So he might be in the building. He has somewhere signed some legislation that is giving money to HBCUs that are in Florida. FAMU was a part of that. Of course, they got the most money, I believe.
It's an election year.
It is an election year, which is why I stated at the beginning. I don't know how much props I'm really about to give DeSantis here, but that being said, he may be in the building, and if nothing else, maybe because it is an election year. But we're not going to
talk politics. No, not for too long.
Let's get back to this game here. We got Jared Hunter with a first down.
See the precise passing game. He has
now. Wait. We might got something interesting. Jared Hunter limping off of the field after that third down conversion.
They got 3-headed monster. Yeah, they got two. They got two more monsters.
They got two more, but you never want to lose.
But I want you to notice though, all the passes Howard has thrown, they've been short. They've been everything's been within 10 yards.
Right.
Now watch how that safety starts to creep up. That safety will start. You got a dominating running game. You got short passes. When that safety creeps up, that pass, that play action, good step up.
No, that's another face mask if they call it, because there was a face mask on that play, and the players are looking to see if they're going to call that. Looked like Isaiah Major, the defensive player of the year, may have caught a little too much. Let's watch it right here. Well, you can't see. Well, you can because it's a watch part. See the face mask right there? He grabbed his face mask. So in my opinion, that should be a face mask.
It could have been an offensive face mask,
yeah,
too.
but he did it first. He should have thrown the whistle after the first one. You know what I'm saying? But
good no call by the ref, I guess. You know,
it was a face mask slide, but they got the first down. I mean, it was bottom line, new set of downs, and there they try to go over the top near side of the football field on a misfire.
I want to see him put that out a little bit more. Put some more air up on
Oh, he's gone. Dunn is out of the game. They're going to throw him out. He just pushed the referee from behind. He pushed one of the officials from behind. I cannot believe that. Coach Willie Simmons needs to pull Dunn right now. He's still arguing back and forth with an official. That is a no-no. He has lost complete control. He physically, if I saw what I thought I saw, I want somebody to, listen, if you're watching the game and you're with us, I want somebody to text in and let us know on the chat whether or not you just saw contact between the linebacker for Florida A&M, Dunn, the all-SWAC linebacker, if he made contact with the official. And if he did that, that's an absolute no-no. You can't have that type of behavior. And I alluded to earlier where he was kind of losing his control on the bench, so he's got to rein things back in. Yeah.
Tried to set up that screen. Good job of defense. Good job of recognition by the defensive line to kind of sniff out that screen, knowing that screen was coming and getting up underneath those offensive linemen. That's a great job of recognition.
Listen, let me just say it. That is a big stop for FAMU because imagine the deflated energy that could have came along with a march all the way down the field. That could have came along with the 4th and 1 stop, and then a Howard march down the field for another score for what would have been a 3rd touchdown in 3 drives. That would have been really bad that would have been a really bad look for FAMU. So shout out to FAMU for getting the stop, you know what I'm saying, and not allowing anything bad to happen. Let's see what happens here on this kick return because nothing.
Not the best of kicks for the all league performer. Who is he from Australia or England? I believe the Howard punter is from overseas, and he's an all-league performer. So a little surprised at that last punt that did not get into Florida A&M territory.
We were talking about people in the crowd. They say Cam Newton's on the sideline.
Oh, man.
Cam Newton on the HU sideline?
Man, it's a who.
His little brother was HU quarterback. His little brother
Yeah,
played
it was.
Yeah, it was.
Under that. Well, that was
2 years ago.
Yeah, that was under that. Yeah, it was a time.
Listen,
right?
there's a lot of people that are here on the sidelines, man. We mentioned Edrin James. I'm sure he's in the house since his son Eden plays. I'm sure Ken Griffey Jr. is in the building because his son plays for Florida A&M. Not to mention all of the other notables. And we'll go over that and talk about the history, the rich tradition and history between both of these institutions. You talk about Florida A&M, you talk about agriculture, you're talking about a journalism program, and then you talk about Howard. Think about how many doctors and lawyers that come from the Howard University base. So if you want to have, that might be his little bro right there.
Oh, you know what? We're behind.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, we're behind.
Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, we're going to catch up. We're going to catch up next dead ball our side. We'll catch up.
Okay, so we'll stop making little time references then.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll talk in generalities. We'll talk in generalities. All right. So go ahead, a little reset. How about a little reset, Kobe?
Okay, let's do it. Let's see it. Because this is a watch along party, y'all.
Yes.
So we are allowed to do these types of things where I can just reset the screen.
Yeah, let's make sure we get back
man,
in
we gotta
real
get
time.
caught up, bro. We gotta get caught up.
Real time.
So can we take a little break or something? We want to break when they break.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Wanna
go
get
ahead
together?
and see where we're at.
Let's
See
see
if we
where
can.
they're at, and then we might.
Okay. All right. While we're doing that,
might
hey,
get a
listen.
break.
Hey, but Sly, you and I have been in this market for a while, man.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider this particular event one of the biggest football HBCU events in this town?
It
in a long
is.
Time?
It is the biggest. I'm talking about. We can go back to when it was 100 Black Men of America.
Come on, man. Hold on. Hold on. It was called 100 Black Men of Atlanta.
Atlanta. My bad, of Atlanta. We can go. We can go back then when the Heritage Bowl. I couldn't think of the name.
The Heritage Bowl.
The Heritage Bowl, man. It's always been the huge event for HBCU football, and I like the fact now it's on big time network television. It's a destination. It's a destination. Even if you aren't. Oh, let's see what the thing you got the first. Oh,
loose ball. Oh, it's on the ground.
And here's the thing. Oh, let's see who gets it. And he had the first down.
Yeah.
He had the first down.
A little
so
extra.
Even if they do get it back, it's not going to be the first down. Even if they do get it back.
Wow.
But yeah, man, it's a destination event. Even if you're not.
It's out.
Oh, it's out.
Football
Yeah,
is
it's
out.
out.
That's a fumble.
And that's the thing. Even if you do, even if your team doesn't make it here, people still have their tickets, bro. It's still, we're still coming to Atlanta because you got all the festivities going on around.
Yeah.
And here's the hard thing for these young guys out here. You got to remember, you got guys 18 to 22. 18, 23. Mm-hmm. So now as a coaching staff, how do you keep all your guys wrangled in? Make sure nobody's sneaking out going to Magic City on the night before. Let them know Magic City's open the night after.
Right.
After the game, Magic City may be open, but you don't want to go there now.
Right. Well, listen, and I got to just give some true transparency. For a lot of those years when the Heritage Bowl and the 100 Black Men event was going on, I was blessed enough to have an opportunity to produce those events.
Big. The pressure.
It was a situation that was referred to me by a guy named Mark Lassiter. So I had an opportunity to work with 100 Black Men of Atlanta and guys like Leonard Chambliss and John Grant, who is the executive director of the Cricket Celebration Bowl right now over with ESPN. So I give John Grant a lot of credit for having the vision to bring this type of event to the city of Atlanta. And I know they've talked about having alternate sites or maybe rotating the cities.
Never.
But to me, Atlanta is the Mecca. It's the place that you should have it. It's a place that people want to come to. And again, the $20 million that they're inputting into the business community is something that Atlantans certainly welcome. So we're all for it, and we want the Cricket Celebration Bowl to stay here for the foreseeable future.
And listen, that is the end of the first quarter.
So I got to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom.
I
got to go to the bathroom.
They got to run one more.
Watch-along party. We got snacks. We got drinks. We got things.
They got to run one more. It's a penalty. They can't.
No. They gonna end it.
It's a hold. You can't end it. You can't end on offense penalty. They're going.
Yeah,
Okay.
they gonna end
Well,
it.
actually, you know what? Hold on.
Okay.
Hold
well,
on.
check
They
this.
did. I believe they did change the rule on that. So I believe the ruling is now that as far as the last, I want to say the last 2 minutes on first downs, they don't stop the clock anymore. So I believe in that particular situation, even though it was a penalty, they're going to carry that penalty into the second quarter.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, I got to go to the bathroom.
So,
Hey,
this is
reset
what
it. Go ahead.
This is what we gonna do. This is what we gonna do. Watch along party, right? Y'all watching along. Y'all gonna grab y'all snacks. Y'all's gonna do y'all's thing. We gonna watch along. We gonna grab our snacks. We gonna do our thing, and we will be right back. What is this guy doing, y'all? What is this? Who is this guy right here?
See if we can reset and get it back to real time. And powering their way in,
And
man.
so just as we're coming back, y'all, what's up? Welcome back to our watch along party of the Celebration Bowl. Just as we're coming back, FAMU has scored their first touchdown of the game. Terrell Jennings with a 3-yard rushing touchdown. Maybe that will bring some life back into the stadium for FAMU. What do you guys think?
Mr. Momentum coming back this way, sliding back over here to fam.
Hey, like I said, even with the score being 14-0, it's a long game. You got a bunch of commercials. You got game timeouts. You got an extended halftime. There's still a lot of football left to play, but it's good to see Jennings and the Florida A&M Rattlers finally get on the scoreboard to make it a ball game.
You know, that was one of my keys to the game. One of my keys to the game is that with the three-headed attack that Howard has at running back, FAMU was gonna have to find a way to run the ball, to protect Jeremy Musa and run the ball. I thought that was something that they should figure out. Obviously, in the first quarter, that didn't work out too well for them. They kept getting stuffed in the backfield, nothing more than a 2-yard gain at most, and then we saw the fumble that was eventually recovered by FAMU, but we did see a fumble from one of the running backs by FAMU. But I thought one of the keys to the game was FAMU being able to need to run the ball. Mm-hmm. They had a need to run the ball. I thought that was one of my keys to the game. Obviously, they haven't gotten that potent passing game going the way that they have for most of the season. So if they can get this run game going, that could be something interesting. We have somebody in the score in the comments. L. Pierre asked, "What was the score?" We're now looking at 14-7 Howard's way. But like Sly just said, Mr. Momentum is swinging to FAMU.
And hey man, and this is what you have to do. It's all about how you respond.
Yes.
Because good teams are going to score. I don't care how good you think you are. They are in this bowl game for a reason. They made it here for a reason. They can put the ball in the end zone. So now if you're fam, it's how do you respond? How do you answer the bell? And we'll see. We'll see. They just came back, put some points on the board. Now you want to see what Howard does. Man.
That first score by
Lorenzo.
What did Lorenzo say?
Lorenzo just said, "Stop talking about Magic City. I found my first wife there."
That's good.
Hey,
you gotta stay off them lemon pepper wings, bro. Them lemon pepper wings.
Lemon pepper Lou Will. Lemon pepper Lorenzo in the chat, y'all. Lemon pepper Lorenzo in the chat.
I've seen a few who could have been my first wife. At least that's what they told me at the time.
That's what they said. As they were emptying your pockets, it's all good. Sly.
I've donated to quite a few scholarship funds.
All right, so Howard Bison, they go up 14-0, only to have the Florida A&M Rattlers come back and score. The score now 14-7, thanks to a rush by Terrell Jennings. Now, Terrell Jennings, he's the leading rusher for the Florida A&M Rattlers, ran for over 605 yards, and he scored his 10th touchdown of the season. So it's nice to see the Florida A&M Rattlers battle back. And again, I'll say it again, they were the preseason number one. People picked them to run the gamut, right? Mm-hmm. After opening the season with a loss, they ran off 10 straight. They have the longest win streak in the country right now, aside from North Dakota State, who has, I think, a 26-game win streak going on right now. But again, the pressure is on, the pressure coming into the game was on Florida A&M. Now, dare I say, the pressure is now on Howard because you jumped up 14-0, right? And you've allowed Florida A&M to get on the board. So how will Howard University respond? That's what I'd like to know, and we're going to find out.
I don't know. That Rattler kind of skinny. The Rattler have a little bit more muscles on them than that. I don't know.
Well, Sly, if I'm not mistaken, snakes don't have muscles, do they?
Well, snakes are all muscle.
They don't have
any fat.
They have bones or no bones?
Yeah, they got muscle. I mean, they got bones.
They do have bones.
See, he's not a country boy.
Oh, I'm not.
Country boy like myself.
No, you skint one.
I've eaten a few rattlers before in my life.
So wait a minute. There's bones in rattlesnakes?
Yeah. It's just a bone. That's all it is. It's a bone with nothing but muscle around.
So it's just one bone?
Well, no, it's like a long rib cage. That's the only way I can describe it. It's a long backbone.
With a bunch of bones.
It's a long backbone with vertebrae, and the vertebrae move around. You got the vertebrae connecting, and they just have
Can we get a close up on that? Get a close up
I'm
on that.
dead serious.
Look at the camera. Look at the camera.
It's a long backbone. It's a backbone that goes down, and you got to like this.
Yeah. Keep your hands off. Keep your hands off to the side, bro.
And then they have the little, kind of rip like thing sticking out to the side.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is. Bone and muscle.
Hey,
No, a lot of sports guys also slide the biology guys. You guys did not know.
slide a country boy. Hey, you ain't been to grandmama's house and had a rattlesnake in the barn. You got to do something with it.
Wow.
You got to do something. And as my grandmama say, that's good eating.
Yeah,
Well, listen,
That's good eating.
I'm from the country. I ain't never did that one before.
Yeah, my family's from Alabama. If that counts, you fall in Birmingham. Does that count?
Birmingham's still a city.
Birmingham's still a city.
It is.
What
city.
about
it's a beautiful city too. I spent a good portion of time in Birmingham.
What
Shout out to
about
Birmingham.
what if I saw my uncle's son ring a chicken's neck out back and then we ate later on?
We did that last week. That's what happened for Thanksgiving.
That was Wednesday night dinner. That was pretty normal, honestly.
That's why I learned a long time ago. You don't make friends with the pets. You don't make pets out of the animals in the yard.
That's a rule of thumb. Wow.
That's dinner.
Wow.
Anyways,
wow.
man, Howard back on their first drive of the second quarter. We got a little play action here, and a sack,
Well, that'll go in the books as a sack fumble.
Yeah, a sack fumble.
Not that we're describing any action live while it's going on.
Lorenzo just said y'all need a drink. Huh?
Simone then said y'all do need a drink. Simone seconded that. Man, listen. First of all, while we got a big guy here down.
Yeah, Robinson's down on the ground right now.
Yeah, for FAMU.
I don't know if they want to see Sly on the air with some spirits in
No,
them.
no, we don't.
They say I'm loose. They say I'm loose with my tongue now.
Yeah, I was about to say, slide on the air with some spirits may not be the best idea, but nonetheless, we are here. Watch along party, you guys. Hopefully, you guys are at home enjoying the live.
Tell somebody.
Tell somebody. Call your grandmama, your uncle, your auntie, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your mother.
Yes.
Call them all. Let them know. Send them the link. Share the link, guys. We got some good views going on. We appreciate everybody at home watching. This was a chance to do something really great. Also, while we're at break, shout out to our all-star team down at the stadium, at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We got Simone with the sports. We got Von Wilson.
What?
We got Tally Carr.
Wait a
got
minute.
founder Stephen J. Gaither.
Wait a minute.
We got plenty of people down at the stadium, at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium for all
the big money people down the
Wait a
stadium.
minute. Wait a minute.
Big money
Hold on.
people.
Wait a
Big money.
minute. Hold on a second. The light just came on. I'm just realizing all the big people. You just said it. Who said all the big people
All
are
the
down
big money people at the stadium.
They're at the game.
Yeah.
And we're in here holding it down in the studio.
Well,
This is like Cinderella when Cinderella got the chance to go to the ball, and we're like the ugly sisters, ugly brothers back at the house. We got to, what's going on here?
You gotta stay, sweep the floor, clean up the house.
Yeah.
and it while you mentioning it,
Yeah.
all of the big money people, I'm gonna let y'all in on a secret. All of the big money people,
Yeah.
they're coming back to the studio after the game. So if you're here
they
now,
are. Oh.
if you're here now,
Oh.
stay after the game too, because I'm gonna take a little break.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get some snacks. I'm gonna go get some drinks, some food, whatever. And then all of the big money people, they gonna come. They gonna take my spot. They gonna take Dwayne's spot. They gonna take Sly's spot.
So
And they're gonna have a post-game show. They gonna have the big game, and then come and take our spots. Ain't that something?
wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. We're here doing the watch party. They're at the game.
Yep.
And then when the game's over,
Yep.
they're just going to mosey down here 5 minutes from the stadium, come into the studio, and stage left us out?
I'm gonna take their snacks.
You going to take the snacks?
I'm gonna take the snacks. I'm taking some of this popcorn, some of this Chex Mix. Sully, I'm taking your snacks.
Somebody
Sully.
paying for
Tony,
this.
I'm taking everything home because you are the big money people. I'm not the big money people, so I'm taking all the snacks. How about that? All the snacks.
No.
I'm taking all of the Gatorade out the fridge.
Mr. Gaither, I'm getting your Gatorade.
Listen, but in all sincerity, it feels beautiful to be able to say that there are big money players in this, because what HBCU Game Day is doing, along with a plethora of other, I'll call it black media, if you will, online media, what you're doing is tremendous right now. And there's been a lot of talk, and I heard Vaughn Wilson echo some of the thoughts that I've communicated before. You have a game like the Celebration Bowl. Like, I know I love black college sports. I love black college football. Sly, I know you love black college football. We both do play-by-play. We've worked gigs, and we've done the ESPN Plus things. We've been on other platforms to cover black college sports. And to me, there's nothing like it.
Nothing.
Like, I don't feel like, oh, I've got to be on the other side to cover, to be legitimized. No. What you fail to understand is this is what's popping. HBCUs is what's happening. And regardless if the outside wanted to be involved or not, it makes no difference to me because it's all about the product.
Yes.
And I absolutely love the product. And I'm all for it. And I love it.
And this is the one thing, I want to give my props, kudos, and whatever synonym that you can come up with, blame it on the, while most of y'all was in college studying, I was in college playing spades and football, so I don't, the vocabulary isn't as strong as my partner over here, Dwayne.
No.
But I want to give props to everyone here at HBCU Gameday. You talk about going somewhere else to be legitimized, but right here, you have a world-class studio. You have world-class reporters, world-class people who cover the game. Stephen Gaither, what he has done, just covering the game. Telly, Simone, the way they break things down and have that constant content that you have over here. You have world-class people. And I met Simone this year. This is my first year meeting Simone and working with her as she was a sideline reporter for one of my games. And she's just one of the ones where that her ceiling, she doesn't have a ceiling. The way her knowledge she has of the game, the way she breaks stuff down, very personable, very knowledgeable. I think, you have all these positives. The only thing negative, she's a Philly fan. If she wasn't a Philly fan, she'll be a great person. But she likes the Eagles, so we're gonna knock off a couple of points because she likes the Eagles. Can't blame her for bad choices. But other than that, man, I love what's going over here at HBCU Gameday. While you're here watching the game, go and check some of the archives. Go and check some of the things that have been done in the past, some of the features that they've done, some of the video Kobe's shot. Kobe's the man on the scene, man. I was at a basketball game. I'm calling play-by-play at a basketball game. Kobe's right there filming stuff, So what HBCU Gameday brings to the table and brings to you, to the people, can't be matched, man.
Man, not to get, it ain't sentimental. I'll just tell you what it is. You know how I met Kobe, Sly?
Oh. Is he asking you for money?
No. Kobe.
I should have. We're paying that Morehouse tuition right now. I should have. I met him at Morehouse.
He met me at Morehouse, and what he doesn't realize is that one of the gifts that he bestowed me upon was this right here. I was invited by Charles Ward, who does. He's a play-by-play broadcaster. He's a legend broadcaster.
Really one of those guys.
He actually did the inaugural Florida Beach Bowl Classic that took place down in Fort Lauderdale. And he actually teaches a play-by-play class over at Morehouse. So if you want to know how to get in the business and you want to attend a school, if you're over at Morehouse, you're a Morehouse man, and you want to be a play-by-play announcer, enroll with Charles Ward's play-by-play class. I would definitely recommend that. But in that particular class is where I met this young man right here. And so Kobe actually introduced me to come speak at his class. And for me, it was an honor to do. It was an honor to come to speak because you try to find those talented people who you can bring forth and move along the process because you can tell that they have, what it takes. And let me go on to say this as it relates to covering HBCU sports, which I've done close to, certainly over 30 years. But what it teaches you, Sly and Kobe, you're going to have things and events that happen that aren't going to always go well. You're going to have to shoot. You're going to have to write. You're going to have to produce. You're going to have to edit. You're going to have to broadcast. You're going to have to do a plethora of things. But what you fail to realize, or that you may fail to realize, is that you're sharpening the toolkit. You're sharpening the toolkit. So when you get that opportunity and you perform well. Why? Because you've gone through the rigors of not having.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? And then when you look at it on a grander scale, I look at like one of these alums, like for example, right now, Vice President Kamala Harris.
I was going to
who
say,
is a Howard.
Can we break for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
I want to hear what Kamala has to say. I'm sure the folks at home want to hear what Kamala has to say.
Let's listen.
Let's everybody just turn up your TVs and listen to what the vice president has to say.
All right. Wow. Wow. So, wait a minute. I got chills right now.
Wait, hold on. We behind. Something in the comments has let me know that something has happened. Please watch. Let's see. Let's see
check
here.
it out.
Let's see here.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Safety.
Where you at? Hey.
Come on.
Kobe,
my-
Kobe,
my
Kobe,
shit.
wait, no, wait.
You this?
Yeah, go ahead. Kobe, you first. Safety.
Right here. Hey, look. I'm saying.
Wow.
Oh man.
Oh, not that guy.
Yo, buckle up. It's gonna be a long ride.
Wow.
I got my neck pillow. It's gonna be.
So Jeremy Musa was sacked in the end zone, and that will equate to a safety. So 16-7 now. The Bison ahead of the Florida A&M Rattlers, and they are swarming to the. I started to say football. Broken Burr gets credit for that quarterback sack in the end zone for a safety. So again, the momentum just continues. Jeremy Musa is obviously and visibly frustrated right now.
But here's my thing though, and I hadn't said it. I gotta say it every 10 minutes. I have to say it every 10 minutes. It's just
I am somebody.
No, well, that I am. But the physical presence of Howard, the physical toughness of the MEAC is something that FAMU has not seen this year. They hadn't seen guys, as tough as Howard. And hey, we like the swag. It's nice. Yeah, it's cool. Dion made it fashionable. But the MEAC's a tougher conference. They as in just being more physical, they are a more physical conference than the SWAC.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
So getting back to what we were talking about as it relates to Vice President Kamala Harris, and before we broke to her speaking with Jay Walker, as well
Another
as,
guy. Another one of those guys.
Yeah, Howard Bison, graduate, played professional football. I want to say, I think they won last time they won the championship was back in 1993 when he was the quarterback. But he's obviously the broadcaster. First time you've had, that I can recall, of both the play-by-play and color coming from against their alma maters. You follow what I'm saying? So that's something that's important to mention. But what I was saying about, iron sharpening
Charlie
iron
Baker's
as far as getting Charlie Baker, the NCAA president, is in the house.
Listen, this is becoming
Wow.
very big. This is very big. I mean, we got the NCAA president in the house at the HBCU National Championship, the Cricket Celebration Bowl. I mean, I know you were doing your thing about iron sharpening iron.
Yeah.
But what better way to show that iron sharpens iron? Last
year was Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell
But
was in the building last
didn't he
year.
have a nephew or something that played?
He did. I think he did. He did.
What, Roger Goodell?
Yeah. He had a nephew that played.
Yeah, it was his nephew.
But nonetheless, I mean,
He was still in the building.
He was still in the building, right? And Roger Goodell was there last year. And this year we got the NCAA president at the Celebration Bowl all the way down in little old Atlanta, right? Little old Atlanta.
No, it ain't little. It ain't little.
we got Edgerrin James, Antoine Bethea, Cam Newton, all on the HU sideline. Antoine Bethea, another one of those guys
He's that guy.
right? Another one of those guys
He's that guy.
from where I'm from, from Virginia. I mean, this is great. This is just great. This is great for everybody involved.
Do you realize that Bethea was just voted into the 2024 Black College Hall of Fame class? So he'll be inducted coming up next year. So congratulations going out to him.
Congrats.
The guy's a Super Bowl champion. He was the two-time NFL Man of the Year. What?
Yeah.
You know,
This is great.
I mean, what? And now he has made the transition as a color broadcaster. So I see him doing some stuff for, I believe it's HBCU Go. So shouts out to him. But I'm going to wrap this point up when I was talking about Vice President Kamala Harris. When's the last time you've seen Vice President Kamala Harris being interviewed on a sports platform? Right? Now, true, she is a Howard Bison graduate, but again, iron sharpens iron. And when you look at television today and you see some of the influence that people from Howard and graduates from Florida A&M that have made, when I watch ABC News and I see Kim Godwin, who's the president of ABC News, and I see the minority talent that she has recruited to come in for that network, these individuals are very, very talented, high end, high scope, and it's just incredible to see, being a journalist myself, to witness. It just really just warms my heart to see. So you can actually see the contributions that African Americans make, especially from HBCUs. Yeah.
All right. Shout out to 49ers and Rockets Ryder. He says Texas Southern University is my HBCU team. We talked a little bit about Texas
I think
Southern.
he just missed us, right? If
Yeah.
he wasn't here earlier, he just missed
talked
us.
about it.
We talked about him. We talked about them in the new coaching hire. I think we got some more coaching hires. Let's go South Carolina State and Chinnisberry.
Yeah.
Let's go South Carolina State and Chinnisberry.
We froze on our screen, so let's go back while we're talking about state. Let's go back to the beginning, and so we can kind of catch up. Let's get it over. But Chinnisberry coming to South Carolina State, huge pickup. South Carolina State, the past 40 years, I think they've had 3 coaches. Or actually, they've only had 4 coaches in the history of the program. They've only had 4 football coaches in 90-something years of football. So getting a pickup like Chinnisberry is a huge pickup for South Carolina State. Coming up from Benedict, going undefeated in the SIAC for 2 years in a row. Going to South Carolina. And here's the thing about Berry. I don't know if anybody's ever sat in the room and listened to Chinnisberry talk.
Tell me the story, Sly. Tell me the story, man.
After you actually
Hold on a
you
second.
have a lot of stuff with Chinnisberry. You cover him very much.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I've covered Benedict. His entire time there. I've covered Benedict, called their games, and listening to him talk. He did a poem at SIAC Media Day, and I was ready to get up and play. When I got out my seat, I was going to try to find out if I had any eligibility left to come and play for the man. That's who he is. That's the motivator, the master motivator he is, to take that team, if you know anything about Benedict College football, Benedict College football they restarted the program, I guess, in 95 or 94 or something like that. And they've been, I think 6-5 may have been the best season that they've ever had. 6-5 may have been the best season that Benedict's ever had in that time period. And then he came his first year 5-5, second year undefeated, third year undefeated. So what he brought to that program, what he brought to that school, imagine you go up one more level and now you have more money to play with. Now you have a little bit better talent that you can go out and recruit. Hey, watch out. Watch out. Maybe not next year, but the year after, they may be here in Atlanta playing in this game.
Wow.
You heard it here first.
Sly, that's the story you're going to tell? You're not going to tell him our story, man?
Which one?
Wow. This
We've
cat right
covered-
here, man.
We've
This
covered
cat
him
right
a lot,
here.
man.
All right, I'll
We
tell
got
the
a lot
story.
to tell. We got
I'll
a
tell
lot
the
of them.
story. It was late in the year, probably end of October, right?
Mm-hmm.
Me and Sly and I, got an opportunity to do a game for the four-letter network plus, and the combatants were Benedict College, and was it Savannah State?
It was Savannah State.
You don't remember us going to the bus to talk to Coach? You don't remember us talking to defensive
we
coordinator
talked to him.
O'Daffer, right?
Yeah, what did we
and we
talk about?
asked him about his next move. We were like, "Hey, off the record, Coach, you getting up out of here?" And remember, he basically, I'm paraphrasing, he said, "I'm not a fool."
He said, yeah, he did, yeah.
Come on, didn't he say? I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. That's basically what he said.
He did not commit to it, but he said, "Hey, I'm not a fool." He said, "We'll think about it after the season."
So the next question is, does he bring his defensive coordinator with him, O'Daffer,
O'Daffer,
who he brought in?
From what I heard, O'Daffer is coming with him.
Oh wow!
He's not, and see, this is the thing that I'm kind of confused about when it comes to, does O'Daffer, throw his hat in the, because he applied for the job of head coach when Barry was interviewing. He applied for the job. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was one of the applicants. I don't know how far it went, but he did put his hat in the ring. But Barry brought him in as a defensive coordinator. So my thing is, does he become the defensive coordinator at South Carolina State, or does he put his hat in the ring as the head coach at Benedict? And see, my people, I haven't heard much about who they're looking at Benedict right now, but I think O'Daffer is going with Chinnis. I think he's going with Chinnis, and he's staying. He's going to be the defensive coordinator at South Carolina State. Now, here's the $1 million question: who does Benedict bring in?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, it's the $1 million question, does he bring Lubert Denellis with him?
Well, no, Denellis doesn't have any more eligibility.
So he doesn't fall into that 2020, because some kids get extra eligibility.
But I think he used that because he was at Southeast. He was at Southeastern. Lubert Denellis was at Southeastern. And when he came up,
Daffer brought him with him.
Yeah, Daffer brought him with him. And so I think those 3 years at Benedict, plus he played a year or two at Southeastern.
Okay.
So I think his eligibility is gone. Now, Broughton, the defensive end, Jalen Broughton, the All-American defensive end.
He's from your part of town,
I think so. He might be my cousin.
What's it called? Mox what?
Well, he's from Moncks Corner. He's from Moncks Corner down there in South Carolina on the coast. Now, he has family who's where my family's from, and his last name is Broughton. And that's my family name, Broughton.
Okay.
So I don't know. Hey, as long as he's an All-American, he's my cousin. As long as he's All-American, he's my cousin. But he has 1 year eligibility left, and he put his name in the transfer portal. The freshman defensive tackle Bart Barker, he put his name in the transfer portal. Caden High, the dynamic freshman receiver, put his name in the transfer. Benedict has a lot of kids in the transfer. They put a lot of kids went to that transfer portal.
What about Caden High? Will wide receiver, freshman sensation Caden High, will he go to South Carolina State and follow? How about the young man from Kell, the Joshua Barker? Ooh, will he go to South Carolina State?
See, you know, and I don't know. I try not to talk to the kids while they're making that decision because I don't want to influence any kid any other way. So I try to be as straight down the middle and as announcery and, you know, a media guy as I can when I try to stay out of that. But do I believe Caden High can play? Do I believe he can play at South Carolina State?
Oh, yeah.
I believe Caden High can play at South Carolina State.
Played at Grayson High School, obviously.
I think he can play at South Carolina State.
No question.
Jaden Broughton, the defensive end, I truly believe he can go to South Carolina State and step on the field and start. I think he can step on the field and start at defensive end. Now, the question is Barker. Barker.
A little undersized,
he's a little undersized.
But he handles his business in them trenches.
He handles his business in the trenches. He's one of the strongest kids I've seen. He's one of the strongest. But him being a freshman, when you play in the trenches and you're undersized like he is, your technique has to be perfect. You have to have perfect technique. You have to have great leverage by staying low. I didn't see that perfect technique from him last year because he was a freshman and he relied so much on his strength.
Right.
He relied so much on his strength. But when you move up a level, everybody's strong.
Right.
You know, they have that weight program.
Well,
you know.
Well, I will say this, and I know, Sly, you talked about not giving young men advice, but there isn't anything wrong with giving information. So there has been a recent NCAA rule change, if I'm not mistaken, as it relates to the transfer portal and who can transfer and who cannot. I believe there's a 2-week grace period that's going on right now where you can literally transfer to any school that you want to play at and not, I repeat, not have to sit out a year, no matter what the circumstance is. So a lot of young men, you're going to see a lot of activity going on in the transfer portal in the next 10 to 12 days because of that short window. Now, it's supposed, I don't know if they said 2 weeks for sure, but it may go on indefinitely. But, you know, there's so many other topics that you can talk about as it relates to the transfer portal. You can talk about NIL and what NIL has done to the landscape of college football. Me personally, I hear a lot of people saying, oh, it's out of control, it's out of control. Well, listen, wasn't it out of control when the coaches were able to make their shoe deal money and make their coaches show money and make the salaries that they make? It was out of control then, wasn't it? Not for the coaches. So I'm all in favor of a society where players can make as much money as the market bears. And
I'm overcharging for what they did to the Cold Crush. You know what I'm saying? Hey, get your money, young man.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, yes, it's about the education. Education is strictly important. But we all have our head underneath the sand if we're not going to admit that there's a business benefactor to the whole landscape of college football. It just is what it is. And a lot of people profit from this game that don't look like maybe a majority of the players in the game at the highest levels. So for me, I like the fact that you can go out and command what the market will bear. And I'll have you know, you can get NIL at each level. You can get as a Division I athlete, as a Division II athlete, or as a Division III athlete. And I know because I have a daughter that plays collegiately, that plays college basketball, who has had NIL deals. So I know that it can be done. And Sly, and I know you say you don't give advice to student athletes during the decision-making process.
I don't give unsolicited advice.
Unsolicited
advice. If they ask me, I'll tell them what I think.
Right. You told my daughter you give her bad advice.
I give her bad advice is free.
Bad advice is free.
Bad advice is free.
No, but here's my point that I want to try to communicate to young student athletes. You want to go to a program where it's a good academic fit, number one. I'll say that again, number one. Because everyone's not going to make it to the pros, unfortunately. Everyone can't make it. However, what you can do, you can ensure your future or help improve your future by going to an institution that, number one, has the major that you want to major in. And you have to ask your question. If I get hurt, if I can't play football anymore, if something tragic happens, but I still was able to remain in school, would I go to the school that's recruiting me? If the answer is yes, then to me, there's the answer in itself. You want to strongly consider that institution. And also, I know everybody wants to play. You come out of high school, you're the hottest thing going, but you have to realize you play a sport. Sly, you and I played a sport that less than 5% of people that play the sport get an opportunity to play. You play college football, I played college football. Everyone doesn't get to play college football.
Nope.
Everyone that plays football does not get an opportunity to play college football.
Nope.
So what you have to do is try to maximize that opportunity that you have. And it's really that simple. So I encourage student athletes, make your decision based on academics and who's, willing to pay. And when I say pay, I mean academic scholarships. Who's willing to pay for what you have up here to improve their product, because you make the university look good by posting good grades. That's why when you have these two teams that are combating today, the Florida A&M and the Howard University, these are two elite programs on the academic side. So if you're able to balance academics, athletics at Florida A&M and at Howard, a job recruiter already knows that you can handle whatever they got coming at you because you're battle tested, both academically, athletically. It's that, and it's really that simple.
And I tell kids all the time, I say that ball's gonna stop bouncing one day. It's gonna stop. You can't play football forever, and you can't play basketball forever. Even if you are that 0.5% that can actually make it to the professional level. Even if you make it to that level, eventually you're not. Everybody's not gonna get that. What's the baseball guy? Soyaki or whatever his name.
Ohani.
Ohani. Everybody's not gonna get that $700 million contract.
$350 after taxes.
Wait. I'm going.
348 after taxes.
Okay.
See, I'm on to you, boy.
Hey,
I'm on to you.
But here's the thing. He's
I like to count people money, especially when it ain't mine.
He said I like to count people money.
I like to count people money.
Oh, look at this.
Yes,
Wow.
but it got called back.
Flag
It got
got
called
called
back. So so listen, y'all. We've been missing some things in the chat. Howard
sorry.
got the ball back off of a Musa interception.
Did it happen already?
Yep, it already happened. We would, we
I was
had
running
some
my mouth.
buffering problems.
My apologies. Trying to give some education to the kids out here.
Hey, listen, you got to give $1 million worth of game.
But listen,
Hey, but the Ohani guy though.
Yeah.
He's deferring.
All of it to the end
I
of his
don't like
contract.
that.
But not
I
all
don't-
of
I
it.
don't
He's
like
deferring $68 million a year. He says I can live off of $2 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to begin. That's going to be deferred to the year 2034. It'll span from 2034 to 2043. And that, I got to be honest with you, to me, he's taking one for the team. And I don't think he said, you know what, I want to defer all my money until on the back end. I don't see him saying that. I think that's a decision that his handlers
We gotta
made. Okay, you go ahead.
We got a Quentin Williams. We got a Quentin Williams interception.
Oh, wow. Turnovers now.
Yeah, we got lots of turnovers, back-to-back turnovers on back-to-back drives. Florida A&M,
Well,
the momentum thing is shifting.
Listen.
It can shift again.
Howard needs to tighten up.
Yeah.
Howard needs to tighten up because you've got a 16-7 advantage. You're late in the second quarter, and ball security is vital. Every snap, every possession is vital, and you can't turn the football over. It's that simple. You can't turn it over. If you got to eat it, eat it. If you got to throw it away, but just don't give it away. All right. So we talked about. Go ahead, Saul. You gonna say something?
Well, we're jumping around trying to figure out exactly what the time period is on the phone. Like on our side, I'm not quite sure what you got, but on our side, we got 2 minutes and 8 seconds to go in the half. Howard's up 16-7, and it'll look like it'll be FAMU ball on offense. So I'm not quite sure where we are in real time
I think everybody's they might be a play ahead. They might be a play ahead.
Okay.
Might be a play ahead, but this is all. I think everybody has 2 minutes.
But you saw the band coming off the field, band coming out the stands, getting warmed up, the March at 100.
Okay.
Getting ready to hit the field.
Now that's another thing. The whole band play. Now we had the Battle of the Bands go down. We had a couple of Division I bands, a couple of Division II bands. It was Jackson State, North Carolina A&T, Virginia State, and Florida Memorial. Sly, I know you've had an opportunity to cover. You've had a chance to cover Florida Memorial.
You know, let me tell you something about Florida Memorial. I like what they've done as a school when it comes to the football program. And shout out to Dr. Rosalind Clark Artis, the president at Benedict. She was the president at Florida Memorial maybe, I think, 6 or 7 years ago. I think she's been at Benedict 7 years now. But anyway, what they did at Florida Memorial when they restarted that program, they brought in a local high school coach. They brought in a local high school coaching legend down there, and he coached that first year. And they tried to play at a high school stadium, and it didn't look good. The optics didn't look good. They didn't have enough fans. It just looked kind of bad. So what they decided to do, they kind of downgraded the stadium, and they played at a city recreational park. And it was a smaller stadium. The stadium only held about 1,000 people in the stadium. But here's the thing. It looks packed every week because it's 1,000 people. They pack it out, and they have a good program. I think Moreno's the coach. Toronto or Toronto.
Morgan
Toronto. Morgan Toriano.
Morgan. Yes.
He's the head coach down there. And what he's done, he's got some guys in there, and now they're a reputable program in the NAIA. They are the southernmost HBCU in the nation. They're the only HBCU in South Florida. And so, but what he's done, man, he has made he's made their program into contenders, and their band. You've only had football for 3 years, so now the band's only been playing for 3 years, and now they made it to the band national championship. The Roar, that's what they call the band, the Roar.
Right.
And they're a strong band. I got to see. I called a couple of their games. Got to see their band there. They're a strong band.
Yeah.
We don't know who won last night.
Too bad. They were going up against
some
some more guys from Virginia State, the Trojan Explosion.
Trojan
That's
Explosion,
the name of their band at Virginia State, Trojan Explosion. Too bad.
Sonic Boom, can't forget them though.
Yeah, Sonic Boom,
can't forget the Boom now. And so, the Boom Room.
But let's explain to our viewers, right? Because somebody asked earlier who actually won the competition last night. They have not, to my knowledge.
No.
To my knowledge, they have not announced the winner yet.
No, you got to build it up. That's called marketing.
Yeah,
that's called marketing.
Now, what I don't like,
easy Sly.
Last night during the fifth quarter, last night they told the bands to be quiet or they would deduct 50 points.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go Kobe on you. That'll be 30 points.
30 points. I'm sorry.
Wow,
30
That'll
points.
be 30 points.
You gotta count that money.
Come on, man.
Count
Pay attention now. Pay attention now.
The
30
numbers
points.
mean everything, man. The numbers mean everything.
The fifth quarters,
That's where all of the fun is at.
Exactly.
Right? That's where all of the fun is at.
And then, of course, after that, you go out and do what Sly says he's going to do. You go out and eat. Hey, listen, while I have this opportunity, I want to send a special shout out to Coach Simmons and the Florida A&M coaching staff, all right? My niece has a restaurant called the Buttermilk Biscuit on Virginia Avenue. If you have an opportunity, go check it out. But it's my understanding that the Florida A&M coaching staff went down to support that black business. So I want to thank the Florida A&M Rattlers coaching staff for going down and supporting Buttermilk Biscuit on Virginia Avenue. Now I kind of feel a little bit bad because I picked
Big Down.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. I rode by that place. You're talking about in Hateville, right?
Yes,
Hateville?
yeah. The food is excellent.
I rode by that place 30 million times, man.
Wow.
30, well, no, maybe not 30 million, 29 million.
You need to hop. You need to go through there.
The numbers matter.
Buttermilk
numbers matter.
biscuit.
Numbers matter.
The numbers matter.
matter.
It might have been only 29 million.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, you still roll by it a few too many times. You should go and try it.
Shouts
You should
out.
go and try it. Support the family, man.
Yeah.
Support the
And
family.
Shouts out to Leanna
know-
Bennett. We see you doing it big, girl.
And you know what? In so many times in life, Kobe, you'll see this. When you go somewhere in the greater Southeast area, you just say you know Dwayne. Say you know Dwayne, and you'll see stuff will happen for you. See, if I would have known that, I would have walked in the restaurant and used my Dwayne card. You know?
How do you think I ended up here?
There you go.
I said I knew Dwayne, and next thing you know, I'm sitting here having a watch-along party with
Wow.
the people at home.
Wow.
And Dwayne himself right here, man. Shout out to Dwayne, man. So glad I got to introduce you that day. Thank
Hey,
you
man.
to the guy.
Use your Dwayne Walker card. It'll
Hey,
get
man,
you
upstairs,
it'll get you
brother.
a lot of places.
Man,
more
upstairs,
places
brother.
than American Express.
Hey,
Hey,
hey.
I'm a man of God. Thank you, Lord. He gets all the credit. All the credit. So let's get back to the game, man. Are we at halftime yet? Because I got to go again.
No.
Nah, we got 29
We're
seconds.
slow. We
29
slow.
seconds?
We got 29 seconds. We got 29 seconds.
They just spiked the ball. They just spiked the ball.
So
And we right on track with everybody at home too.
We are?
Yes, I think so.
okay, we got to get our viewers up. We need everybody to call somebody. If they're at the game, you know somebody in Tallahassee that's watching the game, or if somebody's in the nation's capital that's watching the game, or in the DMV as they call it.
Ooh.
And we need you to tell them about we're doing our watch party, to have them join on in, because we want to entertain your questions. This is an interactive program. I know, Sly, this is part of your branding, what you do, man.
I love talking to the people.
Yeah, you
love
do
talking
it
to the
live too,
people.
don't you?
During the game, when I'm calling a game, I make sure in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Any game I'm calling, I make sure in the third quarter I put out my Twitter.
Yes.
My Twitter address.
What is your Twitter, man?
Sly the Sports Guy. You can hit me at Sly the Sports Guy.
Sly the Sports Guy.
Let me know, and I answer during the middle of every game. Oh, it hit him in the worst place possible.
In the hands.
It hit him in his hands. It hit him in his hands.
Hey, listen. So we got a request. Dwayne, they want you to drop the name and address of the restaurant in the comments. Could you do
Okay,
that?
I will do that. I'll have. Yes, I will do that. I will do that.
Here, I'm on with it.
Buttermilk biscuit.
Shout out to the guy Lorenzo Johnson,
Yeah,
man.
appreciate it.
He's been real. He's been
He wants
real.
me to shout it out.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be honest. I kind of rely on technology. So while this is going on, I'm just going to put in buttermilk biscuit in here right quick. Buttermilk biscuit. And it says here, it's Kalapok. Okay.
Kalapok, you gotta say Kalapok.
I said Kalapok.
Ain't call it
And it
Kalapok.
gave an address. Hold on, let's see.
Hold on, guys. We got a 41-yard attempt
Uh-oh.
for the fifth down, going in the half. Okay,
And he made it.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Down with 10 seconds to go before half. Howard is down less than a touchdown or a touchdown.
Now, what was it? Buttermilk biscuit?
Buttermilk biscuit. Yeah. I put it on here, and now they just got to give me the address. I got to go to the end and see what it is. Let's see. Hold on. Buttermilk biscuit address 1634. Could you type it in?
I'm
Can you
typing
put
it in
chat?
for you. I got you.
1634 Virginia Avenue.
1634.
Virginia Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, 30337.
Atlanta, GA.
Atlanta, GA. Buttermilk biscuit. And
30337.
yes, Leanna Bennett. She's
Hey,
the
man,
proprietor.
giving a lot of free advertising right here.
Well, listen. Hold on a second. We believe. I'm going to tell you something. What has gotten me this far? It's about celebrating and promoting everyone. You follow what I'm saying? I don't care. Like for example, I'm a play-by-play announcer. I'm trying to hook up every play-by-play announcer that I come into contact with because you get it all back. We need to have more stories told about our culture, about HBCUs from African American play-by-play announcers. So, and that's no slight to anyone. I'm just saying that it's all about helping one another. It's not about me. It's about us. It's about helping everyone. And and color doesn't even come into it where that's concerned. You know what I'm saying? We have other brothers that we connect with. People like Todd Corder, who we know, our play-by-play color announcer, who who have a concern about HBCUs, and you can tell by the way they work, coming to the press conferences. You follow what I'm saying? Covering the events, having podcasts where they talk about HBCU sports.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Not just coming through, doing the games, and skip
leaving.
to the Lewin. So yeah, it's about helping everybody else.
So
you
listen,
know,
man.
I guess he's a disciple of W.E.B. Du Bois, the talented 10th. You use that talented 10th to bring everyone up.
Well,
Hey,
yeah.
to bring everyone up.
Well, listen, man.
And
Listen, man. Jay-Z has a song. It was turned on to me by my cousin Dyke. It's a song that he dedicates to Nipsey Hussle, and I'll look it up, where he talks about us being crabs in a barrel. But what you got to realize, you got to stand on each other's shoulders to get to the top. You follow what I'm saying? But I gotta figure out what that name of that rap was, so you check it out. But it was in honor to Nipsey Hussle, some things that Jay-Z and Nipsey Hussle had going on before his untimely passing.
Now listen, it's halftime. That means the bands are gonna play. I'm sure they're going to show you guys the bands playing. We are having a watch along, but we will not talk over the bands playing.
Right.
We will not do that. We are going to take a break during halftime, as well as you guys. Y'all are gonna watch the halftime performance.
Let's set the timer,
We're gonna
though.
watch the halftime performance, and we will be back
30 minutes
to watch along with you all after halftime. Thank you for being here. Tell your mother, son, brother, cousin, daughter, uncle, auntie, all of them. Send the link, share the link. Please bring everybody, bring your whole family, and we'll be back after halftime. Thank you all. Man, welcome back to the HBCU Gameday Watch Along Party, man. Thank you all for being here. If you here, like we said earlier, share it. Call your grandmama, your auntie, your uncle, your cousin, your brother, your mother, your sister, your everybody. Share it, because we're back for the second half. And we got a lot more things to cover, man. We got a great game going here. We got Howard 16-10. I'm also on a panel with some really great people. I got Dwayne Walker. I got Slider Sports Guy. And we have all unanimously chosen Howard to win this game. Now, in the comment section, we saw some people take Howard. We saw some people take FAMU. But like Malcolm KMS said, Howard needs to find their offense again. They need to regain that offense because momentum is on FAMU's side right now. They came out hot. They finished hot, I should say.
Fine offense, that's nice, but defense travels there. You need that big sack
What do they always say? Defense wins championships, man. So let's get back to it. I got everybody here back with me. Let's do it.
This kid right here, 14, man, he's been a monster all game long.
Talking about White.
White calls him that white guy.
That white guy.
Causing pressure in the backfield. Look at him getting rid of the block, coming up underneath. It was that intentional grounding. Where's the flag, ref?
Should be.
Oh, that's intentional grounding.
White taking care of business. Hey, just real quick, man, a couple first half stats. Not gaudy by any stretch of the imagination. Howard ran the football 16 times for 57 yards. Their quarterback, Quentin Williams, was 8 of 15 with that one pick, right? 31 plays for Howard compared to 33 by FAM. Time of possession, about even. Actually, FAM has had the ball for a minute more than FAM has in that first half of action. But the point really matters where it's on the scoreboard, where Howard was able to capitalize on 2 touchdowns and one of these. Safety. So, So those of you that picked Florida A&M thought it was going to be a cakewalk. It hasn't been that way so far by any stretch of the imagination.
Look at that huge stop right there on 3rd and 10. They're going to force a punt right here, man. Hey, man, defense
wins championships.
Defense wins championships, man. You can have a great, explosive offense. You can have all of that. But if somebody comes up here and smacks you in the mouth on the defensive side, man, that changes a lot.
And let's just go back to it, right? Like, FAMU, I think they average something over like 33 points a game on offense, right? And they only give up 30
points a game, 29.7.
Correct me, hey, the numbers matter, right?
29.7, yes.
They score 29.7 points a game, just about 30 points per game, right? And they only allow 14 points per game. Right now, Howard scored 14 in the first 5 or so minutes of the game. So, you know, I think it's very interesting. We got a very interesting thing here going. We got a very interesting second half. I don't know that FAMU hits that 29-point mark, and if they don't hit that 29-point mark, I don't know that they come away with the victory here.
Well, as we have seen in celebration bowls of the past, just because one team is heavily favored don't mean it's going to turn out that way. We'll take the last 2 years, and notice there's a certain name that no one said on the panel so far, yet we have this terrific event that's going on right now. No, but here's my point. The score now, 16-10, heavy favorite Florida A&M coming in. However, if we look at this Celebration Bowl's past and what has happened in the past, especially the last 2 years, we saw what South Carolina State did under Coach Buddy, where they literally ran Jackson State out of the building, and it finished with a double-digit victory 2 years ago. And then you fast forward to the year after, where North Carolina Central came in last year and defeated Jackson State a second time on 2 straight years, where Jackson State ran the table during the regular season. You get to the postseason, you get to the Celebration Bowl, and they take an L. So again, can't take anything for granted when you're playing up against the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, who has a proven track record in this particular game of coming up victorious despite being underdog.
And we have an injury here from a Rattler.
Don't ever want to see that.
Don't ever want to see that.
Hey, but let me ask you that. Speaking of injuries, do you guys feel as though the game is safer now? Like, do you feel as though a lot more guys get injured now than maybe in years past? Because at the pro level, I don't feel like it has improved.
It's not safer. I think it's more injuries today because it's less contact.
During the week.
Yeah, during the week is less contact. The camps, fall camps have almost, well, they have contact, but it's not as much contact. Kids now, we call games from high school all the way on up, and you see kids wanting to be cool. They don't wear the knee pads. No more knee pads. And that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen right there. They got the legs rolled up.
Exposed.
They got the pants rolled up, and your entire knees exposed. I think it's more injuries now. Kids don't stretch as much. I don't think is as much weightlifting as has been in the past. I think now people live for certain reasons. You live
position.
Yeah, you live for positions. Whereas when I played, you did a full workout. You did a full body workout. You lift, you bench press, you squat, you did military press, you did the butterflies. You did everything. You worked your entire body. Now kids are so everything, it all matters about the numbers now. So you have kids, I need to be able to squat 500 pounds for somebody to look at me. I need to be able to bench press 300 pounds. So all kids do is go in there and bench press, squat, and power clean. And that's all they do. Instead of doing some of the little things that you need, some of those other exercises, your lat pulls, strengthening up your muscles and all of your muscles instead of just the combine muscles, what I like to call your combine muscles.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more injuries now than they were. And kids, let's be honest, man. I hate to be that old crusty guy out there yelling, but kids just aren't tough anymore.
They're soft like tissue paper.
Soft like tissue paper.
I will say, we are no longer. In today's game, we are no longer breaking arms. We're tearing ligaments, right? Like we don't.
I'll buy that.
We don't break bones anymore because there's not as much contact like you guys were going, like you guys alluded to. But we're tearing ligaments. Our ACLs aren't as strong. Our meniscuses aren't as strong, right? Like the small things that are protected aren't as strong. But I think to go along with a lot of the things you said, I have seen in some cases where a lot of these guys' legs are much stronger, and we're our ACLs, we're tearing these ACLs and not even knowing we're tearing them anymore. That's what's getting really crazy, is that because of the, like you said, all of the squats that we're doing, right? We only lift for certain areas, and we're doing all of these squats, and people are tearing ACLs, and we don't even know we're tearing them, right? So I think there are I don't know that the game is safer. The game may be safer, but I think we're seeing much different injuries than we've seen in the past.
I think a lot of the stuff, man, with football today, I'm going to be quite honest, it's taking a lot of fun out of the game for aggressive players. Aggressive players can't, some of the rule changes, and you understand, it's like one rule, I understand why it's there, but I don't like it. It's the blindside block. You can't blindside block a guy anymore. It's a defenseless. They call it a defenseless player or something like that.
No, you need to have your head on a swivel.
Yeah, have your head on a swivel.
This is a violent sport. You need to have your head on a swivel.
Don't run down the field. You run down the field, somebody can hit you at any time.
I don't like that either.
I don't like it.
You got to wait till the guy to turn around. Hey, excuse you, when you tap on, hey, could you
please turn around so I can block you, please slow down so I can block you.
I think there's a way to go about that, and I think that there's an excessive roughness to that, because we did see
no such thing.
Well, I think there is a such thing, because we did see instances where there are players that are 50 yards behind the play that have nothing to do with the play, and they're getting their clocks clean, and they're out for 3 weeks.
Has the whistle blown?
On the flip side of that, I will say, on the flip side of that,
don't loaf.
If I'm you shouldn't loaf. And if I'm chasing the interception return, and I'm within play distance, and you come and clean my clock, I should have had my head on a swivel. But there's no reason that I should be 50 yards down the field getting my clock clean and I'm out for 3 weeks with a concussion. I just can't.
Listen, the fact of the matter is, you're playing a violent sport, and you are taught when you're in between the lines, all things go within the rules, and you play to and sometimes through the whistle. Now, if you're cheap shotting a guy after the whistle, that's different. But you got to have your head in the swivel. You've got to be mentally locked in. It's really that simple. You're between the lines. So now I can't block you because you're not facing me. But if you were facing me, I can block you. So now I have to make a split decision on whether or not you're going to turn around in time for me to block you. I just think, I just think the game has gotten a little too technical. Now you have to watch a football game. You have to watch a football game and have to consciously think about if a catch was really a catch. When we were coming up, man, you either caught the ball or you didn't. It wasn't all right, did he catch it? Did he get 2 feet down and was in a football position to make a football move to go up the field? No, it's either a catch or it's not a catch.
And I think
it's real simple.
A lot of times you got referees, they want to rely on instant replay instead of relying on making the right call. They don't want to make the call because they understand that we have instant replay. So, hey, it'll be corrected. So let me just make a call. And then if they want to replay it, they want to challenge it, they can challenge it. No, I mean, I don't think refs are better now or worse back then or whatever. It's just I think sometimes they get a little lazy. They want to rely on that technology. Hey, make the call. Have you some...
Make the call.
Yeah, have you some... I don't know. I don't want to get flagged on YouTube or anything for saying...
Please don't. Please don't. Because our numbers are going up right now.
Yeah, I don't want to say...
And listen, quick reset. You're watching the Celebration Bowl watch party here on HBCU Gameday. Kobe, you're doing a fantastic job hosting, man. I'm proud of you, man. You're doing your thing. And we have seen an uptick on people that are online, and we certainly appreciate that. We're into 4 digits now. We want to try to kick it up to 5 digits. Why not? We're at 4 digits now, correct, Kobe? 4 digits that I see right there.
That's total views. That's total views.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I'll take that.
Learn how to lie, Kobe.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Because I want everybody in here right now to call their uncle, brother, sister,
But they
mother,
did do
cousin.
that though, because the views went from 652 up to 4 digits.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm happy where we're at.
Let's do it. Let's keep doing it. Thank you, everybody that's here. No, truly, we truly appreciate everybody that's here, man.
That's a Morehouse man with upstanding character right there, man. Great character by that young man.
We're not gonna lie. I'm not on the field. I ain't got it.
Like we said, it was 700.
Yeah. Somebody had 720,000 viewers for a bowl game this week.
Hey, man, it could have been, man. You never know, man.
Hey,
all right, little reset. So Howard's still in control. They lead it by a score of 16-10. They have the ball midway through the third quarter of play. And if you're looking for Florida A&M to answer the bell, they haven't so far in the second half. They've had the football, but they got off the field. Now Howard has the football. Let's go through it. Go ahead, Kobe.
I'm gonna take a step.
Okay.
We got some things coming for us. I'm gonna take a step away. Y'all hold it down. Y'all hold down the fort. It's a watch party, man. I get it. I get the step away.
Okay. All right.
You see what Lorenzo Johnson said. Lorenzo going for MVP of the comment section.
Is he?
He said, he was talking, he said, if football was the way it was in the 70 and the 80, women wouldn't try to play. Oh, hey, Lorenzo.
Wow.
Some things you can't say out loud.
No, you can't. Wow. But I tell you what, man, that flag football with the young ladies competing,
that is exciting.
That is big. I love that.
In Georgia, it's a official sport in Georgia. It's an official sport in a bunch of states.
And Arthur Blank and the Falcons, they're a supporter of, they have the high school flag football championships down there at the Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Definitely on.
If you have time, watch a women's flag football, high school girls flag football. It is exciting. It is exciting.
No question about it. Hey, Sly, as we get deeper into the second half, the score 16-10. Who is the pressure on in this second half now? Is it on Howard to maintain this slight 6-point lead where we see their coach Larry Scott pacing up and down? You can't. And as far as these coaches are concerned, they've gotten they've built their chops down there in that Florida area. South Florida being the alumni of Larry Scott, and of course Willie Simmons, all of his ties to the Florida area. Who's the pressure on?
Look at the pressure's on Howard. Pressure's on Howard coming up on a third, an extra long third in the country mile about to come up. But here's the thing. The reason the pressure's on Howard, because Florida A&M, they went into halftime, and I'm pretty sure Coach Simmons said, hey, we gave away 2 touchdowns. We lost the touchdown on the trick play on a penalty, and we lost the scoop and score touchdown on another penalty. So we should be up. And that's what Coach Simmons is telling his Florida A&M guys. Look, you're only down by 6, and we gave away 2 touchdowns. And Howard, they're saying, hey, almost batted away. Look at that little bit of extracurricular going on after the play right there. And is it the same guy who got into it a little earlier, or was that 56 instead of 58?
That's done. Same young man. He has been unhinged this afternoon, and Coach Willie Simmons is telling him, hey, look, man, forget about that. Wait. Hold up. Just calm down, man. Let that stuff go.
Dunn look like one of them guys. And see, look, he's being blocked. Now he wants to try to throw down the big guy. And he's mad at the big guy. Yeah. And the big guy, all he did was block him. All I did was block you.
Listen, that big guy stands at 6'9" tall.
That's a grown
366 pounds. He is a NFL prospect. They are looking at him to go to the next level. And why not? You can't teach that size, 6'9". I got to say this. I got to say what I'm disappointed at. I'm disappointed that the Florida A&M Rattlers are not showing more restraint. They're playing out of control. And don't get me wrong, you have to play with intensity. Don't get me wrong, but you can't play at a level where it's going to hurt your team.
It's a controlled aggression. This thing has to be a control. You have to be aggressive. You have to be mean. You have to be nasty, but you have to be under control. You got to have control when you do it, man. And you get these what my coach always said, stupid penalties.
Yes.
Anytime it's a personal foul, anytime, you get like a unsportsmanlike, those are stupid. Now, we hadn't seen those.
We haven't.
We haven't seen them.
First half, Howard committed 2 penalties for 25 yards, and Florida A&M committed 4 penalties for 38 yards. But, of course, that one penalty that they did cause, the face mask, it enabled Howard to get the football back and Hawthorne to score to put Howard up 14-0.
2 out of the 4 penalties that Florida A&M committed took away touchdowns.
Yeah.
2 of them. 2 of them took away touchdowns.
And that hurts. And that's where, again, you have to focus on offense, defense, and special teams.
And special teams. How did Howard start off the game?
With a 60-something return by Ian Wheeler.
Set you up in great position, a great field position for your opening drive.
And you score. On the run. You run it down their throats.
Run it straight down their throats. Run it straight down their throats, man. Yeah. And once again, we talked about who's the pressure on. Hey, Florida A&M can look. We lost 2 touchdowns. We lost 2 touchdowns.
2.
We lost 2 touchdowns because of penalties. Come on, man. We're still in this thing. We're only down by 6. Howard has to capitalize. Howard has to make something happen.
We talked about the run game being important. Florida A&M, they're only averaging a yard per carry in that first half, 1.1 yards. That quite simply ain't going to get it done.
Moose is a good quarterback, but you have to have that threat of the run up front.
Yeah, to set up the pass so that you're able to go downfield to Marcus Riley, who's been quiet. If I look at the stats right here, do I see Marcus Riley on here? Their leading receiver is the tight end. Let me just go ahead and no, Marcus Riley has a couple of receptions for 14 yards, but he's an all SWAC performer. Definitely need more production out of him, but that's going to come from the quarterback, Jeremy Musa.
Bullet Bob Hayes.
Oh, man. Some of the notable alumni from this game is incredible on both sides, on Florida A&M side. as well as the Howard University side.
The names at Florida A&M.
Oh man,
Only second to South
Jake
Carolina State.
Jake Gaither, Willie Gallimore. Who else can we name? How about the Hawk?
Nate Newton.
Nate Newton, offensive lineman, Dallas Cowboy, longtime Dallas Cowboy. You can go on and on. Several baseball players. And shouts out to Florida A&M. Listen, if Florida A&M were to come back and win this game, Sly, excuse me. Wow, I told you I work with Charles Ward a lot. Sly. What a year it already has been as it relates to Florida A&M. They won, they won the tennis championship on the women's side, defending volleyball champs. Their baseball team came in here to Atlanta, came over to Georgia Tech, and won the baseball SWAC championship. What else did they win? So they're getting the job done both in the classroom and out. So you have the number one private HBCU college in America playing against the number one public HBCU.
Some people at North Carolina A&T will argue with you.
You think so?
They will argue with you.
They will argue you down.
Tuskegee, listen, Tuskegee too.
And they'll argue about that private. Tuskegee will. Yeah. Hey, and we
shouts out to Tuskegee.
We talked about all the famous alumni for FAMU, but we have to mention Dr. Norcia Bird Newman, one of my classmates.
Okay.
A pharmacist, graduated from the pharmacy school down there at FAMU. They have one of the great pharmacy schools in the nation.
No doubt about it.
So I have to mention her. She's along the same lines as Pam Oliver, Thea Gibson.
Oh, Pam, now you're going media.
No, she's a pharmacist, but she's just as famous as they are.
Pam Oliver started off as a pharmacist?
Well, no, she did.
Oh, I was going to say, I remember Pam Oliver.
My friends.
Pam Oliver worked at WIVB in Buffalo. I remember Pam Oliver from way back. She's still doing her thing. All right, so again, as the game melts down under 5 minutes to play, the Florida A&M faithful, I'm not going to say they're looking totally defeated, but they're looking somewhat dejected right now, trailing only 6. It's still a one-score game, so it's not like it's over.
And it's third quarter. It's 5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. But okay, while we're doing this, let me get. We started off with keys to the game at the beginning of the game.
Right.
But after watching the first half, and then we now have about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, so we still got some time left. What are the keys to the rest of the game for Howard?
Ball for both teams. Ball security.
Okay.
You've got to take care of the football, and you've got to create multiple opportunities on first down. You got to take advantage of first down, put yourself in second and small and manageable, what I'd like to call it, so that you're able to go to your playbook. Keep in mind, we haven't seen either team try to go over the top and strike downfield yet, so you should probably anticipate that coming. Neither team's rushing game has really gotten off, to a hot start, so now it's just going to be a battle of wills. But the most important thing for Howard, get multiple first downs, but take care of the football. Both quarterbacks have turned the football over so far in the first half of play, so ball security is paramount. And for Florida A&M, you got to keep your cool. You got to play with, as Sly said, a controlled rage, because if not, that can cost you a ball game. Yeah.
Sly, we watched the first half, a good portion of the third quarter. Give me some keys to the game. For each team, you played ball. You probably been you played ball in college. You've been in this position before, I'm sure. What is the keys to the game? What are you seeing? What needs to happen for each team to secure a victory here?
Well, here's the thing: if you're Howard, you have to run the ball. Howard, they have to run the ball. They have to establish the run. That three-headed monster that they have, establish the run. Instead of 3 yards in a cloud of dust, I'm going with 4 yards, 4.5 yards cloud of dust. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing about running. The clock is going to move. You're going to get some time off that clock, and then you're going to mentally defeat FAMU. Not only physically, but if you can consistently run at somebody and drive them off the ball, you mentally defeat them. And now here's the thing. If they establish that running game, they run, play action is wide open. Play action is wide open. Those safeties will start to sneak down. Those safeties will start to inch down, and then the play action over the top. And now you can put this thing out of reach. Now, if you're FAMU, you have to start hitting Howard in the mouth. And I use that term a lot because it's a term that I've heard a lot. Hit in the mouth. You got to go and hit them in the mouth on defense. Make them rethink their game plan. Make them rethink wanting to be here because you're hitting them in the mouth. And now your offense can come out there and build off of that momentum and move the ball down the field. Florida A&M, they have to establish some of the running game also because, like Dwayne said, they're only averaging 1 yard a carry.
Not going to get it done.
Establish the running game and don't create penalties like that. Don't get penalties to shoot yourself in the foot.
We'll go. I'll go. You know what? I'll go for Florida A&M. I think Jeremy Musa has to come alive. I think he was the storied player coming into this game, right? The story, the focus all week was Jeremy Musa and the season that he's had, you know, getting the Rattlers to Atlanta, right? Jeremy, it's your time. It's your game. You know, FAMU came in. It was their game to lose. I won't say, Jeremy, it's your game to lose specifically, but you have to. You know, this is where you show up. You had a great year, and now it's time for you to look alive, to come alive, and to lead your team to a victory. You've only put up 10 points. We talked about it. Jeremy Musa in this offense has been potent all year, about 30 points a game. And right now they only have 10. So I'm looking for Jeremy Musa to somehow come alive and pull this thing together for the rest of the half.
Well, he's going to have his hands full, like I said, with guys like Kenny Gallup being in that defensive secondary, and they are all over him again. White with another quarterback sack. Christian White has 2 sacks in the ball game, just recorded another one, and they are bringing that heat.
But this will actually be a first down for FAMU. That was a face mask. There's a flag. I think it's going to be a face mask call.
Okay.
Right before White comes in to make this sack.
Well, if it is, there needs, again, like I said, to talk about discipline. He hit the face mask. I don't know if he grabbed the face mask, but I guess any contact to the head, or are they going to? Oh, we have offsetting penalties then.
No.
Oh, both on defense.
It was 2 on defense.
They're going to take the one that gives them the most yards. Yeah, you're talking about Jeremy Musa needing to come alive, and I mean, the guy that's neutralizing things in that backfield, that defensive backfield, Kenny Gallup, the All-American, Box Turtle All-American, Defensive Player of the Year in the MEAC. So as long as he's back there, Jeremy Musa is going to have his challenges. And let's not forget that this Howard Bison defense, it's not like they haven't gone against top-tier quarterbacks before. Jeremy Musa, the SWAC Offensive Player of the Year, okay, their MEAC Player of the Year was Davius Richard. And look what the Howard Bison were able to do to him. They were able to neutralize him and put a 50 ball on North Carolina Central, the defending national black champions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think you make a great point there. But I think just if you are the storied player, if this is supposed to be your year, the way that it's supposed to be FAMU's year, I believe that's why I'm looking to Jeremy Musa, and it's not anything egregious toward Howard.
No.
You know, they played a great game all. Their defense has played great all year, like we've talked about. But I think also, you know, just with everything going the way that it's been going, I think great quarterbacks have to be great in big games. You know, I think that's why I'm looking for Jeremy Musa to come alive.
Christian Wright is bringing that heat along with Ian White. And finally, we have a positive play for Florida A&M Rattlers and their passing game. Their passing game didn't look that great in the first half, as we talked about it before. Jeremy Musa kind of struggled in that first half.
Look at this at Dixon. This is something for all you youngsters out there. If you're playing receiver and you're young, he knew he was going to get hit. And this is my thing I tell all receivers. You're going to get hit. I know. You're going to get hit. You're going to get hit, so you might as well catch the ball. If you're going to get hit, you might as well catch it. So, and I like what Dixon did right there. He knew the lick was coming, and he still caught the ball. A lot of people get those alligator arms. They make those business decisions. I like what he did. Go ahead.
Over the top. Oh! They finally took their shot.
And it was there.
Yeah, it was there. And Sly, we knew it was coming, but what set that up? The running game is what set it up. And it was just out of the reach of Marcus Riley's hands. And speaking of Riley's, how about it for Ken Riley? Voted to Pro Football's Hall of Fame, inducted earlier this year. What a fantastic honor for the
He should have caught that.
Riley family.
He should have caught that one. That went through his hands.
Went through the wickets.
Went through. He should have caught that one. You're in college. You're supposed to make that catch.
Play. Got to.
All right, let's see if Jennings can get it going with the football on the run.
Run is nowhere for these guys.
I mean, what is he at? What is he at? About 12 carries for 43 yards, I think, in total. I mean,
here we can look it up. I mean, we have some live stats going on. I certainly look it up and see where he's at in the process.
The way this Howard defense is just converging
exactly
on the
what
run.
I said. 12 carries, 43 yards.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the number?
Really
What's the number going to be tonight? 4-digit. Give me 4. I'm going to play them too. No, I'm being serious. What is the number? I'm going to play the 4. You tell me. Go ahead.
Go 2, 4, 5, 6.
2, 4, 5, 6. I'm going with that. I'm
really good.
You ever, hey man, you ever hit on the lotto, man?
I've never hit on the lotto.
I've hit on that joker, man.
Never.
I've hit that 4-digit. Four-digit.
I don't play. I will play the lottery one. Like right now, it's over 500 million.
Yeah.
I'm going to play it then. But 500 million is my cutoff.
That's your cutoff.
That's my starting point. Once it gets to 500 million, it's worth it.
Okay.
Okay, so look, everybody in the chat that's been asking for the band of the year winners. We got an announcement coming up. They're gonna announce it. This is great coverage, I guess, right? Like this is great. This is great for media because they waited until now, I guess.
Hey, you got to build up the momentum. You got to build up the excitement.
Build up the hype.
You got to build up the anticipation to what's to come.
But I like that. I watched bits and pieces. I mean, I saw highlights and stuff like that. But from everything I've seen on Twitter, is clear in the Division I. It was a clear separation. Jackson State was so much better than everyone.
I mean,
really?
Yeah.
That's what you say? You say the Sonic Boom was...
The Sonic Boom was so much better than everyone.
I got to tell you, the dancers, I like the North Carolina A&T dancers. I like the outfits they wore. They're a dark color. It looked like they were black on screen, whereas Jackson State, they went with the blue. But I thought it was closer than people are saying. I thought it was closer than people were saying. I thought that, well...
According to the Twitterverse.
Well, let me just say this. So, in the stands, because you know they had them sectioned off, right?
Yeah.
In the stands, when Jackson State came to play, their first note, they were like in there, like, you know, horns blazing, everything going. Of course, the dancer sets it off. She busts a little move right there to get them all going. But then when North Carolina A&T, they started their set, it was like a little not slower, but the sound wasn't hitting right off the bat. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a musician. I'm not like a band person, a band aficionado. But I'm just talking about what naturally hit me when I watched both. But you are right. You could tell the difference between the D1 bands and the other bands, meaning Florida Memorial. And this is no disrespect to Florida Memorial and Virginia State. No disrespect.
Yeah, they say Florida Memorial. They say the musicianship was there, but they're a lot smaller.
Not enough numbers. There's power. There's power in power in numbers. When you hear Sonic Boom, you're thinking of a big sound. You know what I'm saying? You're thinking of a big sound. So,
and I remember back in the day, when Marching 100 used to cover the whole field. Yeah. But now they had some people who might not should have been on the band.
But listen, see,
but who didn't go to school.
But see, that's the difference between D1 having scholarships, D2 having to split scholarships, and NAIA where you're basically on your own trying to make it happen.
Yeah.
So that's a perfect example of the economics behind, well, why doesn't Florida Memorial have as many band members as North Carolina A&T or why as many as Jackson State?
Comes down to money. Most of those kids, like you said, at Florida, at Florida Memorial, they're kind of on their own. They're doing their own thing.
Hey man, I heard a rumor, man. I heard a rumor that I heard somebody that you and I know of was on a certain campus, man. Because we got some voids to fill, man. Let's not forget we got the Grambling State job to fill, we got the Morehouse job to fill, we got the Benedict job to fill. St. Augustine's is looking for a coach. Texas Southern is looking for a coach. That's fine.
Well, technically not anymore. I think
is it official?
It's not official.
Oh, okay.
You're right.
Oh, Ed Reed got the job.
Ed
Reed got the job.
Yeah, I think Ed Reed's coaching chances are pretty much done.
I don't know, man.
I think the day of the celebrity coach is over with.
I don't think
because
that.
here's the thing, man.
Wait, hold on a second. You can't say celebrity coach, bro. These guys that are
he's not. But see, here's the difference. He is a celebrity coach because
who is a celebrity coach?
Ed Reed would be a celebrity coach, and this is why Deion is actually a coach.
Right. So I would put Ed Reed more so a celebrity coach than I would Deion Sanders. But if you say celebrity coach, most people will think of Deion Sanders.
Well, because he's a celebrity too, but Deion actually was a coach, and that's the argument for Deion. Because Deion has coached on every level.
He has.
He's coached Little League football. He's coached high school football. He's coached college football.
Yeah.
So Deion actually was a coach. He was a coach. Ed Reed, as much as I think Ed Reed is probably the third greatest safety to ever play this game, he's never been a coach. And it's a lot different when you're the coach.
Eddie George wasn't a coach. Eddie George wasn't a coach.
Eddie George wasn't a coach. What has Tennessee State done?
Ooh.
I think he's short of the end zone.
He's short of the end zone.
Short of the end zone.
But what has Tennessee State done? What accomplishment has Tennessee State had?
They're in the OVC, aren't they?
I know they're in the OVC. What has Tennessee State done? They've done nothing.
They just beat somebody this year. Who did they beat?
Okay.
They beat somebody good. Nah, I mean,
that's nice.
They haven't done nothing crazy, but I mean,
that's nice. My son's high school team won a game. They won. They won. But here's the thing, and I'm not saying anything bad about Eddie George. I mean, nice guy. Married to one of my favorite singers ever.
Yeah.
But let's just be honest. He's surrounded himself with some guys who are good coaches, and Eddie George is actually a really good businessman too. He was a really good businessman before he started coaching.
Yeah, he's a management analysis. That ball hit the ground. That should not be a catch.
No, that's not.
It's not a catch at all. And to Florida A&M's credit, they were trying to hustle up on the football to be able to run a play, and Coach Willie Simmons not happy that they weren't able to get that play off. Mm-hmm. So now let's see if they're going to there's going to be a ruling on it. So they're going to reverse this. So Dixon's they're going to pick this up.
Is Florida Memorial moving to
No, let's slow down, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo,
hey,
they
listen.
just started 3 years ago after COVID, man.
They're not moving. They're not moving to the MEAC anytime soon.
I'll tell you who might be moving to the MEAC.
Who? Morehouse doesn't care enough about football to move to the.
They gotta pay to play.
All right, okay.
Yeah, they gonna play up there.
I'm telling you,
Morehouse just got a blocking sled.
I'm
like
the seventh week.
Listen. I'm telling you. Listen, man. I'm telling you.
I wrote the story on this, man.
I
wrote the story on this.
Exactly.
We just got a sled 6 weeks into the season.
You're not moving up, man.
Listen, man.
You gotta win more than one game in the SIAC before we can talk. You see
Hold
what
on.
happened to Savannah State when they tried.
Listen, man.
Come on, man.
Would you argue that Morehouse is not a brand?
Yeah,
an
Morehouse
international
is a brand.
Right.
They're a brand because of the school. They're not a brand because of football.
Right, but can't you make some moves? Can't you make some moves? Yeah, you
not
can.
Football.
Yes, you can.
Not football. How many Morehouse? You've called a bunch of Morehouse games. We've called a bunch of Morehouse games.
We have.
The only time you really see fans in the stands is
homecoming. Homecoming was off the chain this year.
And we be at tailgate.
When homecoming off the chain this year?
Every year.
Wait, stop. One homecoming off the chain this year.
Man.
Spellhouse is great.
Spellhouse homecoming is a time.
So hold on a second. So doesn't that sell? Doesn't that sell to the masses?
If you sell one football game a year, you sell out one football game a year.
Listen, man. Let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. Why not move to They don't play no home games. Do they play? I bet you Morehouse in the last 3 years haven't played
first of all,
5 home games.
No. That only happened this year.
They haven't
No, it
won.
happened the year before that too.
They haven't
While
won.
while they were
that was
building-
because
I know they're
we was
building the
rebuilding.
stadium. I understand. How many home games they played this year?
Two home games.
Where else did they play? They played in Chicago. They played in New York. They played. Where else they played? Did they play in D.C.? I know they played. I know they played in New York. I know they played in New York.
Lorenzo, listen. Lorenzo just said he didn't even know Morehouse had a football team. He didn't even know he had a football team.
Exactly.
Wait a minute.
Exactly. Oh,
Oh,
touchdown.
there it is.
Thank you, Jeremy.
All right. So,
Uh-oh.
Jacob says hi, Dwayne.
oh, wow. Jacob says hello.
Jacob
Yeah,
says
Okay.
Angela Walker just said.
All
Jacob
right.
says.
Okay. Hello, son. That's my son, man.
Yeah.
Son watching. Hi, son. Hi, Jacob. How you doing, young man?
It's
Well,
nice.
it's
It's nice that your kid watches you.
Yeah, you know, he's probably the only one too. No, but hi, Jake. How you doing, man? Hey, check this out. We're sitting here talking, and score's tied. 16-16 with a very important extra point coming up. So like we said, even though it was 14-0, a lot of football to play, and the pressure assuredly was on Florida A&M. We flipped the script to the second half, and now, just like that, Florida A&M, they lead it by a score of 17-16.
and Howard better get it together.
Now I want to revisit this Morehouse, man. I just can't let
Yo,
that
let
slide.
it go.
I
Slide.
can't.
Let it slide.
But it's supreme. It is just
It's more than
utmost
football.
comedy to me.
It's more than football, Slide. Yes,
There
it
is
is.
no program. Morehouse has no athletic program that would say, "Hey, we're good enough to play in the MEAC." There is no athletic program. Not maybe.
Let me ask you a question.
Maybe basketball, and that's a maybe.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a need in the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference at only 6? I mean, they have
they need 18.
They have 8 teams that are in the MEAC.
They need 18.
A couple that don't play football.
What
Coppin
team?
State don't play, as well as Maryland Eastern Shore.
need football.
However, I'm sorry, who needs
They
football?
need a football team.
Yes, exactly.
They need a football team.
Exactly. So why isn't it a possibility that
Because
that
Morehouse doesn't have a football team.
Wait,
They got a club team out there.
listen, man.
Look here. I can name 5.
Are they brand ready?
I can name 5 Atlanta high school football teams who would provide high school football teams who would provide a bigger challenge in the MEAC than Morehouse would.
Wow.
I can name 5 Atlanta high school
Don't do
doing a
that, man.
lot
Don't
on
do
my
it. Yeah.
school right now.
I'm trying to defend y'all.
I'm not doing enough.
Listen, I'm trying to
not
defend
doing
y'all.
enough.
Kobe, I'm trying to defend y'all.
Listen.
Because
I'm just realistic about it. I know that we have a brand. We have a brand.
there's no question about that. And
There's
that
no
brand
question about the
and
brand.
that brand is marketable all around the world.
Spelman has a brand. Do they deserve to play football in the MEAC?
No, number one, it's an all-girls,
they're on the same
all-woman
level.
school.
Our brand,
They're
our
about the
brand,
same level.
our brand is for people that wear suits, scrubs, things of that
Look here.
nature.
Right.
Not people that wear
But
helmets and shoulder
if
pads.
if the MEAC had a doctor's bowl, if the MEAC had an
A
operating
lawyer's
bowl,
bowl?
a lower bowl,
a business
a
bowl?
business bowl, sign Morehouse up.
You're missing the point.
Huh?
You're missing the point. If they don't have a football team, then how are they able to contract and get these classics?
Because of the name.
Okay, exactly.
I'm not arguing the name.
Exactly, because of the name.
I'm not arguing the name.
So maybe with the new administration, they just hired Harold Ellis, former
Harold Ellis.
NBA player, played with the Clippers and was a
Retired
standout
jersey at Morehouse.
Retired jersey. Maybe there is a new vision finally. Maybe they would like to sink money into their athletic programs.
Show me
the money.
Show me you put. Show me the money. Show me that they're putting some money, and then we can revisit this
Let's
conversation.
fire our coach a year in.
Well, that wasn't football.
Well, that wasn't football. That wasn't football related. That wasn't football
We know
related.
it wasn't.
But here's the thing
we gotta-
also.
But to y'all's point about the money, let's go and find a coach and pay him some money, a feasible coach, and pay him some money,
but it's
and
not
then
even-
allow him to go and recruit some kids with some more money.
But it's not even about finding a coach, okay? If you're Hugh Jackson, and let's just say you happen to have been on Morehouse's campus, just happen to have been on Morehouse's campus, would Morehouse seriously consider bringing in a guy like Hugh Jackson, who obviously has star power, who obviously, sure, he went 8-14, I believe his record was, while at Grambling State, and sure, they underachieved, but he was on campus.
Let's
right?
stop this dream right now. Okay.
Okay.
And let me
be a dream killer.
Let me be the dream killer.
Was he on campus?
Yeah, he was. He was there Monday and Tuesday.
Really a
Yeah,
dream?
he's on campus.
He might be coming.
And let me tell you why this dream will not work past 10 games if he does come. If he had problems with Grambling spending money, if he had problems with the money that Grambling spent, what makes you think he will go to a program that just got a blocking sled week 6 or 7 during the season?
A change.
Nah,
A change.
It ain't that much of a change.
A change.
The roar.
A change. That's what. I mean, you got to believe that you can. Who would have thought that Florida Memorial University and NAIA would end up winning the Division II NAIA Band of the Year? Mm-hmm. That same young group that we talked about that you just gave kudos to. And you used to do Florida Memorial University games,
and
right?
They have a great band.
You kicked off the year this year doing Florida Memorial.
But here's the difference.
And that's one of the things, when we talked after that game, you talked about the band.
Here's the difference. Florida Memorial Band actually competes against the other bands. They actually get out there on the field and win. They invest into the band. Morehouse doesn't invest into the football team. Morehouse... The stadium is more known for being Edward Moses track than it is having anything
Shout
to
out
do.
my guy, though.
Shout out to
anything
him.
to do with the football
Edward
team.
Moses is that guy.
He's
Yes,
that guy. Hey,
exactly.
by the way, you got to come to NABJ next year, man. That's where I saw Edwin Moses.
Okay,
man. Saw
I'm
Edwin
definitely
Moses
coming.
last
I'm
year, man.
definitely
Took a
coming.
photo together, man.
I did a podcast with Edward Moses.
Yeah.
I'm definitely coming to
Legend.
NABJ
Legend.
next year.
Legend. And so now, as we get back to the game, right quick. Now the momentum, you can see Florida A&M now flying around the football.
They're
Their
walking with a
Bash
different
brother,
step.
oh yeah, got their chest poked out. They're nodding their head. Is it nodding or shaking? Nodding their heads upside down. And now we see some concern on the look of Quentin Williams and this Howard University offense, who, let's face it, after jumping out to a 16-0 lead, they've relinquished the last 17 points of the ball game. So they've blew an egg here for the last 20 minutes or so.
You know, they've been showing a lot of FAMU fans in the crowd shots.
Well,
You hadn't seen a lot of Howard fan shots.
Well, there's probably more
Another
FAM.
one of those educational schools, man.
Well, I would probably say there's more FAM alumni base here in Atlanta than Howard, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So that could be one of the reasons why.
It would seem like, and in my head, this is just me in my head. I don't have any factual proof,
Yeah.
but it seemed like Howard alumni would go further up north, and FAM alumni would stay further south.
Right.
That's what I in my head. It just seems that way in my head.
Hey, speaking of which, let's talk about some notable alumni. I'm just going to read off a list, all right? This is from Florida A&M. Here we go. Tamia Potter, who was a neuroscientist, and she was honored by Vanderbilt here recently as one of the top neuroscientists in the world. Anika Noni Rose, actress.
Great actress.
Comedian Roy Wood Jr.
Roy Wood
who
Jr.
did the president's, what do you call it? The
roast.
The roast, right? The presidential roast. Will Packer, movie director and producer. We'll go old school right quick. Bullet Bob Hayes, Nate Newton, Willie Gallimore, Jake Gaither. How about Meadowlark Lemon? You remember him? Althea Gibson,
Tennis player.
Pam Oliver,
The Pam Oliver.
Andrew Dawson, baseball player.
Andre.
What did I say?
Said Andrew.
I said Andre, the Hawk. The Hawk.
A great athlete, too.
Tremendous. One of the great Chicago Cubs. And that's just to name a few. I haven't talked about Keisha Lance Bottom, our
former
mayor here of Atlanta. So,
hey, but here's something else now.
Yeah.
Something that I just learned.
what did you learn? Share.
Howard has 4 former mayors of Atlanta who are Howard grads.
Oh,
Including
Andrew Young,
Andrew Young, including the current mayor.
Mayor Dinkins.
Mayor Dinkins.
Yeah. Had an opportunity to see him at the Southwest Atlantic Conference baseball championships that were held over at Georgia Tech. And that's the thing, I was talking about before about everyone supporting one another. How about it, man? The mayor came out to the SWAC baseball championships. They're mingling with the folks. We've got the vice president of the United States here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl. And for me, it's just some of the storytelling that you hear from folks that have, quote unquote, made it. Can you imagine being Vice President Kamala Harris and after the induction, what do you call it when you're sworn in? The inauguration. Afterwards, hopping on a presidential chopper and flying over your anniversary, flying over the yard where you used to put it down.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Awesome.
That alone should let you know what is possible by attending an HBCU.
Listen, back to the game for a second.
Okay.
Howard has to get a stop here. If Howard gives up a touchdown right here,
game over.
You can't come back.
I don't think
they can come back.
I don't think they can.
I don't think they can come back.
I don't think they can.
Well,
I think it's just deflating. I think it's deflating after that, right? Like it's a little bit different. It's the fourth quarter. Moments big, lights is bright. You know, like what are you gonna do if you get a stop here? Momentum swings back your way. If you give up a score here,
you're gonna try to keep it close. If you're Howard, in the first half you struck. Oh wait, I can't say that for Howard. Howard, they scored 3 times, 2 touchdowns and a safety, so 3 times, right? But to Florida A&M's credit, they struck again, right? They scored a touchdown, field goal, and now a touchdown. They're up 17-16. The question is, can Florida A&M go ahead and try to put this game out of reach and try to completely deflate Howard and this defense? Or will Howard buckle down, get a stop, get the football back? Because Howard, you want to keep the game close. It's 17-16. If you can get under 4 minutes to play, then it really starts to tighten up on Florida A&M. The pressure still is on Florida A&M as far as I'm concerned.
I believe I can get behind that. I believe it's still on Florida A&M. I think it's on Florida A&M to score right here. Because if they score right here, yeah, I don't think it's as
we would all agree that it hasn't turned out to be the game we thought it was going to be, some thought it was going to be, as it relates to just Florida A&M coming in and just wiping the turf with Howard Bison. That has not been the case.
It has not.
Yeah, they're running downhill now.
Yeah,
they're running downhill.
They're leaning on them a little bit.
They're running downhill.
They're leaning on them a little bit.
Now, whereas earlier in the game, oh wow, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar broke his hip.
Oh man.
Whereas in the first half slide, we were talking about how the Howard defense was able to contain the edge. We saw on that play right there where the Florida A&M running back was able to get outside contain and gain positive yardage to reset the downs for Florida A&M as they try to cross over into Howard territory with under 12 minutes to play in the game.
Oh wow!
Oh, look at that breakdown in coverage.
Oh wow!
Total breakdown in coverage.
Wow.
So you called it. You called it, Kobe. You said, would Florida A&M be able to score a touchdown on this possession to sort of take Howard out of it? Now, this is going to be a very important extra point coming up here. Do you go for 1 if you are Florida A&M leading it by 7? Oh, absolutely. You just go ahead and kick the extra point. Yeah. Or do you go by 2?
Make it a 2.
Go up game. Go up by 9 and make it a 2-score game. Because right now you're at 7. You get kicked the extra point, it's at 8. It's still a 1-score game because Howard can score and add an extra point. What would you do in this situation? Oh, they're going to go ahead and kick a field goal.
Yeah,
kick an extra point.
I'd took the 1. I think they did the right thing. Because I think the way that you look at it from this perspective is right. Howard's offense just hasn't been able to put it all together in a great way since like the first quarter, really. And if you think about what they did in the first quarter, both of those touchdowns came on really short drives, as it was anyway.
Yeah,
they came on short drives, right? So I think if you take the 1 point here, even if they do score a touchdown, I think it's still you put the pressure on them to have to get the
Put the
2-point
pressure on
conversion.
to have to go for 2.
Yeah.
And it's still early, still 12 minutes to go in the game. So let's just say Hampton comes down and scores a quick touchdown.
Who?
It's
The real HU, huh? The real HU?
My bad.
Yeah.
My
Clean
bad.
that up, bro. Clean that up.
Howard comes down and scores a touchdown.
You know I'm
Thank
really
you.
from Virginia.
I know you caught that.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
I caught
yeah,
it. Wait a minute. Hold on
yeah.
a second, Slide. Wait a minute.
But yeah, they don't have to go for 2 because it's still a lot of time. And your defense has played good. That was just a breakdown.
In
That
coverage,
play
yeah.
was a breakdown in coverage. That was your back coming out of the backfield on the play action. They gave what we call a soft play action. They didn't stick it in there real hard, so you knew he didn't have the ball. And he just ran a little wheel route out the backfield.
A slow wheel, too.
A slow wheel route out the backfield.
Well, because he didn't get the ball initially, so you're thinking, okay, they didn't give him the ball, so you kind of lose sight of him
And
as he's going through the line.
See what
and
happens, Howard's playing a man-to-man defense. They're playing man-to-man, so the outside receivers on that side, one of them ran a post to the inside, and the other ran a drag route across the field. So when you're playing man, that's pulling all the coverage over here. That middle linebacker who's covering the back out the backfield, he has to recognize his key, read his key, and follow that running back along the sideline. What happened, that middle linebacker did not follow the running back, and you got a 50-yard touchdown catch.
Yeah.
Just like that.
And credit to Jeremy Musa, who we got on in the first half, saying that, well, he only threw for 96 yards and really needed to get his play sparked. And, Kobe, you called it correctly. He said he really's got to get going, and he has done that, leading them to 2 consecutive drives in the second half to retake the – are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm telling you. I know
Do like this, Kobe. Do like this, Kobe.
I know what I'm talking about out here, man. I'm good. I'm good at this thing now. They got to put me on here a little bit more. But
right.
Go ahead.
So we'll see how Howard responds, because it's gut check time for them, to see what happens. And can Quentin Williams, can he strike back? Can he sort of relive what he did against Morgan State to win the MEAC championship, to improve their record to 4-1, to essentially knock North Carolina Central out of it? Can he go back to what he did against North Carolina Central in his matchup against Davius Richard and throw for 3 touchdowns and over 270 yards? Well, the light is on him right now, so it's really gut check time for Larry Scott and the Howard Bison right now.
But it's interesting, the young man Williams, how he became the starting quarterback, because I don't think he wasn't supposed to be the starting quarterback last year.
He was not.
It was, and I forget the Cam Newton's brother's name. I just forget his name, but he was the starting quarterback 2 years ago, and he left campus. I don't know the reason and everything behind that, but Williams stepped up big, and kind of won the position, and won the team over, and now he's your starting quarterback, and he's proven it, and he's showing that he deserves to be there. But this drive right here, a lot is on his shoulders. A lot is on his shoulders this drive, and he has to answer. They have to answer it. If they don't get a touchdown, they have to get a field goal. They have to get some points on the board this drive. And you need one of those huge. Oh, I was going to say you need one of these.
And it touches him. Wait, no, that touches. Ooh.
Oh,
There's a
that's
flag down. Wow.
Is that a flag, though? Because it touches him. They have it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I guess
gonna.
'cause his knee was
No,
on the ground.
no. Listen, it's going to be a flag regardless, no matter what happened previous to that play. That still will be an unnecessary roughness, right there, because you hit him. He's defenseless. He has his head turned, and you hit him in the head. So that's not going to bode well for Florida A&M.
Hey, listen, that boy has been playing football since he was 6 years old. You have been taught to fall on the ball. I'm not saying he was wrong in what he did in taking that knee, but he should have fell on the ball.
I'm real curious about that play because
it touched him in the play.
Should have been a safety.
Yeah, it touched him in the field of play.
Did he signal? Let's see if he signals.
He doesn't
No,
signal.
he didn't signal for
The
it.
ball hits him. Hold on. Ball hits him. He goes back to try to retrieve it. That is going to be an interesting call to see how they call that, because hold on a second. Just hear me out. One could argue that it was a fumble in the end zone, but because of the hit, he wasn't able to do anything with the football, whether he's going to jump on it, try to return it, do whatever because of the – now, he took a deep breath. Let's see. Uh-huh. Yep, touchback, and there's a penalty, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Yeah, he's done too. He's probably out. Okay, so they're keeping the young man in.
Targeting though.
Yeah, oh, it is. He hit him in the head.
No, he hit him in the shoulder. He hit him
No,
in
he
the
hit him
shoulder.
He hit him in the head.
Look at this.
He hit him in the head.
Oh, that's shoulder pad.
That's head.
His shoulder jerked forward, but look at him. Look at the
Look at his head. Look at his head. That's his head.
The contact
back
is in
of
the
his neck.
shoulder.
No, the back of his neck, his head. Look at his neck. Look at his neck.
Man.
Look at his neck. Look at his neck.
Boom! Look, that the forearm. He got him in his shoulder.
Helmet.
He
No,
got him in
man.
his back.
No, he hit him in
Look
his head.
at him.
No.
But it's still a defenseless player.
He caught
it's
his,
a defensive
he caught his
player.
head too, bro. That's a penalty all day long. However you want to
But
slice
But
it
look
up.
at that. He didn't touch his head.
He did touch his head.
That's
Sly.
his shoulder.
Sly, you got glasses on.
That's his shoulder, man.
Man, it's combo.
Man,
Can he hit his shoulder and his head, Sly?
No.
Oh, it's not one or the other, man. I'm telling you.
He hit his shoulder first, and when he hit his shoulder, his head came back.
I'm going to disagree with you. They've already called it on the field. He says, all right, let's see what they got going on here. All right, so again.
So the rule goes that if you touch the ball,
Try to get it,
but you
don't advance it.
you don't because he didn't have possession of
Right,
it.
there you go. He didn't have possession of it.
Okay, so he's allowed to touch. But
I thought
that's different because if it was an onside kick and he touched it, they would Howard or FAMU would then have a chance.
I think it's because it went in the end zone.
Because it went to the end
Okay.
zone.
It went
That's
in the
why.
end zone.
That's
And
another one of those
because he
safety
wasn't able
rules,
to
I believe,
advance the
though.
ball, it's a touchback. I think that's the right call.
Okay.
They might as
No,
well.
it's definitely the right call as far as the rule book goes. I think it's just an
They
interesting
might as
call.
well just put flags on them and call it a day. Put flags on them and
Come
just
on,
call it a day.
Sly,
man.
Sly,
Come on, man.
Sly, he got targeted on that, bro. That's
That
a
wasn't
penalty.
targeted. That was he hit a defensive player.
Thank you. That's a penalty.
It was a penalty.
Okay.
Targeting
But
is
the targeting
Yeah,
is what I
targeting is
don't
the
like
wrong
because the targeting opens you up for the ejection.
Did he eject him?
No, he didn't.
Okay,
And
so
they
then- so
but
then
they
there it is.
But they just took away the targeting. They didn't call targeting. That was that was the thing. They changed it the second time around.
Right.
They took away the targeting because it wasn't targeting.
Okay, so bottom line is Florida A&M commits another penalty
Dumb
a
penalty.
bad penalty.
that
Bad
puts
penalty.
Howard in a position.
One of those mistakes that we talked about earlier, and now we're across the 50 in a matter of a play, whereas we haven't been across the 50. I don't think one time in the
Not in the
second
second
half.
half they haven't.
We haven't
No.
been across the 50 one time in the second half, but because of the bonehead penalty, we have now crossed the 50 in one play. So
And that's a great confidence building pass right there. A nice, easy pass across the middle, and you pick up 15, 16 yards. That's a great confidence building play.
Not a lot of passing yards in the first half for Quentin Williams as Howard could only muster up a total of 97 yards of total offense in the first half, but they held on to the lead 16-10. And now they'll answer back with a short pass, and they've got an
another big
opening.
play. I mean, listen, the story if Fam loses this game, the story comes down to just stupid mistakes. Honestly, Howard has played just as well, but Howard hasn't exponentially outplayed FAMU. These are bonehead mistakes by FAMU though that are costing them the game. I believe.
Well, under 10 minutes to play,
Look at the inside handoff coming
and
up next. Watch this.
and they're almost within the red zone. And shotgun formation here now.
So
Slot called it.
inside handoff.
Oh, had running room if he hadn't tripped over the offensive lineman. He tripped over his own player, did Eden James. Eden James, by the way, is the son of Edgar and James, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Let's see right here. I believe he trips over the lineman, 66. No, yeah, he did trip over a lineman. Big 77 on that play for Howard University.
He had room to go too.
Yeah.
He had room to go. So let's see if they go back to the run.
56 yards today by Eden James. He averages over 5 yards a carry on the season. They're going to stick with a run and slide. We're going to get to a situation here soon, third down and long. Is it a two-play situation? from the 25-yard line, or are you trying to kick a
Oh, you kick the field
42-yard?
goal. You want
try
the
to kick a
points.
42-yard field goal to make it a
Oh,
one.
42 yards.
Yeah, 42 yards at the collegiate level.
I don't like that.
Well,
I don't-
it's indoors, right?
But
It's
he hasn't kicked
indoors.
all day. And honestly, we haven't really talked about it. But his field goals, his extra points look short. They didn't. They weren't.
Crisp.
Yeah, they weren't. They wasn't kicking over the net or anything while he was kicking field goals. They were just-
Well, correct it. It will be a 39-yard field goal if you were to kick a field goal on a third down, a 3rd and 9 from the 22, and they may have let the play clock run out. Maybe Larry
I think
Scott
got the timeout
turned the
in.
timeout
No,
before.
there's a
flag.
flag.
There's a
Flag. So if they're going to rule that they didn't get the playoff, I'll tell you what, I'd probably rather have the penalty at this point rather than the timeout. So many times in college football and even pro football, you see a team use a timeout unnecessarily, especially in the fourth quarter. When you've got to think about it, if you're trailing at the end of the game, you're going to have to stop the clock. And if you only have 2 timeouts left,
Well, now in this
guess
case,
what?
they have one.
Right, exactly. But if you don't have a bevy of timeouts, you don't have all 3 timeouts going down the stretch, you can't stop the clock. So, and a lot of times you see coaches, they'll take a timeout. Oh, we didn't think we were set up the correct way. I'd rather take that 5-yard penalty and keep my timeout because they're still within field goal range if he can make a 44-yarder from that standpoint. Hey, man, can we take a quick break?
Yeah. Hey, let's do
Take a
it.
quick break, man.
Hey, guys,
I got to run to the room right quick.
We'll be right back.
Yeah,
We'll be right
hold
back.
on one second.
live. Let's go.
We live now.
Oh, look at that to the house.
Oh,
Pick 6, baby.
Oh,
If you're
Wow.
a DB, that is your DB dream. That is your DB wet dream right there. To read that little quick pass, break on it, take it to the house. It don't get better.
I don't know if you can. Never mind. You know what?
This
I'm
is
gonna
just
you
the
need a towel
internet.
for your dream.
This is the internet.
What
You can say anything on the internet.
You can't.
You
say-
need a towel?
Look at this. Look how he reads the quick screen.
Oh,
Look how he reads
wow.
the quick screen.
That's
He
a great
busted
play.
him up.
That's a
Listen,
great play.
Listen, Hinton had a notion that they were going to throw that, and he jumped the route. He jumped everybody and took it to the house, 24 yards.
Take it to the
Incredible.
house.
And listen, while we were gone, Aaron Bickerton kicked a 40-yard field goal to give Howard their 19th point. So the score was 24-19. And just like that, Howard comes back with a 24-yard interception return, a pick 6 by Hinton that puts Howard up by 2 with 7:14 to play in the fourth quarter.
But
Incredible.
That's why you kick the field goal. That's why you kick the field
Yeah,
goal.
that's what I'm saying.
That's exactly why you kick the field
Yes.
goal, because there are instances where, you know, if you don't kick the field goal, you're still losing after that.
Yes.
You're still losing, right?
Yeah.
And so
Get them points.
get them points,
them
right?
points.
Get them points. You never know what happens in the way that both defenses have played today.
Wow.
I mean, I can't say that I'm really surprised, but it was a great play. But the way that both defenses have played, both defenses have showed out. I mean, this is amazing.
That was the play of the year.
My man
That
with
was
the-
incredible.
And my man with the ugly sweater getting all the camera time.
Look at Coach Simmons. Look at the sweat on it. Look at the sweat on between his eye and his nose.
Hey,
It's tense, man. It's pressure. It's
Here-
pressure.
Here's me being a little controversial. What
Controversial?
what
No.
nobody wants to hear. Coach Simmons' name has come up in some other coaching jobs. His name has come up in some other coaching jobs. If he wins this game, hey, he might throw the resume out there. And he might
You're
be
not-
looking
Nah.
for some other jobs. I mean,
don't say it.
his name has come up.
No, man. Don't go with that.
You don't believe it?
You know what
This is what I'll say.
You know what this cat told me? This cat, can I tell what you know?
Tell.
This cat told me he thought he was going to Lane. I said, man, he ain't going to Lane, man. I know my boy Myron Brown, Coach Brown. I know my Coach Brown. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about. Derek Burrows, athletic director. Don't listen to this cat, man. Willie Simmons is not coming to Lane. He's not.
T-O space L-A-N. No.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. Oh, Tuskegee University. I'm gonna stop you right there. Slide before you get somebody in trouble, man. Man, you spreading these rumors, man.
Tulane, not
Come
Tulane.
on, Come on, Come on, Sly.
But
Come
his
on.
name-
We're journalists, man.
His
We're
name
journalists.
has come up in some coaching searches.
Okay.
His name has
So,
come up.
I'll say it like this.
See.
He's
I gotta
rebuilt
get away from you
he's
on that
rebuilt-
one. Slide
No,
my chair over.
Come on, Sly. Don't slide. Come on, bro. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere, Sly.
I'll say it like this though. If he wins this game, he's rebuilt the field house, which they talked about tremendously. He's rebuilt the field, and now he's won a black championship. Would it be crazy if he really left? I don't know that it would be crazy if he left.
But here's the thing, and you have some people who are the HBCU purists. They're the HBCU purists, and some of them would go out and say maybe Willie Simmons isn't the HBCU purist, because he did start his career at Clemson. He did start
2002 graduate. Yeah.
He started his career at Clemson. He came to FAMU when was it? No, it wasn't. I forgot who came in after him, who kind of pushed him out. I forgot who pushed him out. Or was it Whitehurst? Might have been Charlie Whitehurst that pushed him out. But here's the thing. Some people might say he's not an HBCU purist, so him staying at FAM may not be
Long
as pure as it is as some people who actually played at HBCU for all 4 years.
We have got to check the stats on this kid, man.
Who, Dixon?
Dean.
Oh, Dean Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dean Jr. has been doing his thing. He's been doing his thing this afternoon.
But I mean, they only threw for. They've only thrown for 120 something yards, or 130 yards, 140 yards now, and they've only rushed. They rushed for less than 40, so I don't know how many he can't have that many yards. What, 80?
2 catches for 74 yards and 2 touchdowns.
3 for 87.
No, 3 for 87.
My stats are behind. Correct me. The numbers are important.
No, he's got 3 receptions for 87 yards, averaging 29 yards per reception.
Well, I guess he's done everything.
And now we have an injured player on the field right now for Howard. And now they're gonna. Oh wow! Is that blood? Oh, that's blood. Is that blood or the glove? I can't tell, but it looks like his something happened to his wrist, and they're going to replace Robert Jones.
Was it a cornerback?
The third. It's Robert Jones, the third.
What position he plays?
Corner, defensive back.
Now look,
and they're gonna
first
pick
play,
it. They're gonna
first
pick,
play, Dwayne.
Yeah, they're gonna pick.
You gotta pick on the quarterback.
Yeah.
Anytime your cornerback comes out the game,
Go right at
first
him.
play you go at the backup because
Yeah.
he's a backup for a reason.
I agree. Let's see if they do that here.
No.
They do.
look out,
They
man.
do.
Going
They're gonna
after-
pick at him.
going after him.
Going after him. Will he get caught? He got caught out there.
First one.
He
What did I
got
tell
caught
you?
out.
What
You
did I
called
tell
it.
you?
Hey, oh yeah. Call that out.
First
play.
Go after him.
Go at him. I concur.
Go after him. As soon as he gets out the game,
Man,
go after him.
Got to pick on him, man.
Hey, Lorenzo
That's-
Johnson is crazy. This man said
called
FAMU
fresh meat,
coach is
man.
going to Colorado.
Hey, while you joking, you might go as an assistant. While y'all joking around.
Come on.
While y'all joking around.
He'll never
So,
go to Colorado.
Sly, excellent call there, Jennings. Right there, you knew it was coming though. You knew you got to pick on the fresh meat. That's how it goes. You pick on that fresh meat. Wow.
Somebody lying to Kobe on the comments. Somebody lying
They
to
lied
Kobe.
to
Why I can't look good, man? Why I can't look good?
Somebody lying to Kobe on the
You
comments.
look so fine, Kobe.
Looking great up there, babe.
Why I can't look good, man?
Kobe.
Somebody lying to
Okay.
Kobe.
I see you got it together, Kobe.
I'm a guy. You know? I'm one of the guys.
You one of them boys. Okay.
Somebody lying.
Wow. Who called the flea flicker? We told you they're gonna take out all the plays out of the book when you're trying to win a championship.
It ain't no tomorrow.
No,
What you saying?
what you keeping them in the book for? Yeah. So now they are going for 2 here, Florida A&M, and they're not. At least I didn't think. Musa! Oh, no, that's a
That's
penalty.
penalty.
Now there you go, your penalty right there. There goes your. Now was
I
he?
hate it.
Now hold on a second.
I hate
Now was
it.
he supposed to look back and see if Jeremy
hate
Moose was
it.
going to hit him, man?
I hate
Come
it.
on, man. That takes away from the game right there.
worst, That is terrible.
That's a hard
But it's
call.
within the rules though, and it
is
shouldn't be a rule.
That's the rule. That's the rule.
Is it? Excuse me, I'm getting ready to hit you. Could you turn around
Yeah,
so I
could
can
you
make
please-
this
could you
hit?
please
Turn around so I can make
block
this
you?
hit legal. But Musa did what he's supposed to do. But you know what you should be teaching in those cases? It's almost like you're setting a pick, in basketball, where you can't hit it all. You can only impede. So you stand there, maybe block yourself, or you know what I'm saying, to brace. You can't actually extend or. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like that rule.
You can tell you coach girls basketball.
Can you?
You set your pick like this.
Wait. I went, but I tried to. I had some impediments going on right here, bro. So
boys basketball set pick down here, girls set it up here.
Yeah, my man. Hey, man, y'all catch is too technical, man. Y'all too technical. Oh no, he didn't. Sly said you could tell you coach girls basketball because you went like this. Oh, that was good. That was good.
Man.
All right, so after the flag, Coach Simmons has a semi-smile on his face. Why? Because his club has a 4-point lead. Yeah, you want to get on your quarterback. However, he just made a block that tried to spring Wilhite for the 2-point advantage. It didn't work, unfortunately, but you got to like the moxie of your quarterback being willing to give up his body to lay a hit down. And so, yeah, wow. But how about Florida A&M doing what champions do? They're trying to respond after the pick 6 and 10 points in a row scored by the Howard Bison. This has been a fascinating game so far.
You know what? That wasn't the backup he beat. That was the guy who got the pick 6 for the touchdown.
Number 6.
Yeah, number 6.
Sly.
Multiple fouls.
Wow.
Ooh. 15.
And forced on the kick. That's like the second consecutive special teams penalty that is going to put Howard in an advantageous situation. The last time they called, called target and they took it back, but it was a penalty done. But it gave Howard the football out at their own 35-yard line, and that extra 15 yards enabled them to go down the football field and score. So same situation here. After the kickoff, they're gonna kick the football off 15 yards back, so Howard can have a reasonable return right here.
Well, here's the thing: you already have a dangerous return team. They established the game, start the start of the game, and let you know.
Right.
Let you know we are a dangerous team.
So you got to look out for Ian Wheeler. He's their big return man. I want to say his number is 28 if memory serves me correct, but they're going to try to get that football in his hands to let him do his thing. And now the big ugly is trying to explain what he had did and what had happened was, and he's like, "Come on."
His beard was too thick.
Well, you got to keep your composure. You got to keep your composure. I know it's hot. I know pressure is mounting, but you got to keep it together. Oh, now he's going with the finger pointing. Oh, they're definitely running high right now. 30-26, a quick reset, 5 minutes and 46 seconds to play.
If you're here with us.
Yeah, and we appreciate it, man. We appreciate all the hits so far today online. Watch party here on HBCU Gameday of the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Dating back to 2015, they played it 7 years. 7 of the last 8 years, of course, they missed a year because of COVID. 6 of the last 7 winners have come from the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference. So the Florida A&M Rattlers, who just joined the SWAC back in 2021, is trying to become the first team since 2016 to win it. So we talked about what could happen because of that penalty, and we see on a return by Howard, they just returned the football, and they returned it back into Florida A&M territory. So again, we talk about how a foolish penalty, once again on special teams, has enabled Howard to march right back down the football field, and now they have it 1st and 10 in Florida A&M territory.
The producer got to leave this guy alone. Mr. Producer.
Yeah, that's abuse. That TV abuse.
Leave the guy.
Yeah, that's TV abuse, man. You ain't got to show my man like that. And they're showing him. They're showing him
That's what I was just saying. He's leaving the field.
Wow.
Y'all. He got kicked out. Oh wow. I did not. Oh wow.
He is leaving the building. TJ Lee. At least they're giving him a personal escort out.
That's just to make sure he gets out.
Yeah.
Make sure he get out.
All right. So we have a 4-point game, 30-26, 5:30 remaining in regulation. So here at this point, you got to put some points on the board. How many timeouts does Howard have?
Now
you got to ask that question, because if you have all 3 timeouts left,
they only have 2 left.
They only have 2 left.
They got 1 left. Yeah, they got
Howard
1
only
left.
has 1 left.
So this puts you right beside the score, beside the 26.
So this puts you in a auspicious situation, because now you're almost forced to score 6 on this particular drive.
I want you to think about this also. Let's say Howard scores. Oh, there's a flag.
That's going to be a holding.
That's going to be against the defense.
You think so?
No, that's the offensive holding.
That's a holding call right there. Quarterback rolls out and you start throwing flags in the area of the tackles and the guards.
That's holding.
That's a holding call.
Yeah. But let's say Howard goes down the field and scores. Okay. Howard goes down the field and scores. It's going to take 2-3 minutes off the clock.
Hold on. There you go.
Ooh.
Right. So what I was reacting to, if they show the replay, not that we can see it here on screen, but while we're watching it, there was a hand to the face to initially have that flag thrown, and once again the culprit.
Oh,
there's your boy again,
man. Come on.
Wow, this is It's going down to the wire. So one thing's for sure, I told you it wasn't going to be a blowout. I didn't see just Florida A&M coming in here and just mopping up the floor with Howard University. Couldn't see it.
Here's the thing: if Howard scores, FAMU's gonna have to drive down the field with a backup offensive guard in the game.
Yeah.
And you're running your 2-minute offense with a backup guard.
Yeah, you're looking deep into it, but that's a great point. All right, so 3rd and 7. Is this 2-play territory?
Oh yeah,
For sure.
Or
For sure. You're on the other side of the 50.
Or will you play position?
No.
Listen.
You
Will
only
you
got
play
one timeout.
No, but hear me out. Will
No.
you play position because the clock will hear me out. The clock will stop the last 2 minutes on first down.
Doesn't matter. Because they get a first down, game over. If FAMU gets the ball and get a first down, game
Another
over.
holding call.
Well, we're going to find out holding, so it's not even a free play. That's going to be an interception. That's ball game. So that is going to go, depending on who this penalty is going to go against, and I believe it's going to be on the offense. Let's see here.
That may not be. It's bad. Don't get me wrong.
But that's a punt. That's a punt.
It's
Right,
a punt.
right.
It's an early punt.
Right.
So
And
now
listen.
your defense has to hold up.
So listen,
defense has to hold up.
and that's the way you look at it. Now, you better be careful, boys, in this celebration. I wouldn't go all the way down to the end zone, start posing and styling and designing to get your behinds off the court. Look at him telling, get your behinds
All
off.
the
Get off
coaches,
the
get
court.
off the
What you
field.
doing? Get off the court. And, of course, the Howard contingent is wanting a flag to be thrown, an excessive celebration. And to be
Wait
honest
a
with
minute.
you,
I don't know if that's a offensive.
Wow.
no, 58 got held on the play. Dunn got held on the play. No question about that. He got held on the play. However, the officials very likely could have called a excessive celebration if they wanted to be technical about it. And here again, Florida A&M, why would you even go down there and run down there and try to celebrate like that when you know?
Because they're
18 and 19-year-olds?
20-year-olds.
Okay,
They're
well,
stupid.
he doesn't mean it like that. He
No,
doesn't mean
I mean it exactly like that.
Exactly
He
what
doesn't
said.
mean book smart, ladies and gentlemen. He just means like maybe common sense and maybe hormones and emotion take over as opposed
they're
to
dumb
being
kids.
headed. Oh, you can't say that,
I
man.
said it and I'll repeat it. I'll stand on it.
Hey, listen, while we're here, right? Immediately
Tease.
following the game.
Yeah, good tease.
Actually, not immediately. I won't lie.
Give
to you.
it
Not
up.
immediately.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Give it a few
15
minutes.
minutes, yeah.
The all-star team, the big money team that's at the stadium now.
Yes.
We're talking Simone with the sports. Simone Stanley,
Simone
you guys
Stanley.
know and love. We're talking Tylee Carr, Stephen J. Gaither, Vaughn Wilson. Everybody HBCU game day that's at the stadium right now, they're coming back to the studio. So we will have a post-game show, post-game reactions from everybody that was in the stadium. And we'll keep this thing going. We'll keep the watch party going. But we will take a break after the game. Just wanted to let you guys know so that you don't go too far.
15
Make sure
minutes.
You,
Give 15 minutes. Take a 15-minute break.
Make sure you make your way back, and we'll have a post-game show. Thank you.
Hey, man, nicely done, Kobe.
Appreciate it, man.
Kobe, you're doing your thing, man. And listen, special shouts out to all of the watchers and listeners that have been tuned in today. We certainly appreciate it.
Third and
It's
6
been
right here.
awesome.
This is a huge play.
3rd down and 6, 2:41 to play. All right.
big
We're
play.
going to stop.
Big play. Now
Okay.
Do they call a timeout?
No, they
No,
can't. They
no.
only got one left.
No, you don't call a
You don't
timeout
call
here.
it
You
now?
let it
You
wind
save it.
down. Because the clock is going to stop under 2 minutes. Once again, new NCAA rule this year. The clock will run on first downs, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. Penalties will carry over at the end of the first quarter, which we saw. They played it out in the second quarter, right? Third quarter. Now, in the fourth quarter, things change, right? The clock will stop in 2 minutes. But now we have a 4th down situation, and Florida A&M is going to allegedly punt, and Howard will get the ball back. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
All right,
80 yards.
so it was a booming kick.
The best punt we've seen all day, actually, because the punts have not been very good today, and that's what I was looking to see if he would place them inside of the 20, or if Howard would retain very good field position.
Who's that little kid on the field?
Oh, you talking about Will Hoyt? Listen, he is an all SWAC performer at the punter position. So
No, I'm talking about the little kid standing beside him. Number 0, I guess, with the dreadlocks, who was walking beside him, who looked like he was about 4'8".
What for? Wait a minute.
For FAMU.
That would be Isaiah Major.
He was walking by. He was walking by the punter. He was a real little guy. He was just walking right beside the punter. It was a real little guy who was walking beside the punter.
Let's see. Let's double check.
Looked like his. I'm not quite sure what his number was.
Well, sometimes they have numbers on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't see his number. Oh, interception!
God.
Oh, my goodness.
Was it that little guy, Isaiah Major? I was saying, was it Isaiah Major?
It wasn't
because
him.
That player right there was a defensive player of the year in the SWAC.
Wow.
Isaiah Major.
That's coming up big.
Wow.
Also a box score All-American.
Big-time plays in big-time games.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big-time play.
I'm talking about that little guy right there.
Where?
He was in the middle of their He was in the middle of their thing.
I missed that. Because when you said number 0, I'm like, Isaiah Major?
No, it wasn't Isaiah Major.
Isaiah Major made that last reception right there. Look at, what? You sure it wasn't him, Sly?
No, I'm sure. What I know that's Isaiah Major. I know who that is.
Right. The receiver fell down. And Quentin Williams gave up on the play. Young man, you got to chase that ball down. You can't sit there like a deer in the headlights.
I mean, he was down.
Yeah, he was down.
Yeah, he was down.
Rules different in
it ain't college. I mean, in NFL.
Yeah, it's not the NFL. He was down. As soon as he caught it and he hit the ground, he was down.
Right. Wow, Isaiah Major. Congratulations going out to that young man. He was the SWAC Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, but when you look at it, a lot of these Florida A&M Rattlers took home a lot of awards. They had the Coach of the Year, Willie Simmons. They had the Offensive Player of the Year in Jeremy Musa. And they also had the Defensive Player of the Year in Isaiah Major, who just made that tackle. And they're trying to review it, but it looked to be a good catch to me.
Should be an interception
in
my
book.
Let's
see. Going down the ground. Elbows. Knees and toes.
It ain't
hands,
enough to turn it over.
Elbows, knees, and toes. Yeah, that's a reception. That's an interception.
Yeah.
Looks like he's about being brought to tears, Isaiah Major. Oh, wow. Oh, he's giving honor and thanks. Wow. In these situations, it's a shame that someone actually has to lose, especially when you try to leave it all out on the field. But, Dr. McClellan, if this holds on to be true, 30-26, as the officials are going to take another look to see what is transpired here, this is going to be incredible.
Wow.
Why? We talked about it before, Florida A&M representing the SWAC conference, and we know all the difficulty that the SWAC has had in winning this game in particular, the Celebration Bowl, having lost 6 of the last 7, including the last 2 by surprise. Jackson State 0-2 in their only previous 2 appointments here at the Celebration Bowl. Meanwhile, you've got Florida A&M trying to win their first national championship since 1993. Can they hold on, leading it by 4 with 1 minute and 45 seconds to play, and they have the football deep inside of Howard University territory after the clutch interception by Defensive Player of the Year in the SWAC, Isaiah Major. Now, let's keep in mind that the running back slipped on that particular play to the dismay of quarterback Quentin Williams, but what can you do?
But, it was still a great read by Major.
Yes.
Even though he slipped, if he would have stood on his feet, Major would have cleaned his clock.
Yeah.
Major would have cleaned his clock if he would have stayed up. That was a great read by Major. Recognizing the screen is huge because, you got a lot of teams utilize the screen now. You want to take advantage because it's a situation where that pass rush is coming downhill fast and strong and in a hurry. So throw that screen in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's noteworthy to say that we've seen interceptions on 2 screens.
Mm-hmm.
On well-read plays by Hinton And then by major, 2 all-league performance in their respective conferences. And Kobe, I know you talked earlier about the magic number for the Florida A&M Rattlers, which would be 30 points.
What did I tell you?
You know what? Hey, Sly, he might know what he's talking about.
Good. I'm really good at this thing, man.
What is that?
I told you. I said if
He
they
said
hit 30,
if they hit their 30
if
point
they
mark.
hit 30, they will win this game.
Oh man, you know the over/under was 50 for the game.
Was it?
The over/under was 50.
Hey man, I thought you cats wasn't into the.
there.
I thought you cats
there.
wasn't
They
into
had
the
56.
extracurriculars.
Yep.
I thought y'all wasn't into the gamblings.
Hey man,
what?
when you don't have when you don't have a team, when your team isn't playing, man,
You don't have no dog in the
you
fight.
don't have a dog in the fight. The gambling is what makes it
Interesting.
very interesting.
Yeah. You don't have an artificial dog in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last minute and 35 of the game. Trying to put it out of the reach.
See, that's not smart.
Yeah,
that's not smart.
Running out of
Stay
bounds.
in bounds.
You gotta be
Wow.
a man. Stay in bounds and just fall down, man. Stay in bounds and fall down.
The only redeeming thing about that is that because it's a first down, they would have stopped the clock to move the chains. However, they would have kept the clock moving after the yard markers were reset. So if you're Jennings, you do not want to run out of bounds in that situation. You want to keep the clock moving with 1:31 to play. And now 15 seconds left on the shot clock. But more importantly, the game clock is not going to move. But it is first down.
Hey, check this out. It's the victory formation.
I haven't been to a victory formation.
Check this out.
Yeah.
It
Wait,
is
on the 5-yard line.
It is the best formation in football.
No question.
Or the worst formation in football. It just depends on what sideline you're standing on.
Yeah.
Right now, we're witnessing grown men cry. Coach Willie Simmons has done it for this Florida A&M Rattlers program. And, we've got something from Plies. He says with this transfer portal, y'all, big 3 in the state, y'all have everything. Go ahead, tell him, Plies. Plies is hilarious.
Did you see what happened when he talked to Don Staley, when Don Staley said she was coming to his concert?
No, what did he do?
Oh, he went crazy. Hey,
Listen,
my coach coming to see me. My coach coming to see me.
No, he did not.
Yes, sir.
Listen, bro, as we wrap this thing up right quick on Plies, man, one of the funniest bits I've ever seen Plies do. You got to look this up on the internet. You got to see him compare one chicken company, very prominent chicken company, to another chicken company. Hilarious. Hey, Cope, you gonna tell him, man, the reset, man. What's happening?
Hold on. Stick with me. Before we go, does Florida A&M become one of those big 3 in the transfer portal?
Nah.
No?
Nah. I mean, let's be honest, man. I love Florida A&M. I love what they're doing, but I mean, you comparing them to a Miami or a Florida, they got to beat Central Florida. You got to beat South Florida. Florida A&M. Hey, great win, great season, but you're talking about schools that have budgets that dwarf.
Athletic director in on the scene right now, congratulating Willie Simmons. And there's his wife right there giving him a big old hug.
You got
Lorenzo, we've been cool the whole. Let me see.
Oh, Lorenzo didn't switch teams, did he?
Lorenzo, we was cool the whole time, man. We was cool the whole time, man.
Oh,
we was cool the whole time. We was cool. What happened? Why you had to talk about my school? What did Morehouse have to do with this? What did Morehouse have to do with the Celebration Bowl, with the great FAMU victory? I called it. I said if FAMU hit that 30, when they had 10 points, I said if they hit 30, they gonna win. What they do? They hit 30 and they won. And then you switched up. And you said Morehouse don't know nothing about the victory formation. That wasn't right. That was not right. You did not have to do that to me, man.
Morehouse catching strays for no reason. Just catching strays.
It's my fault, man.
On
It's
this
my
fine
fault.
Saturday
It's my
afternoon.
fault. It's school days, man. It's my fault.
Hey.
Shouts out to Spike Lee.
Well, it's Morehouse's fault. Maybe they should want to have a football team.
Listen, fellas, I got to tell you something, man. For Three Talking Heads, man, this was actually very fun, man. I enjoyed this.
We got a message.
We got a message from who?
Who's that?
Message from who?
From Boss Man, from Tyler
What's it?
Carr.
I'm in the car, headed back. Keep the show going. We'll try to roll it right in the post game. What?
I tell you, the boss man is
So
boss.
wait a minute, we can't
is
answer.
on the way.
No.
All he's telling me I can talk some more. Hey, what? You don't have to ask twice.
That is
He said
lethal.
Sly gets to keep talking.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Nonetheless,
Well, listen.
Sly the sports guy. We got plenty of things to talk about though, because there
We
are
do.
things
Yeah.
that we didn't cover during the game, and it was a great game, y'all. We all predicted Howard to win,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, nonetheless, this is what it's all about. We love to see a great game, and you know, this is what it's all about: is having the community come together.
Yes.
For the greater good, for the greater purpose of you know, just seeing black people win, seeing black people win.
Say
And
it
that's
again,
what,
Kobe.
And that's what we're here for. That's what we've made happen today. That's what HBCU Gameday is trying to bring to you all. You know, seeing our community, our culture, our families win.
We want to see.
Nonetheless.
We want to see. I mean, we want to see. We want to see everybody win. But specifically speaking, we want to see us win.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. And that's what we've done today. Man, if you're here with us, you've won today. We've won today.
I've enjoyed myself. This is tremendous.
Listen, and I'll say it. Howard should keep their heads very high. For all of the talk about being academic school, you know what I'm saying, and all the things of the sort, and for them being the underdog and coming out punching FAMU in the mouth, doing what they had to do,
Yeah.
they should hold their heads high. They did what they were supposed to do today. Right?
You got to think they were in it to the last drive.
To the last
They
drive.
were in it to the last drive.
And on the last drive, they had a chance.
And my thing is, you get a, you know, you can only go off of a momentum and emotion for so long. They went off of momentum and emotion that first half. That first half, they were just totally, that offense they were feeling good, feeling themselves. Everything was running high. Everything was running well. Second half, the offense didn't come out of the locker room.
Right.
They did not come out of the locker room the second half, and it shows the offense didn't score a touchdown. They kicked the field goal, and they had a pick six in the second half. And let's be honest, the offense didn't score a touchdown since the first quarter.
Period, right? Since the first
Since the
period.
they didn't score a touchdown since the first quarter. They had a safety, you know. Now Howard's defense, they get the big piece of chicken tonight. And the offense, might
what
have
did you
to eat
say?
top ramen.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. You said the defense gets the big piece of
They
chicken.
get the big piece tonight.
Okay,
You know,
I can buy that.
The offense might have to eat the drumstick.
Listen, overall, I gotta admit, I'm happy the way Howard came out and fought. Right, Florida A&M was supposed to come in and blow them out of the water, mop them up and down the field. But to Howard's credit, they were able to take advantage of a couple of early turnovers, a couple of unfortunate penalties at Florida A&M, and they also were able to collect a safety to jump out to a 14-0 lead. Then they were up at 16-7, but unfortunately they allowed Florida A&M to score 17 unanswered points. But I will give Larry Scott and the Howard Bison program credit for coming in here and battling tonight, and then they just roll over because they did come back in the second half from a defensive standpoint to answer the bell. Hinton comes up with a nice pick six in a timely fashion. Their kicker comes in, all-conference kicker, and nails a 40-yarder to keep them within striking range. But Larry Scott and the Howard Bison program have no reason to bury their heads. No way, no how.
I mean, and we can say what we want to say about them being there. Congratulations for being there. I don't believe in second place trophies.
Wow.
I don't believe in second. I mean, I'm just be honest. I don't believe in second place. My son came home with a second place trophy. We threw it away. We threw it away. I don't believe it. You don't get any attaboys from me. You lost.
Listen,
you lost. You don't get attaboys. You lost, man. And they should have won. They should have beat Florida A&M.
I agree with you there.
They lost because they did not complete the task. Howard did not complete the task. Their offense did not show up. They ran off of emotion to start the game. To start the game, they were running high. They were running
running hot.
They were running hot. But eventually, talent catches up to you. Talent, you can be Rudy. Rudy was good for one play.
That's all he needed to be, though.
That's all he needed.
That's all he needed to be.
But if you want to be a winner, you got to be good the whole game. You got to be good the whole game, and let's just be honest, Howard wasn't good the whole game. He wasn't good.
I think Howard was not only was Howard not good the whole game. I think FAMU did a great job of stopping what Howard wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Howard wanted to run the ball. And that's the simple end all be all of what they have been able to do all season, and they weren't able to do it today. 81 total rushing yards has to be their lowest, probably in a half this season. And they had that in total today.
And I can guarantee you they got 50 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
The first quarter, they probably got that. I know they got at least 40 in the first quarter.
Yeah. In the first half, I have it right here, rushing yards in the first half, Howard ran for 57 yards in the first half, and in the second half, they ran for 24 total yards in the second half.
There you go.
57 in the first, 24 in the second half. While on the other side, Kobe, you talked about Jeremy Musa needing to come alive and showing why he was the SWAC Offensive Player of the Year, and he did just that. After throwing for only 96 yards in the first half, he ended up throwing for over 200 yards in the second half, including some nice shots over the top for touchdowns. So hats going off to Jeremy Musa and this Florida A&M. Yeah,
it was two.
Yeah.
It was two
There,
big plays.
I said a couple.
Two big plays.
I said a couple over the top.
Nonetheless, like I said, he had to find a way to come alive. Him and his offense had to find a way to come alive, and they would win the game. Big time players make big time plays in big time games. That's the end all be all, man.
Yeah.
Look at SWAC fan 100. Howard didn't take shots down. Hold on, let me see.
Down the field.
Either.
Down the field, and that is so true. That is so true. You talked about it. You have to, if you rely on running the ball so much, if you rely on running the ball, you know your safeties. Those safeties are going to creep up. They're going to creep up. So utilize the play action. I don't think they utilize the play action going deep enough. Hey. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Oh yeah.
The best coaches are the ones who tell you what happened after the game. Those are the best coaches. But the thing is some things you just have to do. If you're gonna run the ball, use that play action and go downfield. Howard didn't use that play action and go downfield. You gotta respect them. You have to respect my downfield passing game, and it was no reason for FAMU to respect the downfield passing game.
I felt like they tried to keep Quentin Williams out of harm's way, and they did just that. But they put him in harm's way because when it came to the fourth quarter, we knew he was gonna throw the ball short. We knew when he needed to pass. By not putting him in harm's way, by having a conservative game plan like they did, they eventually put him in harm's way because a short pass. We knew, everybody in the stadium, everybody in Atlanta knew a short pass was coming. Mm-hmm. You got a player like Isaiah Major who is
he's that dude,
that guy, right?
Yeah,
he's one of those guys, right? And he was an all SWAC performer this year. And he made an all-SWAC performer type of play to seal the game.
Big-time players make big-time games. Hey, listen, Renee Watkins says that neither of our kids quit. Gotta love it. That's what it's all about. Representing for the HBCUs. And Renee Watkins, you're absolutely correct. That is what it's about. It's about supporting these young student athletes, having them compete at the highest levels, both academically as well as athletically on the field. And that's what these two schools, these two proud institutions did this afternoon. So kudos to both organizations, both institutions.
That sounds nice. that sounds nice. But it looks like Howard lost on the football field and at the halftime show.
What? Wow.
They took the double loss.
Don't say that, man.
They took the double loss today.
Man. They took the double XL?
They took the double.
The double XL.
The double. And, I'm kind of hard. I know I'm hard on them, but you made it. You made it.
Which means you're supposed to be here.
It's 5 other teams in the MEAC who didn't make it. You made it. That just sounds funny. Only 5 other teams. Come on, man. MEAC, find somebody. No, come
you,
on
I'm
now,
telling you,
stop
dog.
stop
telling
that,
you.
stop
I'm
that.
telling you,
I go there
I'm
and I don't
telling
want
you,
that.
You know,
they've got. Listen, it's a fit though.
Let
It's
me-
a fit.
let me
For
throw
who?
For the conference.
let me throw out something scary. Let me throw out something just off the wall.
All right, go ahead.
Off the wall. Remember the CIAA.
Absolutely, they run the finest basketball tournament out.
Well, they needed some more football school. They needed another football school. They went and got Shawan, a white school, a PWI. They brought them in and let them play. Does the MEAC bring in a PWI? Do they bring in a PWI?
If it's a fit.
You find one of
If
those
it's a fit.
PWIs in the Virginia area or the North Carolina area, a 1AA school.
I mean, hey, listen. To be honest with you, I wish that there was more competition amongst HBCUs and PWIs because I think by having that type of competition, it readies HBCUs for the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think our HBCUs are battle tested enough during the course of and that's no slight on anything. Again, it's all about trying to be the best at what you do, right? So you want to look at the best competition within reason. There's a lot of stuff you have to take into consideration. You have to take into consider, does it fit the budget? Is it the right situation? But I have no problem with it.
And here's my thing, and this is I've said this in some of the Twitter spaces and stuff, and it kind of gets people a little bit upset. But what came down to Benedict, and this is D2. I don't want to speak for 1AA. I'm sorry, FCS. I'm sorry, I'm old. I say 1AA. But this what happens with Benedict. Benedict ran through the SIAC, just blowing everybody up, just thumping heads. What I would have loved to see from Benedict, one of those non-conference games, instead of playing a CIAA school, instead of playing Elizabeth City State, who you're going to beat the crap out of, instead of playing them, I would have loved to see them play a South Atlantic Conference team. That's one of the PWI conferences in the South. That's they lost to Lanier Rhine, Newberry, right. Barton, Mars Hill, Wingate. Those
Valdosta.
Schools, well, the Valdosta's in the Gulf
D2,
South.
Gulf South. Right.
They're in the Gulf South.
But
Conference.
your point being,
but I would love to see one of those non-conference. And this, once again, this is just D2 ball. This isn't D1. I mean 1AA. This is D2. I would love to see them get rid of a CIAA school and go and play one of the PWIs. Go and play one of them, so you'll see and you'll know what you're experiencing when it's time. When it comes time, playoff time. And I think that's what happened to Benedict. I know we're talking about the Celebration Bowl, but we'll talk a little bit about SIAC and Division II ball. I think that's what happened to Benedict. Benedict got so used to being up, beating SIAC schools. When they needed to run that 2-minute offense at the end of the game, they hadn't ran it all year. They haven't ran it in game time all year, and they look lost.
Well, I think that was the case for Benedict, but I think that was the case for North Carolina Central as well. They weren't battle tested enough, and when they got there to play Richmond in that playoff game, they looked really good. They looked really good to begin. And then they kind of fell off the wagon a little bit.
They should have beat Richmond.
They should have won, right? They should have beat Richmond. There's no reason Richmond should have won that game. But nonetheless, that goes back to the point that some of these HBCUs need to be playing. When they play these non-conference games, they should be playing some of these teams that they're going to play or that they're going to see. At least, maybe if not the teams, they should be playing against some of these conferences that they're going to end up seeing when it times come to play in the playoff games.
And see, this is another thing. I think a lot of HBCUs will get mad when I say this.
Say it.
You look at a Howard. Howard shouldn't play Morehouse, and I hate to seem like I'm piling on Morehouse, and I'm not piling on Morehouse, but Howard shouldn't play Morehouse. You're doing that for the money and for the clout. You're doing it for clout. you're not doing it to make your football team a better team.
You're doing it for the alums.
Yeah, you're doing it for the lumps. Neither Howard nor Morehouse got better because of that game. Neither team got better because of that game. Now, and you do have some Division II schools that can go and beat the 1A schools, like your Central State won. They beat who did they beat? Mississippi Valley.
They beat Mississippi Valley up in Chicago to begin the season.
Start the season.
Yeah, start the season.
And but then you got a Tuskegee going and playing Alabama State. Why?
Well, but I mean, you do have some other teams, for example, that have gotten big wins.
Yeah.
Miles College, they went into Alabama State.
Yeah, Alabama State,
and defeated Alabama State. So that was a big victory for that program over Miles College. So and you've had other sort of upsets, if you will. One that stands out, Lane College last year. They went into Tennessee State and defeated Tennessee State of the Ohio Valley Conference. So, I mean, it happens from time to time, but I get what you're saying as far as going outside of the tradition, if you will, just to sort of get yourself prepared for the postseason.
So Lorenzo Johnson says Campbell is moving to the MEAC.
I don't believe in anything Lorenzo says.
Lorenzo
is pure comedy. He's comedy for the day.
Lorenzo is here for the jokes and the drinks. No problem with that, though.
But I wouldn't mind.
That wouldn't surprise me. You know why that doesn't surprise me? Because the Campbell brand, they've had an affinity for playing against HBCUs. You can call, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, where it was a big matchup between Campbell and Jackson State. One that Jackson State ended up winning. However, you could see that there was a camaraderie and a connection made between those two programs, even though one is a PWI. Problem saying, well, let's just say a PWI with HBCU influences. So in that case, to me, that would be a fit if you're looking for teams.
Yeah, if you're looking for a team, and I'm not sure who the independent 1AA schools is. Maybe I need to look that up. Who your independent schools are, especially on the East Coast. Because I wouldn't expect any of the teams from the Southern Conference. Your Wofford's, your Furmans, stuff. No,
right.
I wouldn't expect them to leave their conferences. But Charlotte's moved up. Charlotte Division I. But if you can find a team like Campbell. You can find one of those teams. I think they would be a good fit for the MEAC because Tennessee State's not leaving. Tennessee State's not leaving the OVC, and the OVC is not even the OVC anymore. The OVC is combined with someone else. I forgot what conference they're combined with.
Yeah.
But Tennessee State isn't leaving, so you might have to find a PWI because none of the CIAA schools are ready to make that jump to move up to 1AA.
Yeah, like I said, man, at the end of the day, Sly, it's all really based on fit. We talked about how Tennessee State moved out of the HBCU space as it relates to conference, moving to the OVC. And how about Tennessee State? They're about to welcome in this upcoming next fall, a hockey program. So we're going to have an HBCU with a hockey program. And if they were in an HBCU conference, that probably would not get done. Although it's at the club level, I guess you can play against whoever you want. But just the idea that Tennessee State and for their leadership to envision having hockey, I think that's tremendous. I'm a hockey fan, so I think that's I think that's tremendous.
I think that's
wow.
I think
Kennesaw
it's great for
State's
the culture.
only independent FCS school.
Well, there it is. Is Kennesaw State looking to join up?
I don't think
you don't think so, huh?
I don't think that's.
Join the MEAC.
You don't see it, huh?
I don't see that happening.
You don't see it. Okay, hey, well,
they're not even a fit. They don't even really geographically fit the MEAC, I guess.
Well, let's take another comment here. Morehouse has to get serious about their football. I think Tuskegee is more incredible for Howard to play right now. I think.
Say that one more time.
I think Tuskegee is more credible for Howard to play right
Tuskegee
I would
would
agree
get
with
beat
that.
by 42.
I don't know about that.
Tuskegee
think
got
they
beat
would.
by Alabama.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about football.
Yeah,
Football.
yeah,
You're talking about this year.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about branding. I thought you were talking about branding as far as the whole scenario is concerned. I got to tell you something, bro.
Yeah.
Tuskegee University, right now, under Reginald Ruffin, they're doing that thing right. They're doing that thing
doing a
right.
great job.
If you thought your homecoming was off the chain, I've done several Tuskegee University
Wait a minute.
homecoming. Wait, hold on. I've done several Tuskegee University homecomings, and they have to change, bro.
Did you see 30,000 people in the crowd?
Yeah.
You can't.
Wait, no. Wait.
You can't speak about that on HBCU Game Day about
What you
the 30,000 people, the 30,000 fans.
What you mean? No, wait, hold on a second. You don't believe that Tuskegee University had 30,000 fans at their homecoming?
Not in the stands. They might have sold 30,000 tickets.
No, crowd. I'm talking 2 years ago when Reginald Ruffin, when he transferred over to Tuskegee and they played against Miles, and Miles almost upset Tuskegee at the end of the year. Dude,
I called that game. I called that game.
With me?
Tuskegee played Miles 2 years ago.
Yeah. You didn't do that game?
No, that was, I called the game the year before.
Yeah.
I called it Ruffin's last year.
I did that game with Mo Carter. I did the play-by-play. Mo Carter did the color.
Yeah, I called it the year before.
And it was a game that really got Miles, that got Miles going. You know what I'm saying? So it was a rough year that Miles was having up until that game in which they lost in double overtime. But listen, I know over at Tuskegee, you talk about brands. I know Howard's a big brand. I know that Morehouse is a big brand. Florida A&M is a big brand. But as far as Division II is concerned, no program has won more football games than Tuskegee University. They've gotten over 700-something victories in college football alone, and they spend money.
But when we talk about this Morehouse Howard football game, are we even talking about football when we talk about the game? It's about the weekend. It's about the weekend.
Right.
But
that's my point. And that's my point.
It's about when we were up in New York, that the fact that we took over New York, that we had the parade, that we had all of these things happening.
Right.
When we went to D.C. this past year, the fact that we took over U Street, otherwise known as Chocolate City.
Right.
It's great for the community. It's
great for the brand. It's great for the Morehouse brand.
Yeah. That's cute. But I'm a football player.
I'm
a football player.
You have to understand why you're going there. You have to understand why you're going there.
I think,
right?
Right?
I
think to the bigger point, though.
I get what you guys are saying. I get what you guys are saying with all the stuff off the field. But if you're going to tell me, if you're only going to talk about stuff off the field, it matters about the football game. We're here for the football game. I'm not here. I'm a football player.
Period, yeah.
I'm not here to see the band. I'm not here to see the dancing girls. I'm here for the football game. I could care less about the party because I am a football player.
Right.
And Morehouse does not play football.
But listen, Sly,
They don't care.
but Sly, you're only talking about one element of the experience.
Exactly.
So you're not truly talking about the HBCU experience because it's more than just the football game.
I would submit to you that it's never just about football.
No, that's the point.
When we're down here for Celebration Bowl weekend, the football game is not the biggest thing of the weekend.
It's about the parties. It's about the tailgating. It's about the bands. It's about the alumni bases getting together. It's about the step show. It's about the food. It's about there's a lot of stuff that it's about. So it's not as football purists. And don't get me wrong, I think it's good that you care about the product, and that in all seriousness, we all wish that it began with the football component. But let's be honest, it's all about that dollar. It's all about marketing. It's all about giving your alumni base something to feel proud about so that they will spend money. Now, are they doing it at institutions like Morehouse? They're more concerned about their academic prowess, and you can't be against that, right?
No, it's a college.
It's a college, and they're into making money, endowments, grants, and putting out the best as it relates into our community, as far as doctors, lawyers, people that are going to affect our lives. So, I mean, you have to know what you're getting into, and some institutions do it better than others. You can go to institutions that are highly academic, that are high academic, and win championships, and do a combination of both, and also have a strong alumni network. It's just a matter of finding that fit for you. And dare I say, Morehouse ain't for everybody. I'm sorry, Morehouse is not for everyone.
Here's my thing, and this is what just frustrates me with Morehouse, and I hate to make it sound like I'm banging on Morehouse, but I am.
You said that twice.
And I am banging on Morehouse, but this is what frustrates me about Morehouse. Morehouse has everything in place for it to be a great academic school and also for it to be a great athletic school. They have the money there. Morehouse
they have the money, no question about it.
They have all 36 scholarships.
It's all about how you allocate. It's all about how you allocate the money.
But hold on. They have the money. They have all 36 scholarships. Plus, they have additional scholarships that they can give the football players that come under the academic
celebrities
side.
Give.
You know. Yep. Now, here's the thing: as a school, they have made a conscious decision that we are not going to invest into the football program. That is my problem.
That's obvious.
That is my. But here's the thing: if you invest into the football program, if you take a school like Benedict under Dr. Rosalind Clark Artis, she decided we're going to invest into our football program. They built the stadium before she got there, but they decided to invest. We're going to give all of our scholarships. We're going to make our school a winner. She made their school a winner. What happened? Enrollment increased. Now, maybe that's not the thing for Morehouse because Morehouse doesn't want to let everybody in. Morehouse is not going to let everybody in.
Don't let everybody in. Don't want everybody.
Listen, and that's the point.
But
that's the point.
But this is the thing about HBCU ball. If you invest, if you build it, they will come. Allen University been a laughing stock forever.
Till Teddy Keaton got there.
They started to win. Allen University had a 150% increase in applications this fall. This fall, they had a 150% increase in applications. And that's just one winning season. See, if you build it, they will come. And Morehouse may be a bad example because they don't want everybody to come.
Right.
You have to be,
that's the point.
You have to be on another level to get to Morehouse. But they will let one or two bad apples in. They'll, Kobe. They'll let a regular guy in.
Don't talk about Kobe like that.
Let a regular guy in. But here's the thing. All you other HBCUs, if you decide to take that money and invest in the football, everything else, I think how many people Alabama has 80 to 90,000 people in the stands every week. 80 to 90,000 people not coming to see that science teacher give a science lecture. They coming to see that football.
I would submit this to you though.
Go ahead.
I think that other schools have. Don't kill me, y'all. I think that other schools have enrollment issues as is, where they need more enrollment, they need more engagement from their surrounding communities. They need more engagement from students that want to come to their schools, and they're looking for something. The problem is that Morehouse doesn't need anything.
There's listen, and you know why they don't need anything? Because they have money.
Mm-hmm.
You know why they don't need anything? Because they have money. They have access to money. They can get money, so they can do things the way they want to do. It. I'll say this, and I only say this because I've sort of been kind of part of the system. For example, my daughter attended a high school, a private high school, that didn't have a football team, didn't have a football program, so you couldn't go to the games and rah-rah for the football team. Their sport of choice that they're a national champion is Frisbee football. Now you laugh, you laugh, but the alumni base at the school where she went to, I still give money. I still go over to the school and volunteer because of that experience. And it had nothing to do with football. It had to do with preparing her for the next level. So when you talk about collegiately in college, it's about preparing the student athlete for life. Do you follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I get what you're saying from the purist standpoint. Hey man, I just want to see the football. The football purist to me wants to see the football also. But the other side of me, see where this comes in, and the benefits from being, I'm not going to say exclusive because they're actually inclusive, but they just want the best of the best. So they're going at a certain type of student athlete. And quite frankly, as Nipsey Russell says, everybody can't go. Benny the Butcher said that too, I think, in his next album coming up.
I think another problem is when you're a school, a lot of these schools that you talk about don't have kids that stop playing their sport for the opportunity to go to that school. There are kids at Morehouse who could be Division I athletes in basketball, football. They're just walking around the campus as regular people is my point.
That's me giving a side eye.
You can give the side eye, but I'm telling you, there are kids at Morehouse who could be athletes at schools that are at Morehouse specifically to go to class.
There's not one Division I athlete on Morehouse campus.
I promise you there is.
I'm talking about on the football team, basketball team included.
I don't mean on the team though.
I'm including those people when I say they're in the Division I athlete.
I'm telling you, there are people on the campus that could have played Division I college athletics.
Look here.
That said,
I could have dated Holly Berry.
I could have done a lot of things.
I could have.
But I think there's the opportunity. The opportunity to go to Morehouse for a lot of people sometimes just outweighs.
And here's the thing: the opportunity to go to Morehouse. You're right. It's not an opportunity. It's an honor.
Yeah.
It is an honor to go to Morehouse. It is, and I'm not joking, being funny or anything. It is an honor. If you get an acceptance letter from Morehouse, kudos to you. Kudos to you. You've done a great thing just to be accepted.
You're being told that you're beating, quote, you are beating Morehouse like a rented mule, they're saying. Hold on a second.
Kobe had a D2 scholarship.
I had a few scholarships.
Swag Fan 100 says, marketing is important. The pageantry for HBCUs is great, tailgating, etc. But HBCU sports has so many stories. We have to market it better, especially football. Malcolm Jenkins says, if you build it, they will come. You have to build the football brand to go along with the academic brand. Point for you, Sly. What else?
This Malcolm person's related to you, Kobe.
That's my father.
There it is, right there. There it is.
But he's agreeing with you. He agreed with you. If you build it up, they will come.
Oh, wow. You had to bust a man out like that. It's like,
listen. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't even need to tell you. I had scholarships and decided to go to Morehouse instead.
Yeah.
But see, that's the point I'm agreeing with you on. I'm agreeing with you. For you, and I give Kobe a hard time, but here's my thing. For you to be accepted into Morehouse, that's one step better than me. One step better than me.
Listen, there are certain schools, man, you just can't roll up in. Yeah, like you just can't roll up in this Morehouse. You can't just roll up in this Spelman.
That's what I'm not mad at Morehouse. I am frustrated with Morehouse, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, I know Morehouse has all of the chances and the opportunities to have the football player in me, the dumb jock in me, is frustrated with Morehouse. And now, 44-year-old Sylvester Williams, who realizes it's life after football, I understand that Morehouse education is more valuable than just playing football. But the 18-year-old Morehouse, the 18-year-old Sylvester Williams, come on, man.
Well, I will say this.
I would love for him to do more.
You couldn't have two better brands that participated in the 2023 Cricket Celebration Bowl than both Florida A&M and Howard University to represent the very finest, the very top of the echelon as it relates to both academics and athletics, both in their own right in the MEAC for Howard and then for the SWAC for Florida A&M. Look at what they've done. Tennis program for Florida A&M winning a championship in the SWAC. How about their women's volleyball team in 2022 off of last season? Their baseball team came into Atlanta and won a SWAC championship. So they got it cooking right now, and they win the national championship. So incredible job. Sly, go ahead. What do you say about that?
Well, here's my thing, and I really am encouraged. I really love what Morehouse has done. I mean, what some of these HBCUs have done with off the field, some of the other programs, some of the other sports. It's amazing. It's great. It's great. I love it. I love it. But once again, man, I'm a dumb jock, man.
No, you're not a dumb jock.
I'm a old,
He's not a dumb jock, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a
He's
good-
not a listen. Sly knows what he's talking about, man. Don't get me wrong, man. He's just passionate. You're like you're the football purist. You want to see what's good for the game. You want to see competition at its highest level, and all the other stuff, the money, the pageantry. You just interested in what's going on in between them lines for them 60 minutes.
Yeah, all that other stuff is nice and fun, but I care about what's going on between those lines.
Well,
I do.
Hey, I respect it, but at the same time. So what we got going on, man? Is the A team here yet, man? The A team, they rolled on. I know we got stuff going on.
We
This
got
is
some things, man. We got some action real soon.
Okay,
we
all
got
right.
some action real soon, but I think we got a little second. We got a slight little second. What do you guys want to like? What do you guys have closing? What do you guys have closing?
Let's re-rack and do it again. I can't wait until next season. And the thing is, the football season as well as 2023 just goes by like a blur. It just seems like we were just at the SIAC and SWAC media conferences, football conferences. I know, Kobe, we were down there, shooting for the SIAC, and Tali and et cetera was doing some co-hosting duties for the SWAC. And that just seems like yesterday. It seems like yesterday that we just moved into these studios, Game Day studios. And I love the proximity to the downtown area, close to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, close to State Farm Arena. This is an incredible space to be in right now, and I'm just overjoyed that I have an opportunity to do something that I love, that I genuinely love and have been covering for a number of years, and to be able to see this climax in my city where I live, and to have literally the HBCU world come to Atlanta to play a meaningful football game, but not only a football game, but the activities that go surrounding the football activity. It's quite alluring to see. Now, you got to realize I come from that old school, and when I say old school, when I started in the mid-'90s doing games at the Georgia Dome, producing games at the Georgia Dome for 100 black men, making memoriams for different dignitaries and African-American heroes that moved on, and playing in a number of football games that were down at Georgia Dome. So it's just been a glory to me. And
thank you.
Yes.
Listen, y'all, it was great. We are now going to toss to the Howard press conference. Howard post-game conference is happening right now.
Ball games with some penalties and turnovers, especially in championship games. Those are the things that bite you. So in the end, we couldn't do enough to overcome that. And one thing we pride ourselves in not doing is beating ourselves, and kind of did that a little bit and hurt ourselves in that regard. However, I'm proud of this football team, proud of what we've started, what we've been accomplishing, and what we'll continue to build upon.
All right, now we'll open up for questions for the student athlete. Please raise your hand, name and affiliation, who's the question from. The mic, Dr. Clavell. Oh, wait for the mic, please. You go, Dr. Clavell.
Thank you. Dr. Clavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab, Kenyatta Clavell. This question is for Quentin Williams. I know it's hard to put everything in facet just coming off the field with such a tough and emotional game, but can you talk about just the flows of the game and how your team continued to fight, whether being up early or late in that fourth quarter, getting down and coming back to be able to push it?
Our team, I feel like we're a very battle-tested team. We've been in these moments before. Hats off to our defense, in my opinion. I feel like they played an amazing game. Like Coach Scott said, you can't win many games when you turn the ball over 3 times. So, that's on me.
Gentleman with the black hat right here. He's coming with the mic.
It's a question for Quinn Maceo Hurd, the Career Sports Network. Just talk about the journey. Of course, that's not how you wanted the season to end, but being a DMV kid, just representing Howard University, just talk about your journey.
It's been a long 4 years, 5 years in this program. I remember me in my freshman year, getting thrown into the fire as a true freshman. Up until now, I look back on that journey, I wouldn't change it for the world. It just hurts that I couldn't end it on my terms, but I wouldn't change anything for the world. I love the university. I love my teammates, coaches, everyone, that supported us from the beginning, So I thank Howard for everything.
Hey, Q, James Hill with James Hill Sports. Just talk a little bit about representing the Howard brand, this program, this university, and what that means to you personally for the rest of your life.
Moving forward, I look back on this journey we had this year, and really, just soak it all in. I enjoyed every moment of this game and this ride I had for 4 years. But just moving forward past this and looking back on this game and this team we had this year, I think it'll be one of the better teams ever to come through Howard. So it's a good feeling to be a part of this, to be a part of something bigger. How Coach talked about setting a standard for the university to come, for the games to come and the seasons to come. I feel like we set the standard, so I appreciate this team.
This question is for Carson. Emmanuel Glaze from the Crush Sports Talk. Take us through that fourth quarter, the ebb and flow of the game, and what did you see from your perspective in that turnout?
We just kept fighting, The game ain't over till it's 4 zeros on the clock. So we kept communicating on defense, kept flying around, and just kept going, kept straining.
This is Desmond Purnell with WUSA 9. This question is for Coach Scott.
I'm sorry, we're doing questions for student athletes first.
Student athlete first.
Then Coach,
okay.
Thank you.
Well, Carson, this question is for you. I saw a lot of your teammates, standing in the tunnel watching the celebration, and I heard a lot of them saying we're going to be back next year. What were your emotions as you saw the confetti coming down, but it was for Florida A&M? What feelings, any sense of motivation coming from watching the other team celebrate?
You never want to watch the other team celebrate. You want to be the one celebrating, you feel me? But, we definitely going to be back, going to keep fighting. It's not a loss, it's a learning lesson.
All right, Jim.
Thank you. Jim Trotter from The Athletic. I wanted to ask both players, what has Coach Scott meant to you all, not only as a coach, but as a man in terms of your development?
Well, I just want to start by saying, bro, I appreciate this man next to me. He honestly changed my life. I will go through the fire with him, any dark tunnel, dark alley, I'm right next to him. It ain't been the best trip or the best experience. It's highs and lows. And during the lows, he was still there no matter what. Even when he could have, did something different or, you feel me, gave up, he still kept going. So when you see that out of your coach, you wanna do whatever for him. So I appreciate him. As a man, as a player, he showed the utmost amount of love, and you can't ask for nothing better.
For me, I think Coach Scott has been like a great role model for me. When he first got the job, he could have went in another direction at the quarterback position. He could have made changes. So for him to just, believe in me and trust in me throughout his tenure here, I think spoke volumes to me and also my family. I love Coach Scott. I appreciate him, everything he's done for me in this program. And then as a role model outside of football, he's done a tremendous job showing us the way how to just be a better man, instilling simple values to us that we can carry on throughout our lives. So, I love Coach Scott. I appreciate him for everything.
We have time for one more. We can go here.
Ernest Rex, MTMV Sports. Carson, this question is for you. You had a phenomenal pick six in the game. Talk to us about what you saw in that play and what were you feeling in that moment?
Well, one thing Coach KJ like to tell me is film don't lie, you feel me? So you watching the film, you know exactly what the other team gonna do. And if you feel me, I'm gonna fall back on my film and my training and my practice. I saw the play before that, they ran the same exact play. He wanted to throw it because he saw me kind of out leveraged. Then they went back to it, and I just jumped it.
All right, Carson, Quentin, thank you for your time. All right, now we'll open up a question for Coach Scott. Vaughn, you go first.
Coach Scott, first off, congratulations on a good year and a great MEAC championship. Vaughn Wilson, HBCU Gameday. Coach, just talk about, I know it's the emotions of the game are high on your mind, but just talk about the week here at the Celebration Bowl, at the HBCU National Championship, and how the Celebration Bowl committee has put together an experience for these young men.
What a wow, what a great experience. I said in the end, kind of told the guys even before the game, I said, you've already won. Sometimes you got to understand the blessing is just the opportunity. And to have an opportunity to be here on this stage to compete in this beautiful venue and to have the week that we had, the few days that we had, and some of the events and the planning and all those type of things and the service that was given to these young men and the experience that they had is one that, will build memories of a lifetime for them. No matter what the result of was the game, obviously you want to always win. However, they won. They won. What a fantastic experience. And I think more HBCUs, more sponsorship, more of this needs to happen across the scope to continue to build this for not only just the Celebration Bowl participants, but across the scope of HBCU football.
Coach Mark Starr with Miami Times. Just can you touch on and expound on the ability to have this game on national television, exposing the HBCUs to the global landscape sense?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's kind of what I just alluded to. It should be more, right? It should be more. It shouldn't just be this game, but with it being just this game, I mean, what an awesome opportunity, right? You kick off bowl season and in Atlanta, which is a hub for a lot of great bowl games and now SEC championship games and championship games, and to have our championship game here hosted in Atlanta in this beautiful venue is nothing short of amazing. Just wish we can start to build that across the landscape of HBCU football a little bit more.
Gentleman in the blue.
Coach Scott, back here in the back. Dwayne Nash with the Yard HBCU Sports and Hero Sports. Got a little dusty in here when your players were talking about you. But I wanted you to get your perspective of what you thought of Howard's program when you first got hired. It was a little bit in turmoil back in 2019, and you come into the program and the journey that you went through with the players and that journey as well.
Sometimes jobs choose you, right? Situations choose you. You don't choose it. I'm a true person that believes in following my heart. Obviously, it was something I prayed over and did a lot of work and a lot of research on, and was spirit led to be at Howard. So I went into the job with my heart open, mind open. Knew there was a lot of work to do. Knew you had to roll up our sleeves, get dirty. We had a lot of things to clean up, from academics to mindset, mentality, to just the approach towards everything. I mean, we had a lot of work to do, but we were for it. We were ready for it. Our administration and our AD gave me some of the things that we needed to make sure that we put the right people in place, because at the end of the day, I've never seen a building make a football player a better player. I've never seen any of those things, all these shiny blue things, make people better people. People build people. And so when you gave me the opportunity to make sure I surrounded myself with men that cared about young men, we're going to pour into them, I knew we were going to give ourselves a chance. It's just a matter of time.
Good time for three more. This gentleman, Luke and Dr. Clavell.
How's it going, Coach Scott? Jared Hoffman with HBCUsports.com. So you guys had a very strong start, and you were going against a team that is not known for having the best starts in games. Was that a point of emphasis throughout the week to get out to a fast start and jump on them quickly?
That's a good question. No, our start is always to start fast. That's kind of one of our motives. We want to start fast, persevere through, and finish, and that's just what it is. And so, you get out to a fast start, but when you play a championship game, you have to be able to sustain, right? Keep the discipline, keep the accountability, all those things all the way through. And that's the task, right? For 60 minutes, to play all the way through the ebb and flows, the ups and downs, those things. And I think we did that a little bit. We just, fell a little short in the end, but they battled, they hit us, we hit them back. They battled, we hit them back, we hit them back. So at the end of the day, that's what you expect from, I've been in these before. That's what you expect when you get to this type of football game. You got two really good teams, and it's going to be a 4-quarter game.
All right, we go Luke and Dr. Clavell.
Luke Williams from the Black Collar Sports Page, Coach. Congratulations on a great season. What was it about FAMU's defense? What were they doing that particularly gave you problems? I know it was problems maybe running the ball, and obviously the 3 picks by by Quentin?
No, I mean, everything that you saw on tape, you look at sometimes it's this, personnel thing, and I like to call some guys erasers, right? Even when guys are wrong, they have the speed and athleticism to make it right. And so when you're playing against a team like that, they stay optimistic. They stay optimistic. A tip ball here could be a pick. Speed off an edge could cause quarterback to step up and make an errant throw at times. So it was just one of those deals where I knew we were going to have to stay the course and kind of stay balanced, not let them just dial into one thing, pin their ears back in the passing game and rush the passer, or stack up against us in the run and just stop the run. So we had to continue to try to stay balanced, to keep them off balance a little bit, and those athletes kind of put them in stress them a little bit with balance and different calls and different formations and things like that. And I think for the most part we were able to do that at times, and then there was critical times where we just didn't get it done, we didn't execute, or have a guy running scot-free and protection breaks down. I mean, we had guys open. We go back and watch it. There were tons of times where if we'd been able to have the time, could have been a different ballgame.
All right, final question, Dr. Cavill.
Kenyatta Cavill, Dr. Cavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Coach Scott, congratulations on a tremendous season. I know it may not feel like that now with everything, but I wanted to ask you particularly about your defense. What were some of the things that made your defense extremely effective against what many people believe is a pretty potent offensive team from FAMU?
Oh, I think we kind of took away some of the things that they wanted to do. I mean, for the most part, we kind of nullified the run game. What they did was just get us with some kind of gadgety things where you have eye discipline issues and those type of things, and we're able to get guys open on backside wheel routes and stuff like that. Kudos to them for seeing that, but we'll be able to look at that and see that, hey, that was as much us having what we call dirty eyes and having your eyes in the backfield as opposed to on your man and things like that they took advantage of. But don't worry unless they take advantage of it. But I think we did a good job of early, trying to take away some of the things that they want to do. We know that they're an explosive team, and early we kind of nullified the explosive plays and tried to force them to take the long hard way, which was working to our benefit.
All right, Coach, once again, thank you. Fam, you'll be with us in just a second.
And we're back. We just heard from Coach Larry Scott and a couple of key players from Howard that had a big game. Guys, I really just want to talk about the blessing is just the opportunity. Said Coach Scott. And Sly, I know you probably don't like it because you talked about you don't do second place trophies. And I don't think the point is to be about second place trophies, but more about, I think he was speaking more to the opportunity to be here this weekend. In 3 years, he's brought his team to Atlanta for the Celebration Bowl. I think there's something to be said for those things. Could you speak on that?
Yeah, I mean, it is something to be said for those things. This being his third year at the program, and he's gotten them into the Celebration Bowl. And I think that's huge. That is huge as a coach for you to win your conference in your third year, especially when you're seeing coaches being fired after 2 years. You're seeing coaches being fired after 2 years, and then you see a man, he's got his program here after 3. What if Howard says, "Oh, screw it, I didn't like those first 2 years"? He was a co-champion. He should have been an outright champion, so we're going to fire him. They don't come back to the Celebration Bowl. And it's a great thing that he made it, but more importantly, some of these other ADs should look at their situation and say, hey, I can't fire a coach who's only been here for 2 years. Now, there are other things that go. Morehouse fired their coach. He's only here for not even a whole calendar year.
8 months.
8 months. 8 months, It's things that go on off the football field and stuff like that. But if you're firing your coach because of wins and losses after 2 years, you're a bad AD. You have unrealistic expectations.
Dwayne?
I mean, I get it from the standpoint that everybody wants to win and they want to win now, but you have to understand in today's climate, you have to develop players. And not only that, when you come into a new situation, 9 times out of 10, you are inheriting someone else's class. And you don't want to put your livelihood, and this is just human nature, you don't want to put your livelihood on maybe what was left there because that's what got the other guy fired. So it's going to take some time, or at least in the past, it would take some time to flip your roster and get your roster the way you want it to be, to truly represent who you are as a leader, as a head coach. But I will say this, in today's climate, because the way the game has changed, how players switch allegiances at the drop of a dime. I talked about this 2-week window that's presently going on where kids have an opportunity to transfer teams with no penalty, no sitting out, no waiting, etc. That can make teams instantly turn around and become competitive. We saw Miles College at the Division II level struggle last year, but
hold on, I'm getting word from the production room. We have FAMU's press conference, the winning team of the Black Championship. They're here.
Thank you guys again for being here. Truly exciting day. Great day to be a Rattler. Can't say enough about these guys, just what they've had to overcome and endure this season. You know, we knew coming into the season that we had a chance to be special, but we knew it wasn't going to be given to us easy. You know, so again, they did what we asked. They scratched, they clawed, they bled, they sweated, they cried even, and they just went to work every day, regardless of what we threw at them, regardless of what we asked them to do. They did it, and now they're champions, and no one can ever take that away. So we're excited to bring the Celebration Bowl trophy back to the SWAC, and I know Commissioner is very excited about that. And it was a great week, great event, and hate that two of these guys will be transitioning on, but we got a really good team returning, and we got to go get some more guys and hopefully run it back because we want to be here again next year.
All right, at this time, we go for questions, student athletes. Young man right here, no, orange.
This question is for Jeremy Maceo Hurd, Crush Sports Talk Network. 9 different receivers touched the ball today. Ball distribution seemed like it would be a factor because once you guys start getting on the move, a lot of those backside throws start opening up. Just talk about the game plan for this week.
Yeah, I think that's our plan every week. You know, we have what we do well. We're going to present it a little differently, you know, every time we play. But at the end of the day, we're going to do what we do well, play our game. And, you know, that's how it's went the whole season. You know, I think we've done a great job of spreading the ball around to everybody. You know, and everyone on our team can make plays, you know. I have trust in every single guy that I'm throwing the ball to. And, you know, hats off to the O-line doing a great job, giving me time to sit back there and find the right guy.
All right, guys. Roy Evans, Black College Sports Network. I want to talk to the 2 MVPs of the game. At the beginning of the game, it seemed that Howard knew what you guys were doing and what was going on. Talk to us about how Coach Simmons and the rest of the coaching staff's preparation leading up to this gave you all the ability to stay focused enough to get back into the game.
Well, I would say, I mean, just from week 1, we kind of had to handle adversity from day 1, from fall camp. We go up Jackson. We put up 28 in the first half, but the second half wasn't our best. So, I mean, we've had lows in the season where we've had to, you know, fight back and make things happen. So we've seen it before, and it was something that we've been, you know, practiced, you know, been well coached on. So it was pretty easy, I would say, to get back to who we are and playing Rattler football.
Young lady in the back.
And continuing on what he said, we've been in this situation several times, so it wasn't really nothing that we had to get adjusted to. We just had to come out and stick to the game plan and make it work.
All right, we're gonna go young lady in the back.
Hi, Allison Posey, WCTV Sports. This question's for Kelvin. Being a local guy, man, being from Tallahassee, being named the offensive MVP today, the performance that you have, how much does this mean to you to do it for Rickards High School, to do it for Tallahassee, and to do it for Florida A&M?
I mean, it means the world. Like, my parents then put so much work in to get me to this position. All the folks in Tallahassee that supported me all the way, I just want to give a big shout out to them, man. It feels amazing. I'm just glad to be here, and shout out to God.
Vaughn Wilson from HBCU Gameday, and this is for all 3 players. All 3 of you started your career somewhere else, and you decided to end it at FAMU. What went into that, and how do you look back and think on that decision?
We'll start with you, Musa, and then work our way down.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about it many times, you know. I was reluctant, you know, to transfer. I didn't really want to do it, but I had to because I knew I wanted an opportunity to play. And I'm so thankful to Coach Simmons for giving me that opportunity. You know, that's the first thing I told him was just thank you for believing in me because, you know, he didn't have to. Yeah, I hadn't played and, you know, I had 1 season of JUCO film and, you know, he saw something in me, the same thing that I saw in myself. And, I wouldn't have changed that decision for the world. I'm so thankful to be a part of this team.
Big shout out to Coach Simmons. He told me when I was committing here, like, listen, you coming here to win the championship, and all the goals and stuff that he's told me, it came to fruition. So I just want to give a big shout out to him. You know, we battled plenty of adversity and we came through it. So
To piggyback, coming from junior college, I mean, I was really looking for a home, somebody who would, you know, treat me well, allow me to play the game that I loved as a child. So a big shout out to our coaching staff, Coach Smitty, just for allowing us to be us and play football. I'm beyond grateful to even be here. I would say what influenced my decision was just the culture in itself. Having players like Marquise Bell, who played in the same JUCO conference that I did, and to see what he's doing now. So it was definitely an inspiration and my influence in coming to FAMU.
Dr. Cavell. Kenyatta Cavell, Dr. Cavell's inside the HBCU Sports Lab. This is for all three of you in terms of Jeremy Musa, obviously the MVPs of the game, Kevin Dean and Isaiah Majors. You came in here, I'm sure you wanted to think through your head in regards to winning a championship, a national championship. In this case, the Cricket Celebration Bowl, HBCU national champion, ending the season with 12 wins. With all that said, now that the motion is there, you've actually done it, how do you feel?
We'll start the far end, work our way back this time.
I'm at a loss for words.
this is my first time ever winning a championship like this or something huge in my life. So, hey, I can't complain, man. It really don't feel real at all.
Yeah, I'm super excited, but the competitor in me can't just help but want to go watch it back and see, what I could have got better at, try to not make it a nail biter, but I'm so proud of our guys for being able to fight through adversity. I'm just really excited, ready to get to go see my family.
Hi, I'm Golden P. Smith of Exposure Magazine. I wanted to get feedback from everyone on what it means to you to win this championship here in the city of Atlanta.
So this time we'll start with Moose.
Yeah, it's my first time in Atlanta. Celebration Bowl did a great job of putting on a great event for us. And, what better place to play than a venue like this? So I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. And, it was a great experience.
Well, we got a lot of teammates from Atlanta, and I heard like majority of the fan base or alumni from FAMU are in Atlanta. So I'm glad they can all come out and celebrate this victory with us. It feels so good to bring it back home.
I would say it's just a blessing. I've never been to Atlanta, so to come here for my first time and to walk away with something so precious is a blessing.
We can get the last question to the senior gentleman here, Mr. Luke Williams.
Oh, Lord. Thank you. Thank you. Relax, Michelle.
And the man the mic the right way, man. He'll sing his
Michelle. Michelle, relax. Luke Williams from the Black College Sports Page. This is for Jeremy. I got one for Jeremy and one for Isaiah. Jeremy, 3 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter. What opened up late that allowed you to hit those TD passes down the stretch? And Isaiah, explain that last game-sealing interception.
Yeah, we had a game plan coming in. We had a couple plays that we were saving, and they're just the right time. And on that last one, me and him had the same thought process. I told him, and he told me right back that we were going to call that. And I'm just executing the plays that he calls. That's my job, is to execute the plays and get us into the right one if we're not. And that's all I did was my job, and the rest of the guys did their job. And when all 11 guys do their job, great things happen. So hats off to the offense, hats off to the defense for playing a great game. I'm so proud of our guys.
Yes, and I would say when you get into clutch situations, you kind of know what the offense is going to present to you. When it comes to screen draws, quick outs, they got limited time, so they're trying to move the ball fast and save as much time as possible. So I went with my hunch and just made a play on the ball. God allowed me to come up with the interception. Come on now, that came up with that. We ain't gonna do that.
All right. Once again, student athletes, we thank you for your time. You are dismissed. Thank you.
I'm gonna break y'all 2 up.
At this time, we're gonna open up a question for Coach. This young man in front is gonna go first. We get him a mic. Hold on one second.
Charles Odom with Associated Press to follow up on the question about the fourth quarter, 16-10 going into the fourth, and suddenly they seem to find something that just breaks it open with Jeremy and Kelvin. What can you talk about what you saw? He said waiting for the right time or holding on to something late, but I'm sure you were not wanting to wait to produce offense.
Well, obviously, we had a game plan, and they were doing things to neutralize a lot of our earlier thought processes, and so we knew there were a bunch of man coverage there. When you're in man, it's hard to kind of track the back out of the backfield, and so we were able to get a couple of plays with Kevin Dean sneaking out of the backfield and matched up one-on-one versus a linebacker. He's a very dynamic player, and so it's hard for linebackers to run with him. And Moose did a great job. The offensive line did a great job of protecting, and he was able to find him late. And then the last one was the kind of a trick play that we had worked on for weeks. Kind of held on to it. Luckily, we didn't have to pull it out the bag early. To toss back to the quarterback in the deep throw to Jamarier and executed to perfection. I tell you, it never worked in practice. I said we're not going to run the play because it looked terrible every time we ran it. But they said, Coach, run the play. Have faith in us. And faith is our first word. And at that time, I said, hey, we need to play. We called it, and they executed perfectly. So thank God I didn't go with my right mind because we probably wouldn't have run that one.
We'll go right here about Michelle.
Hey, how y'all doing? Gerald Thomas, Tallahassee Democrat. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, G?
Congratulations on the Black College Football National Championship Celebration Bowl victory. And Coach, I know I know it's kind of soon to really reflect on the season, but you came here at FAMU, and got hired in 2017, 2018 was your first season. And of course, your job was to bring that winning culture back. You left 3 winning seasons at Prairie View A&M, came here. And, it's been an adverse journey for you here at FAMU just with each year. Can you just reflect on that a little bit and talk about your journey here and now it gets a happy ending with the championship?
Yeah, obviously when we came here in 2018, we came with a goal to build a championship culture. That's the last goal that we have. We have our 7 goals that we start the season with. The 6th goal is the Celebration Bowl, and we checked off every box, and the 6th one was accomplished today. The last goal is to build a sustainable championship culture. And that's year to year. That's not just 1 year. So it's what we do in recruitment. It's what we do academically. It's everything that we do within this program to sustain success, and that's the goal. So just thankful to our administration, thankful to our fan base, everyone who supports our program because we're not here because of me alone. We're here because everyone that loves orange and green supports these young men, and it feels great to finally be able to hoist that trophy after such a long time.
Yeah, man, in the front. Then here, you sir.
Man, Tuesday, what's up, Coach? Open mic.
Man, how you getting here?
I don't know, man.
You got these credentials. You got to take some credentials.
Got a message for you too. My friends told me to tell you, congratulations, Coach. How you do it? Because in the first half, you a lot of games you was down in halftime. You came back. Everybody said you got a second half team. How were you feeling today? It was a championship game, and how was playing so well?
Well, the funny thing was, I told the team at halftime, we played our worst half of football all season and we're down 6. So for us, if we just settle down and play, championship games are a little unique. We talked to the guys about it's the next game up. No game is bigger than any other game, but it's a championship. So our team position, Dr. Rowe, after pregame came to me, was like, Coach, you met to talk to the team. Like I see some looks in their eyes like this doesn't seem like a regular game to them. And so we came out with championship jitters. We did some things uncharacteristically. First kick, Mike Smith's been an amazing kicker all year. The first kickoff, he kicks the ball straight down the middle of the field and lands on the 20. And so we just had to get out of our own way in that first half, settle down. And once we were able to do that, we came out and played really good football. But we've been a second half team all season aside from the Orange Blossom Classic. But that's the way we train. We train to be the better conditioned team and the team that's able to be the last team standing.
Coach Mark.
Not your turn. Sorry. Thank you.
What's going on, Coach? Jared Hoffman, HBCU Sports. You talked about your team's slow start, but no matter how many slow starts you guys have had this season, the one thing that's always remained the same is that your defense has always been a great equalizer, and that was no different tonight with ending the game with 2 interceptions in the last 2 drives. What is it like having a defense like that in this game and all season where no matter what happens throughout the flow of the game, your defense is always there to make a play for you?
Well, there's an old cliche in football that defense wins championships. And you know, it holds true with this bunch. We said it to start the season. My first interview, I made a bold proclamation. I said, this group has a chance to be the best defense in America. And after 25 practices going against them every day, I knew it. You know, we were deep at every position. We had speed, we had athleticism, we had size. We just had to bring it all together. And those guys were totally committed to what we've done on defensively, listening to Coach Smith and the other coaches. And when we scored that last touchdown, and I looked up at the clock, and I said, we put it in our defense's hands, I relaxed. You know, I kind of took a deep breath because I knew that those guys would stand up and answer the call like they've done all season. And just so proud of that unit. And if anybody in the SWAC questions whether Isaiah Major is the best defensive player in the country, they weren't watching today's game.
Coach Mark Starr with Miami Times. Congratulations on the Celebration Bowl victory. First, I just want to ask you, as far as Florida A&M on the national stage, as far as playing on ABC, what does that mean for the university having the first national game or playing on national television?
Well, you know, obviously this is the big boy of them all. You know, all eyes were on this game. We told the guys that going into the season, and you know, every chance we get to play on national television, we've been blessed to play on TV a few times this year, but to be on this stage, we get a chance to represent Florida A&M University. There's a student somewhere in the far-reaching parts of this country who before today probably never really heard of an HBCU or never really looked deep into an HBCU. I think they're going to get on Google today and kind of look and see what FAMU is all about. And hopefully they do, because they have a chance to get a degree from the #1 public HBCU in America, a top 100 public institution nationally. It's a school that produces the best and the brightest in this world. And so I think every chance we get, we're thankful for that opportunity, and thankful to ABC, thankful to the Cricket Celebration Bowl, ESPN, everyone who plays a hand in this, because it does put HBCUs on the spotlight, and we don't get that very often.
We're going to go Vaughn, Wilson, and then we're going to come over here.
Vaughn Wilson, Capital Outlook, HBCU Gameday. Coach, midway in the third quarter at a critical point, you gathered the offense in a circle and you had prayer meeting with them. Can you tell us what Bible verses you were telling them?
Probably some of the same ones I used all year. No, but, you know, just challenging the guys. You know, I really challenged the offensive line. Games like this, again, it's going to be one in the trenches. And so, you know, we had some blunders here and there, some missed assignments, some missed protections. I mean, some penalties that really hurt us. You know, personal fouls. We had 2 linemen get personal fouls, 1 get ejected. And so that, you know, we cannot continue to play that way if we want to truly be champions in life. You know, you got to be able to be calm in critical situations. And it's a life lesson. It's something we continue to talk to our young men about. Football is an intense game, but you got to be able to play with your head. And I thought today sometimes our guys kind of got outside of themselves. So just try to bring them in and settle them down to play together as a family. And when we do that, man, people see we're basically unbeatable.
Wilton.
Wilson Jackson, Sports Illustrated. Coach, we talked before this game, you talked about your players becoming more of men outside of just being players. You also talked about how your parents prepared you for this moment. Now that you've won this, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I firmly believe that coaching is our ministry. There's so many life lessons that we learn through this game. You know, you learn how to overcome adversity. You learn how to pick yourself up when you're knocked down. You learn how to work together as a team. Very rarely in this life you're going to be successful doing it by yourself. And football is the ultimate sport because it takes all 11 guys to do it the right way for the play to be successful. And so when you continue to emphasize those principles every day, you know, we say the same thing everyone else says: the way you do anything is the way you do everything. And so if you want to be a champion football team, there's certain traits that you got to have. There's certain characteristics that you have to display all the time. Well, guess what? You take those same things to the classroom, you'll be a successful student. Bless you. You take those same things out in the community, you'll be successful in life. And so that's why football is such a critical part of our foundation here, because we really try to apply those principles across the board. So to see them excited about this championship, I told them in the locker room, now that you're champions, the expectation is that you stay a champion, that you go be a champion tonight, that you make good decisions, that tomorrow in the offseason, like, continue to be champions, and no one can ever take that away from you. So we just want to continue to instill those values in our young men, and I tip my hat to them for continuing to believe in us.
Jamie Walker, Black College Sports Network. Coach, there's a lot of banter that goes on when it comes to the Celebration Bowl, in that the amount of time that the MEAC has versus the SWAC has, whether it because of the championship game. What was the secret sauce tonight for you to kind of break through this
being only the second squad to win after Grambling?
Well, it's 60 minutes of football. You know, I told them after that first touchdown they scored, hey, the game isn't over, right? We got a lot of football left to play, even after the second touchdown. You know, we just have to continue to fight, continue to believe. You know, the 7 words that we use within this program, you can apply them at all points throughout the game. You know, we didn't start fast. That's one thing that we wanted to do. But the main thing, after you go down 14-0, now you got to have some faith, and you got to continue to fight. And our guys did that. Then once we took a lead in the second half, now it's about finishing. And the whole time we wanted to make sure that we enjoyed this moment, had fun. And like I told them at halftime, we do it together as a family, nobody can beat us. And so we had to pull all 7 L's today. And that's what it takes to win championships. And again, I couldn't be more proud of these guys for just continuing to embody everything that Florida A&M is all about.
Time for 2 more. Young lady in the back and one of these gentlemen in the front.
Hey, Coach, I know you already know this because you're a history buff, especially when it comes to FAMU, but it's been 45 years to the day that Division I AA title was won, December 16th, 1978. Knowing how much this university means to you personally, to do that on the day, 45 years from that first national title, how much does winning today's Celebration Bowl mean to you?
It means everything. And if it wasn't so superstitious, Allison, we would have worn the orange helmets because that's the uniform they wore. The orange hat, the green top with the white pants. But we're so superstitious in white helmets. We had lost the championship game format in white helmets. So we want to stick true to what we've done. And but no, that we really wanted to honor that 78 team by wearing the green top with the white championship pants. And, you know, I know Coach Hubbard is smiling right now. I'm sure I have a text on my phone somewhere from him congratulating me. He's been my huge, one of my biggest supporters. And just again, you know, I took the shirt off that I was going to put on because I never wanted to be about me. And I wore my God is a Route shirt. So these are on sale, by the way. But again, just being able to be mentioned in the same breath as Jake Gaither, Rudy Hubbard, a Billy Joe, a Ken Riley, a Joe Taylor. It's truly special. And now, you know, we had a championship kind of voting in 19, but now it's undisputed. And so thankful to be the head coach at Florida A&M. I'm overwhelmed with joy to be able to lead this phenomenal program because of what it means to my family, my community. And again, God is a rattler.
Final question on you.
Congratulations, Coach Earl Kitchings with Quarterfinal Back Awards. You had an opportunity to come to Florida A&M, but that didn't work out for you. Does this championship sort of make up for that opportunity that was missed?
We're going to find a way to bring that up. I don't know what it is about the championship game. We're going to bring up that moment in 03. But no, everything's on God's time. You know, it wasn't my time in 2003. You know, I say to our players all the time, I don't know what God was saving me from, but not allowing me to come to FAMU as a player. He brought me here at the right time. You know, he set it up to where when I came, the path was laid for us to be successful and set the foundation. So again, just thankful that, you know, I'm in this place and continue to be where my feet are. You know, again, it's really a blessing. And Rattler Nation is so excited right now, and the feeling that they have is really what drives me to continue to do what I do.
Yeah. Luke, you didn't have a question.
I'm gonna let Doc take one more. I gotta let my man Dr.
Cavell.
Yeah.
Cavell, Coach, you get the last question. He wants you to have the last question.
No, that steak coming. That's what steak. Just know that. Well, you know, someone asked earlier, you know, what's your thought process when you have a top-notch defense? Well, again, at the end of the day, when you throw the football, you know, there's 3 things that can happen. 2 of them are bad. You can complete it. That's the good thing. You can get a sack. You can throw an interception or an incompletion. So actually 3 bad things can happen. So 1, we wanted to keep the clock moving. They had burned a couple of timeouts early in the second half, so I knew they only had 1 timeout left. We had one of the nation's best punters. And so at that moment, you make a decision. Do you try to be aggressive and throw a pass? If it's incomplete, the clock stops, and you still punt it, or do you run the ball, force them to make a decision? They got to call a timeout there to stop the clock and they're done, or they got to let it run down and then they lose 40 seconds. So we made a decision there to run the ball, hand it off to Terrell. We call a play that, hey, if it pops and we get a first down, great, game's over. But when you have the nation's #1 defense and one of the nation's top punters, you put it in their hands. And they tackled it short. Trey Wilhoit boots probably a 50-yard punt. I mean, he crushes the ball, forces them to fair catch it, and then I think 2 plays later we get an interception to seal the game. So, special teams and defense we knew was going to be a critical part of this game. And in those type of situations, I mean, that as a leader, as a head coach, you got to make some tough decisions. And hey, you roll the dice, but there's old saying that in those moments you think players, not plays. And so I thought about Isaiah Major, I thought about Trey Wilhoit, I thought about Anthony Dunn, I thought about Javen Morgan, guys that can really make a difference in the game. I didn't really think about us trying to be aggressive on offense. So it was a calculated risk, but fortunately for us, it paid off and it worked out exactly where I thought it would.
All right. Once again, Coach, congratulations on the win. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And we're back in the Atlanta studio. Once again, thank you everybody for being here. Guys, we just heard from FAMU. We had Jeremy Musa up there and a couple other guys, and then we had Coach. Everybody seemed very humble but happy that they won. I don't have much, but I think they did what they needed to do. They talked about being a second half team, talked about being in better shape than their opponents, and knowing that they are a second half team. How nervous do you think they were? I guess is my question going into that fourth quarter when they were down 16-10.
I'll take it. Hey, I think just as Coach Willie Simmons said at halftime, he talked about his squad playing the worst half of football that they played all year. And Sly, I know you alluded to this, saying that's what he will probably say. And they were fortunate to only be down by 6 points. So they knew that they were a second-half team. And as Jeremy Mosa pointed out in his post-game comments, they just wanted to stick to the plan, do what Rattlers do, and they came out on top. Coach Willie Simmons echoed that he was proud of his defense and had confidence in his defense once they scored the final touchdown of the game to put him up 30-26. At that point, he said he could relax, and he indeed did relax thanks to a huge play by SWAC Defensive Player of the Year, Isaiah Major. You talked about, Kobe, about big players making big plays at big moments. That was certainly the biggest of that young man's career.
Sly, going to you, Isaiah Major making that play, from a football player, from a collegiate football player, what does it mean to be Isaiah Major in that moment?
Well, here's the thing. You have to break down Isaiah Major. He's already a former Power 5 player. In his mind, and not to sound funny, but in his mind, he's better than everybody on the field. Mm-hmm. He comes out, he says, hey, I played in the Big 12. I'm a big-time player. And so all big-time players, everybody who believes that they're the man, when it gets to crunch time, they believe that they can make big-time plays. And what he did, it was a little bit of natural instinct. It was coaching. It was being prepared. He understood keys. He understood football. He knew football. He recognized a screen when it was coming, and then he took advantage of that screen. He took advantage of he was prepared. He took advantage of being prepared, and he also took advantage of a man slipping. A man slipped, and a big-time player makes big-time plays, and that's exactly what he did, and that's all that you ask of your stars, your leaders. He had the C on his chest. When you have that C on your chest, you're the captain. You're the leader of that defense, and he showed at that instance why he was the leader of that defense.
Well, I think all the principals today across the SWAC, the coach of the year in Willie Simmons, the offensive player of the year in quarterback Jeremy Musa, and the defensive player of the year, Isaiah Major, all rising to the occasion when it was time to perform. So kudos going to Florida A&M winning their first cricket celebration bowl. Congratulations to that school.
And our very own Tally Carr was at the game today. As we mentioned, we had our big money guys at the game today. Our very own Tally Carr was able to catch up with NCAA President Charlie Baker.
Here we go. We're getting ready for the Celebration Bowl. We have Howard, we have FAMU, but right now we have the president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker. Mr. Baker, thank you so much for hanging out with us here. Man, your first year on the job. This has probably been the most exciting year of the NCAA in history. There's so much going on. People are talking about specifically college football every single day, transfer portal, NIL deals. There's so much. What has the first year on the job been like for you?
Well, you can call it exciting. I might call it more like turbulent, but I certainly I expected and anticipated that this was going to be a challenging time for college sports. And as a former college athlete, married to a former college athlete, with two college athletes who are children, and another college athlete is my brother, and lots of friends, I thought it was an important time to be willing to step into this role.
You come out of the business realm, you were a CEO, you were the governor of Massachusetts. What was it about this job that was so important, and what was it about this job that called to you?
That's what about this job was so important. I tell people all the time that I took this job because of what I think college sports means to so many kids. You got 500,000 student athletes out there. Most of them are never going to be on TV. They'll never play in a place like this, but they learn all the right lessons about being a teammate, about getting up when you get knocked down, about understanding what it means to persevere and sacrifice. And those lessons will be with them for life. And it is the biggest and most important human potential development machine we have. And we really need to get the next few years right so that it continues to have the ability to support student athletes and give people the opportunity that comes with being a student athlete and going to college and graduating.
You've had a chance to talk to all the commissioners of the HBCU conferences. What kind of common ground, what type of areas have you looked to connect with on them as they try to keep pace in this ever-evolving face of college athletics?
First of all, I've talked to all 97 conferences during my first 150 days or so because I wanted to listen and learn, and that included conversations with the 4 HBCU conferences as well. And I think the biggest thing we can do for the HBCUs is 3 things. Number one, we need to help them stoke their fan base. This is one of the biggest things I think we need to do for all of our colleges, which is to do more because of our scale to create fan bases and grow the fan bases, because at the end of the day, the fan base is what creates excitement and what creates brand. And that's what everybody's looking for here. The second is, I think we can help them with the cost of what they pay for stuff. You know, we've never really tried to create a purchasing collaborative as an organization, and yet we have 1,100 members. They buy a ton of the same stuff. We could save everybody 10, 15, 20% on what they pay for all the product that they buy to support their programs. It's real money that they could turn around and reinvest in other things. And I think the third thing we can do is be flexible about how we think about the way these organizations need to operate, what divisions they want to be in, what sports they want to be part of, and to recognize that, you know, kind of the standard way of doing stuff historically just isn't going to work going forward.
All right, this isn't your typical HBCU experience in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium every week, but this is the pinnacle of the year, the Black College National Championship for many. Your first trip to the Celebration Bowl, as you look around and kind of take in the pregame festivities, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I made a commitment when I was talking to the conferences that I wanted to come to this game. I also wanted to go to some other games beforehand, and family stuff and other things got in the way. So I'm very glad to be here. I'm also going to go to the basketball tournament, which I'm really looking forward to as well. But I think for me, this is a chance to see some of the most storied and prestigious institutions in the country go for it. And as I said to you earlier, my wife is a Northwestern grad. Her reunion was the weekend that Howard played Northwestern. So I've always seen Howard play, and they gave Northwestern all they could handle. It was a 23-20 game, and it was a nail-biter right down to the end.
We've seen the commissioners in the last couple of weeks go to Capitol Hill, making sure their voices are heard in terms of any potential legislation with name, image, and likeness. How important do you think that trip was for them and those type of things to make sure their voices continue to be heard?
Jackie McWilliams and I have talked quite a bit about this, and I personally believe that the HBCUs have as much influence or more as virtually anybody else who goes down there and talks to people. Their voices really matter. I could feel a change in some of the conversations I was having with people in the House and the Senate after the HBCUs paid visits down there. And I guess it's up there from here. It's down from Massachusetts to Washington. They're really important and they matter. And they should be important and they should matter. And I'm glad they do.
All right, the years continue on as president of the NCAA, what are just some key things that you have to keep a hold of and that you have to watch very closely, again, as the face of college athletics gains steam and seemingly changes every year?
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is provide more consumer protections for student athletes around NIL. There's been a lot of really bad behavior there. It's been documented. We've talked to student athletes about it. Almost anybody can give you a really ugly story about some kid or some family that was misled. We need more transparency and more accountability in NIL. And I actually think the NCAA is going to take some decisions at its convention in January to start moving the wheels in that direction. I also think we need to figure out what I describe as is how to make sure kids have the opportunity to be successful and that schools have the opportunity to do what they want to do to support student athletes. And that one ultimately requires us to make some changes in our rules to get rid of some of our restrictions, but it's also going to require some help from Congress to actually make it possible to do that, because under existing law, some of it's just not feasible.
All right, he's Charlie Baker, president of the NCAA. Enjoy your time in Atlanta and enjoy the game today.
I am really looking forward to the game. That's the fun part.
All right. Once again, that was Charlie Baker, and he is the president of the NCAA in his first year there with the NCAA. So a lot of fun with him talking to us here at HBCU Game Day. All right, we got Vaughn Wilson. We see him on the screen. Vaughn just popped up there. Vaughn, we're hoping your audio sounds great.
My audio sound okay?
Yeah, there you go, brother. There you go. All right, man. You just joined us. You brought us the live coverage from the post-game press conferences. We heard from Howard. We heard from FAMU. How would you sum up the mood of both teams? You know, it was a great game, but somebody had to lose. Somebody had to win.
Listen, I don't want to put words in Coach Scott's mouth, but he said something that you don't often hear coaches say. His experience, the experience that the team had here at the Celebration Bowl, he told his team that they had already won. Now, they wanted to take home the title, but just the amazing events around the Celebration Bowl is what I really draw to. It takes young men to the world of Coca-Cola for a special dinner. It allows them to meet with NFL professionals for careers outside of being a player. It's just a great weekend, and coming off a tough loss like that, for Coach Larry Scott to be able to muster up that was one of his lasting memories. That tells you what the Celebration Bowl is. Coach Simmons, I think it's more of a relief for him to win this. There was so much pressure on the Rattlers all season to be the top dog in the SWAC. And then the Commissioner McClellan, put pressure on them to bring the Celebration Bowl back to the SWAC just the second time. Only Grambling has done it before. And so that team has had pressure all year. Howard came in virtually in a lot of people's minds playing with house money. Central was the favorite. They rolled through the first half of the season and then ran into Howard and got steamrolled. And a lot of that was due to what happened to Howard the previous year when North Carolina Central steamrolled them. They took that personally. But after the game, I had to run up to Coach Larry Scott and say, hey, man, I really love what you're doing with Howard.
Yeah, it was very gracious of his comments there in the post-game press conference. Now, of course, Vaughn, we know you. You're Mr. FAMU. You cover the Rattlers. Not only is Vaughn Wilson a Rattler, but God is a Rattler. We found out today, thanks to Coach Willie Simmons. What does this win mean for FAMU?
Well, it means that Willie Simmons becomes the winningest coach in the first 5 years of his career in FAMU history. That's kind of amazing, with the rich history of the Billy Joes, the Rudy Hubbards, and the Jake Gaithers, for Coach Simmons to be sitting there toe-to-toe with them, which he hates to be compared to. But we have to compare him because that's what he's parallel to bring this team from where they were when he got here to this Celebration Bowl. You could see it. I think they said it was 41,000 here today. I would beg that 31,000 of them were FAMU fans. They were littered. The FAMU side was full and all the way into the end zones. They were really here to support these Rattlers. This team gave them something to cheer about.
Boy, you talk about the Rattlers. It just was not fair what the Marching 100 did at halftime. You did not have to circle Howard's band like that. I mean, the 100 just circled the entire field. It was a show of force. They let ESPN know they should have been in the national championship for the best band in the land. FAMU was talking their stuff today all game long.
Well, you know, Joe Bullard, who's the announcer for the band, is notorious for his comments. And yes, you have to know that Dr. Shelby Chipman, director of the FAMU Marching 100, had to feel some kind of way of being ranked maybe sixth. I think in the poll they were ranked sixth. You know, that's kind of an insult to them. So they wanted to make sure when they got here that they showed out and put on a great performance, and they did. They kept the crowd going. Exciting game from start to finish. It really was an exciting game.
And real quickly, Vaughn, Florida Memorial, man, they came through. They got it done. They were announced as the winners on the Division II side in the contest against Virginia State.
Now, you know, there was a lot of angst from people who paid money to come see the Battle of the Bands and not be able to hear the winner. But let me tell you, announcing it the way they did, I was kind of skeptical. It got a great big response, and the band directors were able to come out on the field. It really was a period of anticipation. So I don't know if they backed into that, because I understand they had some issues with their scoring or whatever, where they couldn't really determine it right away. But the way they did it, you know, going forward, you know, it was really exciting. And they got big applause from both the fan bases here. And, you know, we love our vice president, but I'm so sorry that she had to leave in her caravan. You know, it was difficult for us media people to even get around. There were so many Secret Service people around. But
look, Vaughn, I sat in the stands and watched the game with my family, but I came early because I had a little bit of work to do, just a little bit. And my wife told me she didn't get there till the second quarter. She said if she had left 10 minutes earlier, because she sat on Northside Drive for about 30 minutes as they cleared the way for Vice President Kamala Harris to come through. So that it was enjoyable. She was taking pictures with people. She was on the political trail. It was nice, but boy, if you didn't get there early, you might have got caught up in it.
There were more dogs than any kennel in Atlanta, sniffing everything. My camera got sniffed about 3 times one time when I was going to the media room. I was like, geez, I'm never going to make it back there. But it was great to see the vice president here, enjoying taking in a great event. Hats off to John Grant and the Celebration Bowl committee. I just want to say this, and I'm going to write about it. Kick Rock's FCS championship. This is our championship. Everything about it is our championship.
You feel like royalty for the day. Everybody there, you get the experience. You know, it just feels like we own Mercedes-Benz, like it is our house for that day. It's hard to think that there is something else that would be better than that.
I talked to Akil Blunt, who works with the Atlanta Falcons now, former FAMU player. He said, man, he works with the Atlanta Falcons. He said, man, the Falcons are so glad that FAMU is here. He said the people at Mercedes-Benz are happy that FAMU and Howard are here. So when you're at a place where you're welcome and you feel welcome, they treat you differently. You know, snubbing FAMU last year, really, that's when I really felt Kick Rocks, you know, because 9-2 the year before, and they made the playoffs 9-2 with a very great performance against North Carolina. And you don't make the playoffs and you put 7-4 teams. That's when I said Kick Rocks, because that's subjective, kind of like what's going on in the college football playoffs. But the Celebration Bowl is cut and dry. Win the MEAC, win the SWAC, play in the national championship. Everyone agreed on those terms from the beginning, the conferences, the teams, the chancellors. Everybody agreed on it, that that's what the process would be, and that's what it has been. It is a true national championship.
All right, Vaughn, you are very balanced in your coverage. You call things down the middle, but we know your heart is with the Rattlers. What was your nervous meter? When was your nervous meter at the highest today? When you thought, man, FAMU might not win this?
Listen, we had plenty of practice all year of FAMU playing like this. It seems like every game was just like this. I didn't get nervous when Howard jumped off at all. First off, I knew we got the whole second half. If they could get anything done in the first half, that'll just be a bonus. But what really turned everything for me, and I mentioned it in the press conference, even starting out in the third quarter, things were not going FAMU's way. And Willie called that offense in a circle, and we can't repeat those words that he said. They were definitely not Bible verses, but those guys responded. And, you know, he told them, we don't have any time to figure it out. We have to do it now, and in not so many words. And to see those guys respond, that offensive line came out differently after that. Howard, I have to give them kudos for being absolutely resilient. I'm telling you, mark my word, Coach Larry Scott is building something special at Howard. I love the way that he says, you know, we can be academic and athletic as well. He proved that today. That team is definitely it was the face of the MEAC for the national championship, and we better be looking forward to next year to see what Howard's going to have up their sleeve, because this was a solid team here today.
Yeah, kudos to both coaches, because let's be honest, they both inherited quite a mess when they took over. FAMU could not get out of its own way trying to win ball games. Howard had just a hellacious coaching scenario that they had to fix when Larry Scott came in there. So for both of these coaches to be there where they were today and to give us a 4-point game that had both sides feeling like they had a chance to win it until late in the game, you know, you definitely want to congratulate those guys. Bon, I left the building a little early to get back here. I left about midway through the fourth quarter after that second it was that second FAMU touchdown where it kind of felt like, all right, they kind of got it here. And then I'm walking back to the car, and just before I leave, I hear the crowd go wild. I turn on my phone, and I look to see what happened. That pick six on that little screen, man. What was going through your mind right then?
There was plenty of what was going through my mind is there was plenty of time still to control the game. And me thinking the Rattlers were going to grind it out on the ground. You know, the first play after that pick six, Terrell Jennings, FAMU running back, got 5 yards. I was like, this is how you win the game. Run the clock out and run everything down. But in true Willie Simmons fashion, he calls a pass and gets down the field and passes his way to the touchdown. I say, hey, that's why they call him shotgun, you know?
Yeah.
So he doesn't believe in that conservative route. He's going to try to get it how he knows how to get it, and it's worked out for him. The team has responded. Coaching staff has responded. It's a great day for HBCU football. It's a great day for both teams. It's a great day. You know how the Celebration Bowl is. There are people from every school. You see Jackson State shirts. You see Morehouse, Alabama A&M, some Central people who bought their tickets early were here. You know, so there's all the
and a lot of Division II schools. I mean, schools
and
that
a lot of
wouldn't even have a chance no matter what. They were there supporting as well.
So I think it really has turned in and is being recognized really as the HBCU National Championship. And I couldn't be prouder of the way that these two very high academic institutions performed today on the athletic field.
All right, Vaughn Wilson, you've been all over it with our Celebration Bowl coverage, bringing us post-game reaction. I do know that Mrs. Vaughn Wilson is in town, so I'm going to leave you enough time to maybe find a nice dinner place. I know there's a lot of people in town this weekend, but I don't want to get you in too much trouble and work you too hard, Vaughn.
All right, I appreciate you. She's got my credit card, so she's not running to find me. So I got to run to find her.
I know how that goes. All right, Vaughn. We'll catch up with you before you get out of here and get down to Tally. But thank you so much for all your hard work and your coverage today.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's Vaughn Wilson. He's live at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He brought all of us the post-game reaction and sound from both the winning and losing locker room. All right, let's talk about these guys right here. These are the real MVPs right here. We got Kobe Scales. He's jumped in the back, and Kobe's punching all the buttons now. But we got Dwayne Walker. We got Sly with the sports. How many schools did Sly cancel today while he was on?
I know I'm not invited back on Morehouse campus. I know they're not going to let me back on Morehouse campus in a while. I'm going to have to go and talk to Coach Ellis and Tatiana Sands and all of them over there. Hopefully they'll let me back on.
Tatiana talks? She talks?
She talks a little bit. She talks to me. She likes me. Oh. She likes me.
Tell me the secret sauce.
Rule number one of being a play-by-play guy or a color commentator, get in good with the SIDs. Got to get in good with the SIDs. So I make sure I butter them up real well.
But seriously, thank you guys. I mean, you guys did a watch party all afternoon long. And not only were you able to keep up with the game and the stats and give us some analysis, but you were able to cover the entire spectrum of the HBCU sports metaverse, and you kept the crowd going. There was comments all day. Got a lot of good feedback on you guys' performance today. Really appreciate it.
Well, to me, as I mentioned earlier, it just feels good to be a part of the process, having covering HBCU sports for so long, seeing the culmination of such a spectacular event put together by John Grant, and it was just tremendous seeing the both schools, Florida A&M and HU, Howard University, on ABC, two academic.
I don't care.
Just two academic stalwarts, both on the field and off. So for me, it was just a complete joy. So thanks for letting me be a part of the process.
What was you guys? I'm curious as you guys watched it. How was your win probability meter changing throughout the game?
Well, I think, we started off the day, everybody was high on Howard. We thought that Howard would continue the MEAC success in the Celebration Bowl, and I just thought the toughness of the MEAC would override the flashiness of the SWAC. And quite honestly, when they came out, we're looking like geniuses that first quarter. That first quarter, man, we were looking like geniuses, but eventually, like they said, like they said in the press conference, they were a second half team, and they found a way just to stymie that Howard, if you want to call it an offense, they found a way to stymie, if you want to call it an offense. They shut them down, and I don't know and I firmly believe their offense went in the locker room in the second quarter, not even at halftime, in the second quarter, and just didn't come back out.
What was it? Do you think they got overconfident? Did they feel like maybe they had it after that safety? They're like, hey, we got 16 points here. We are rolling. They can't get it together.
They imposter syndrome caught up with them. I think they.
Now you picked them and then you called them imposters.
I did, and that's partially because I didn't believe in Florida A&M. I didn't. I just thought the MEAC was a better conference than the SWAC. That's just what I believe. And maybe it's personal bias, maybe because I grew up in MEAC country. I didn't grow up in SWAC country. I didn't, a lot of people didn't want to jump on the SWAC boat until Dion. You know what I'm saying? I'm an old school MEAC fan. So Florida A&M, they belong in the MEAC. I still don't like them because they're in the SWAC. I'm going to be honest with you.
Wow.
I don't think they belong in the SWAC. I think them and Bethune are some traitors. So anytime they can lose, I'll be happy to pick against them.
Bringing the heat.
Well, if I could just be completely transparent, I did pick Howard. Number one, I think it would have been difficult for Florida A&M to come in to Mercedes-Benz and just completely wipe the floor with Howard University, as everybody predicted. And as we know, Florida A&M, they just switched over to the SWAC a couple years ago in 2021. And I'd be less than honest if I didn't say that, well, can I go back a ways? Florida A&M, they offered my brother a baseball scholarship because I wanted my little brother to go to an HBCU. And then at the last minute in July, they pulled this scholarship and gave it to a pitcher. Can you imagine that? All Western New York baseball player from up north, and they gave my brother scholarship to a pitcher. I wanted my brother to go to an HBCU. But I've forgotten about it. It's no.
Yeah, he forgot about it. He forgot about it. You know, inside the building, I found it interesting. The Howard sideline was really, really, really hyped. FAMU was subdued to the point where it was like they were just like all business. And Howard was just up. It's like they were cheerleading on the side. And I was like, all right, this energy is a little different. But they weren't able to sustain that, where it seems like FAMU just continued to, maybe started out a little lower, but continued to rise throughout the game.
Well, maybe you're speaking from a corporate standpoint, being inside the stadium, because our perspective here from the outside and watching the game on television, it seemed as though all they were showing was Florida A&M contingent and very few Howard alumni. They showed
I'm talking about the players themselves.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
The players. I thought you were talking about the fan bases.
I sat on the Howard sideline. It was packed over. Vaughn said 10,000. It was packed over there.
Well, then I will concur with you, because we were talking about how Howard, if you looked into their eyes at the beginning of the game, they had Mike Singletary eyes. They were completely locked in. But then obviously as the game went along and Jeremy Moose in the second half and that offense finally got to ticking on the offensive side and passing the football, that momentum shift sort of changed.
I thought the key to give Howard a chance would be to get Musa off schedule. I thought if they could get him to turn the ball over, keep his percentage completion rate, down. And I felt like they did that.
They did.
But their offense did not give them any help.
And that was the problem. I think the defense did the job. The offense just didn't do it.
Listen, them white boys, I'm sorry, let me clarify. Christian White, number 25, and Ian White, number 14.
Sponsors, he does not speak for us.
No. The White, Ian White and Christian White, they played havoc all afternoon long with Jeremy Musa. Ian White, he caused a strip sack. Also, Christian White made a sack, a big 17-yard loss that resulted into a safety. So kudos to the Howard defense. They did their job. And as my boy Sly said, the Howard U defense should get the big piece of chicken.
Exactly. Exactly.
I thought Musa did a really good job of not getting rattled, because he made some, mistakes, and he was in some positions where he could have start seeing ghosts out there, because those first two quarters, they were coming to get him from every angle. The fact that he barely held on to that ball, that safety could have easily been a touchdown.
Could have been.
Yes.
I mean, it came over the dude's head. He had to he lost it, caught it again. So there were some rough patches for him, but he stayed in there and then really delivered late.
I actually thought that Florida A&M's lack of, I'm just being honest, lack of discipline from the emotional side. I saw a lot of emotional outbursts during the game that 58. Were uncharacteristic, and I thought I saw one of the players bump an official, like physically make contact with one of the officials. I didn't see them replay it or make a big deal about it, but that's a Mutombo. That's a no-no. You can't have that.
That head official, I don't know if you saw it on TV, but they had a close-up. Somebody, one of the Red Hats did something he dog cussed that.
Oh, for real?
Oh, good God.
Wow.
I think they just showed it in there. Boy, he laid it on. Wow. Like, I'm not an expert lip reader, but there's some few key words that I know, even if I can't hear it. I can see it. So he put it on them.
So, folks, for those of you that don't know, the red cap is the person that's assigned with the network that actually goes out and lets everyone know when there's a commercial. So if you see a red cap, it normally positions about the 20-yard line. He'll go out and raise his hand, which means we're in the middle of a break. But if you're not on point, those referees, the white cap, we call it, the man in charge, they can be very upset because you're messing with the flow of the game.
Well, I don't know who got bumped. They didn't bump him because he was not there to play.
You know, it's funny. You talked about emotion. You talked about emotion and the high on the sideline that Howard was. But my question was, you being inside the stadium, how many people you think were in there? I think, you know, it didn't look as full as it was last year.
I looked around. It was a late arriving crowd for sure.
Because of the president. Yeah.
Well, because you know how we do.
You know, we're gonna say the president. We're gonna put it on the president.
We're going with the president and the vice president.
I felt like at no one point was everybody that was in the building in their seat. So there was a constant. I mean, good Lord, man. I'm going to say out of every 10 people, 4 people either didn't know how football works or didn't care. Because they were standing up, they were talking, oh, girl, come here, girl, let's take a picture. I mean, the game going on, and I'm sitting there like, would you sit down?
But you know what?
He's a football purist.
But I think I felt like it was 3/4 full, not counting the upper,
the lower bowls,
not counting the red seats up
Yeah,
top. But
yeah.
the first 2 bowls, it from my eye test, it looked like it was 3/4 of the way full.
I'm surprised they even opened up the upper bowl.
John
Grant. I was saying John Grant. Don't have that.
Okay,
no, that's not for the Celebration Bowl. That's
okay.
Never,
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
But I used to sneak up there to shoot sometimes, and it's ghost town up there.
You know who I feel bad for? I feel bad for Carson Hinton, the young man who he recovered a fumble for the safety. What else? He had the pick 6 late in the game that actually gave Howard a brief 26-24 lead, only to be burned deep on a late toss on that flea flicker that really exposed his side, because we talked about this, how Howard had an injured defensive back go out of the game, and normally when a defensive back goes out of the game, what do? You throw directly at the new guy. Well, we surmised that he was going after the new guy, but no, Hinton was already in. I suspect he was trying to help out on the new guy and forgot about his assignment and got beat, got a man get behind him, and it ended up being a touchdown. Musa to John Murray, a 38-yard touchdown that put Florida A&M up for good 30-26.
How do you guys think this game will be remembered? Because we've seen different styles of games at the Celebration Bowl. We've seen shootouts. We've seen a grind them out. We've seen surprises and upsets. You know, when we look back on this game, how do you think this one will be remembered?
Depends on who you ask. It depends on who you ask. Howard people will say it is a game we lost, and it's not a game that FAMU won. And I can see where they're coming from when they say that. I can see where they're coming from, and they say we lost the game, because truth be told, that second half they didn't make. And once again, the greatest coaches and the best coaches usually speak after the game, and they can tell you what happened, what was done wrong. So I'm a great coach, so I can tell you what was done wrong after the game. But it's like they didn't make the right adjustments coming out the second half to get their offense back on track. Defense did what they were supposed to do. If you think about it, their defense gave up 2 big plays. They gave up the flea flicker and then that wheel route out of the backfield for the 50-yard touchdown. That was it in the second half. Those are the only big plays that they gave up in the second half. You take away those 2 big plays, Howard still probably wins the game. Their offense just did not help them at all. Offense did not help them in that.
But this was the same offense that put up 50
against NC Central.
Hey, you know.
Yeah. But Kelvin Dean, the wide receiver for Florida A&M, really rose to the occasion as well. So shouts out to him. But you ask who it really matters. I'll tell you who it matters to. It matters to the commissioners, and in this case, Dr. Charles McClellan. You don't think this fills him with pride, having the SWAC finally get her done, first time since 2016? So he goes in as the men's basketball tournament committee, which is coming up, right? He's the head guy. That takes effect this year, right, for the upcoming Final Four for the NCAA tournament. So he gets to talk about his conference winning the national championship.
Yep.
So
NCAA president was there. It was a nice crowd. Here's one thing that I thought, and I'm sitting there watching it. I'm looking at all these people. I mean, it was just, it just felt like little mini Wakanda on a Saturday afternoon. Everybody has their HBCU paraphernalia. There's people of all ages. You're like, all right, this is, a stadium that's mostly full of discretionary income right before Christmas. how can we see something similar during the regular season? Because I was thinking to myself, I was like, all right, if Georgia plays here, this is week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you name it. How can we get excited more often in more places?
It can't happen. You can't duplicate this during the regular season, and the reason why is because of Zach.
I want to.
Well, yeah. I wouldn't want to either. But they were showing clips of just other fans. There was a lady sitting, and I vividly remember, it was a lady sitting in the middle of two Howard fans, and she had on a North Carolina Central jacket. So you know, people plan for this. They know in August I'm coming here on December 16th. But whether or not my team's going to be here or not, it's cool if my team's going to be here. But I'm coming because I want to enjoy Atlanta. I want to enjoy the parties. I want to, the game's cool, but I want to be in the place to be. And
a lot of Aggies were there.
Yeah, a lot of Aggies were there.
Band, yep.
And
I don't think it was because of the band. I just think
just because
they're mad.
They ain't got nowhere else to go.
They have nothing to play for. I mean,
well, listen, they have a right to be here because if you look at traditionally of the Celebration Bowl, they've won it more times than anyone else has. They're 4-0, so they can walk around like, really it's our bowl. We just have it on loan for right now. But what I think that John Grant and the powers that be, and I love the branding from this being called the Celebration Bowl. And I think it was an excellent job to have the 4 bands compete for a band championship. But I think it's the goal should be to bring everybody together to celebrate HBCU sports as a whole, not just the 2 participants, whoever those might be, on the football field. I think it should literally be a celebration of all approximately 108 HBCU institutions, a celebration of all of them at the same time. So you extend an olive branch to all of them and invite them and their fan bases to this game regardless of who's in the game. Now, should you make it a situation where perhaps you have a weekend where you play a Celebration Bowl in conjunction in what we just saw, a Florida Beach Bowl where they had a Division II where they play for a national championship? Could you possibly have those 2 teams play in the city of Atlanta? One on perhaps on a Friday and then the other on a Saturday, where you kind of bring it all together?
I'm going to go a step farther. Started on Thursday with 2 basketball games. Friday, have your Division II championship. Saturday, have your Celebration Bowl. And on Sunday, throw in another basketball game. Throw in another 2 basketball games on Sunday and go on home on Monday. I want it to be a whole, give us a 4-day celebration. And that way you can incorporate your NAIA basketball. You can incorporate your Division II football, your Division II basketball, men and women.
Yes.
Make it a big, and even your battle of your bands, the battle of the bands. Now that would throw, you know what? Screw let's cancel the Sunday basketball game and make the battle of the bands on Sunday. Let's make the battle of the bands on Sunday in the weekend with a bang.
Well, listen, but the thought process.
I forgot about the band.
Listen, the thought process
is a football player.
But the thought process is there as it relates to having both the football component and the basketball component. Heck, what's going on right now? There's some PWIs that are in town playing basketball, like literally right next door.
My cousin is here right now to see the University of North Carolina play in Atlanta, which is right across the street. I guess there at Phillips Arena, and there was some cosplay science fiction thing happening at the Congress Center.
Black guy, Chris Williams, is actually
Hoops Giving.
He started that as a high school basketball tournament, and he expanded it and got it big. I know that's a side note, but
no, that's an
literally like 5 major things happening.
Yeah,
within walking distance of Mercedes-Benz, like at the same time.
But here's the thing. The organizers, Chris Williams, African American, the Celebration Bowl, John Grant. So some of the production companies, even with the first inaugural Florida Beach Bowl, African American production company. So right here, housed in Atlanta, HBCU Gameday, the coverage that Tolly provides, that we provide. I mean, it's all right here. It's all it's all self-contained. You don't have to go outside. You don't have to go. It's all here. This should be the marketing strategy. HBCUs as a whole, you don't have to have. It doesn't have to be for everybody. There's enough of a what's the word I'm looking for? It can be self-contained and it can expand. I'm not saying not try to market to the masses. I'm not saying that at all. But the precipice. There you go, self-sustaining. Yeah. But the focus has to be on your own product and promoting your own product and having your own product be the place to be, because African American culture, whether people like it or not, it touches society basically on every level. When you drive your car, you talk about the stoplight. When you put clothes in your washing machine, there's so many. You know what I'd love to do? I would love to be able to have a list that you provide what African American contributions have been to our society that everyday people use throughout your day. Would you be able to get through?
They banned that book. They banned
it was already banned.
That book be banned.
No, but my point being, we just make significant contributions to our society, and the two institutions that played today, Florida A&M and Howard University, those are among the best of them.
Here's a question I want to ask you, Sly. The perception when the ABC brings out their best cameras, their best lenses, you got the Sky Cam, you got the crowd, you got more mics, you got the audio is just sweetened a little bit more. Does it give the perception that the game looks better?
It does.
The game looks more competitive. Like you're looking at a better product than if you had seen those same two teams on a lesser quality production, 6 weeks ago, week 5 or something like that.
It does, man. When you bring out the multiple production trucks, a lot of people don't, we're in the industry, so we understand that you have these big tractor trailers that come down. The Super Bowl, they have actually, I think, 30 production trucks that do the Super Bowl, or maybe is it more?
More.
It's more that do the Super Bowl. And so a game like this, when they have 3 production trucks there, this is big time. This is bigger than a lot of the bowl games that you're going to see later on tonight. The production value is there, and I think my people deserve that production value. We deserve it. We earned it.
Well, and to elaborate on that, and this is my pet peeve. You can have all the bells and whistles you want, right? You can have all the bells and whistles you want. But when I'm looking at a football game and I see an undefeated coach that has run the gamut for 2 years going undefeated, when I look at that broadcast, I can't see his name spelled wrong. Oh. When he's gone undefeated in 2 consecutive seasons, I can't see his record. It shouldn't say 16-2.
And let's call it out.
No, I'm not naming no names.
I'm gonna name names.
Hold on. I'm not naming no names. But that's not the only game. It wasn't only in the
I've seen games,
that one. It was in the
games. The color balance. Like the play. Things that are white should not be green.
Right.
And 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. I'm sorry, Dwayne, but I'm mad.
No, Sly, don't do it. Don't do it.
You got me mad. The SIAC championship game, the championship game on ESPN, 2 years in a row. The first year, you couldn't even get a picture out. The second year, you're misspelling the guy's name and putting and putting his wrong record up. It's just, we're in production. We see these things. We know these things. And then the fact that you have, I believe I'm good. I believe I am a great color commentator. I believe I am a really good play-by-play guy. But there are people out there who are better than me. Hey, sitting right beside me, Dwayne Walker. He is better than me. James Verrett. I mean, they're not better looking, but they're better than me at calling the game. And for gentlemen like themselves not to actually have the opportunity to call these championship games. I know I might be going off on a tangent, but still, I believe that you are immersed in the culture. You know and I'm speaking Division II SIAC right now. You're immersed in the culture, so you should be there. And that's one reason I was glad that Jay and Tiffany got to call the game. I was really glad that those two got to call the game because they are HBCU through and through.
They're storytellers.
Storytellers.
It's about.
It
It's
was
a
perfect. She's FAMU,
Oh.
Jay's Howard. They're
Have you ever
on
heard-
the field and the booth?
Have you ever heard of a storyline like that in any realm of football? I haven't. So that's what makes it fantastic. But in our profession, it's all about storytelling. And in those signature events, those championships, if the storytellers can't identify with the story, that is a lost opportunity that is going to last in perpetuity, which means
How many times have you heard? Oh yeah, North Carolina AT&T is out there.
Oh my gosh! Come on, son. Come on, son. We can't. I mean, we can't have that. We can't have that. So,
But back to the when it looks good.
Yeah.
It just appears like, man, they look faster, they look stronger, they look bigger. That production quality, man, that sky cam giving you that point of view from
Yes.
behind the line of
Yes.
scrimmage, you feel like you're out there playing a video game, watching the game.
And you want the stories to match.
Yes.
Right? When I'm watching a football game and I see TK Metcalf on national television in sign language talking about standing on business, well, we all know what that's related to when he says standing up when he's standing on business. The reporter has no idea of what the correlation is between that. And we all know it has to do with a certain rapper's son from Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, that gave it a resurgence, but we were standing on business before that.
no, but that was the. So, do you think he was doing it because of that, or more so what was in the news, culturally, what was happening in the news?
Well, that gave it a spike. He didn't create it.
I'm not saying he created it, but that's what he was referencing
Right.
by doing that. But
But
the
I would
reporter
love for
had
my
not.
announcers to know that is what he was referencing.
But if you're not in tune with the culture, you're not going to know.
You're not going to know. You're not going to know.
Got to be standing on business. Standing on business.
My wife is saying, "No, Dwayne, no."
I guess that happened at the Georgia Dome too.
Mercedes Benz.
Mercedes, I keep saying Georgia Dome.
Hey, I was at the last one at the Georgia Dome. Central and Grambling took it out at the.
Hey, listen, speaking of taking out, when they imploded the Georgia Dome, did you ever see the shot with the camera was setting the main camera? They're going to a live feed, and the main camera, you know what I'm talking about? They're trying to show the implosion at impact.
Oh, and the bus.
And then the MARTA bus.
That is perfectly Atlanta.
So that's an example. That's just a small example of storytelling and maybe knowing the history of the facilities and what has gone on in the past that you can share with people that they may not have known before.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was I totally forgot about that. The MARTA bus just pulled up.
but all three of us, this wasn't rehearsed. I didn't know you were going to say that, but all three of us know what the gag is.
Right. All right.
Just my point.
All right. Well, you guys have been going at it 6 hours now. It is 6 o'clock Eastern. You guys came on the air at 12 noon. You took us through the game. You took us through post game. We even got a little cultural and. Hey, look, we've been everywhere with our analysis and conversation. So I want to thank you guys so much. Let people know where they can follow you, find you, keep up with you, support you.
Sure, I'll go. D Nice Radio on Twitter. I don't do a lot of social media, to be honest with you, because I like living a quiet life, staying behind the scenes, doing my thing. I like doing play-by-play and covering HBCU sports. That's my passion.
Tell them about your daughter. Your daughter's like a
superstar,
star.
Listen, man, my daughter, she attends WashU. She's got a game going on right now. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there, baby. My apologies. Because I go to her games, her home and away games. She goes to a PWI called Washington University in St. Louis. But shouts out to her. She's a terrific young lady, and she gets an opportunity to experience. I mean, they fly to their games. She had an opportunity to do NIL. She had an opportunity to sit down with Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. So she's taking advantage.
Check out our YouTube channel, right?
Oh, sure. It's called Christina Girl Hoops TV. Christina, just like it sounds, it's called Christ in a Girl. Christ in a Girl Hoops TV. Check it out on YouTube. We have hundreds of videos that can help up and coming student athletes, because her whole basketball life up through college has been documented. And Sly, I know you and I have had an opportunity to work together with her, so I appreciate you guys mentioning her name and shouting her out. But hi, baby, Christina Walker.
Sly, where can people bring the smoke to you?
People can find me on all your social media. You can find me at Sly the Sports Guy. Sly the Sports Guy. I got about 500 loyal followers. Excuse me. Like the Instagram. I was hacked at 50,000. That's what I'm going to say. I was hacked at 50,000. But you can find me at Sly the Sports Guy on Twitter. I'm more active on Twitter. Sly the Sports Guy 1 on Instagram. All I do on Instagram is just post a picture of whatever event I'm calling that weekend. So, but find me, make sure you follow me. Let me get my followers up so I don't have to continue my OnlyFans page. If you can get my followers up on
Cameo's not working out for you?
Cameo it's not working. My OnlyFans, my old lady's getting a little bit upset about my OnlyFans page, so I'm gonna have to take that down. So, but follow me on Twitter and Sly the Sports Guy.
Joe Smith got upset about his old lady.
Yeah.
Oh, he certainly
it's the
did.
opposite.
He certainly did.
My old lady's upset at me.
Yeah. It's that
All right,
dark skin. That's what I think it is.
Malcolm KMS says he just followed you. Appreciate the love in the comments. Renee Watkins, what's going on? Daryl Deloach, thank you so much. We got J-Mac, Xavier, Champ D, 1012, Mary 305, Lorenzo Johnson. He's got you guys on his Christmas list. He's invited you over to the crib.
Yeah, Lorenzo is the MVP of the chat.
Yeah.
He's been with
Chat
us
MVP
all day long. So thank you guys so much. Congratulations again to Florida A&M. They are your 2023 HBCU national champions. A good season by Howard, but hey, FAMU got it done when it counted. They are the champs. On behalf of everyone here at HBCU Game Day, I'm Tali Carr, wishing you a very good night and a great weekend from Atlanta. You guys take it easy.